Threat Agent, The Ungovernable Series, Book 8. Written by R.M. Olson. Narrated by Zura Johnson. Chapter 16. Jez. Day 8. Early. What the hell's taking them? The girl's words came out as a white puff in the dark of the frosty morning. Jez grinned at the kid. Nadia, she was pretty sure her name was. One of Felix's. Not nervous, are you? The girl scowled. Jez gave her a wink, and she turned away, muttering something sour. You know, said Yesbelt to the girl over her shoulder as she passed behind them. You can tell Jez to piss off if you want. That's usually how I deal with it. She says that, said Jez in an exaggerated whisper. But really, she thinks I'm hot. Flirts with me all the time. Piss off, Yesbel growled. Jez snickered. Every muscle in her damn body was pulled as tight as a suspension wire on a ship, and prickles of anticipation danced up and down her spine. Masha was planning to damn well kill them. Not by accident. Not because some part of the plan had gone wrong. This was the plan. She could still see the look on Masha's face in the tiny hotel room that had been their prison on the casino ship however many weeks ago. The haggard weariness in her face, the grayish tinge to her skin, the pain behind her calm expression. I'm not good at trusting people, so don't screw this one up for me, okay? Jez had said. And Masha looked at her, and for an instant, Jez saw behind the bland mask she wore. For an instant, she'd seen a real person behind Masha's calm exterior. Someone desperate, hurting, unsure, afraid. She'd seen her own damn self. Because, hell, probably the rest of the crew should have given up on her a long damn time ago, too. And they hadn't. And, well, she couldn't bear to give up on Masha either. And she'd been damn well taken in. She'd thought she'd learned her lesson, but she hadn't. All it had taken were some damn idiots to care about her when they really probably shouldn't have, and suddenly she was the same gullible innocent she'd been as a kid. The thought was like a splinter of steel working its way into her chest. She closed her eyes for a moment and took a deep breath, because she didn't have time to deal with this right now. They're on their way. Tay's voice through the calm was low and strained. Despite everything, she could feel the adrenaline grin spreading its way across her face as she opened her eyes. She crawled on her stomach to the edge of the barricades and peered over. The streets in front of them were still dark. She couldn't see much of anything through the cold morning mist, except for the dim glow of street lamps. Probably wouldn't have been able to hear anything either, except they'd spent the whole damn night getting ready, and at this point, every single one of her nerves was strung so tight that she'd probably have been able to hear a swamp rat skittering across the cement 3 blocks away. And she sure as hell could hear the unmistakable sound of the Special Ops Forces approaching. They were much quieter than a group of probably 100 soldiers with heavy weaponry and guns should be. But there was the small scuff of boots against cement, a whispered command, the soft sound of breathing, the ineffable sense of too many people in too small of a space. And then she saw them. They appeared from the mist like damn ghosts, their tactical gear the same grayish white as the fog. Their faces were obscured by heat visors, their gloved hands clasped around long, deadly-looking laser guns and heat rifles. They didn't speak, simply moved into position. The first row of soldiers dropped to one knee, leveling their high-powered laser rifles and allowing the row behind them to raise rifles into place as well. And in the center, between them, Jez sucked in a quick breath as the weapon rolled into place. It was an ion cannon, but obviously designed for street fighting. It looked, honestly, more like a ship's cannon than anything else. Even in space, if she saw something like that pointed in her direction, it would have scared the living hell out of her. This could take down a barricade without even trying. Nadia's breath hissed in through her teeth. No wonder they'd been able to wipe out the gangs in minutes. Everything about these soldiers said they were here for one purpose: killing as many people as possible with as little fuss as possible. She swallowed down the bitter taste of fear. Waiting was hell. All she wanted was to do something. Anything, really. But there wasn't a single thing she could do right now that would make a damn difference. For one endless moment, there was no movement at all, the scene frozen like a still screen. "On my count," the terse command cut through the mist like a knife. 3. The gunners pulled the weapon up with practiced ease. Jez's heart was pounding so fast she was almost dizzy. 2. They locked it into place. Damn this to hell. Damn all of this to hell. There was something about standing in front of an ion cannon when it was loaded and aimed at you. 1. There was a moment for an intake of breath. Fire! The gunners hit the lever, and the soldiers bent over their rifles. Nothing. The soldiers stopped, confusion evident in their movements, and Jez blew out her breath, her entire body going shaky with relief. "Think you took them by surprise, Techhead," she whispered into her calm. "It worked?" Tay sounded almost desperate. Jez glanced out into the streets. The soldiers had yanked up their weapons, turning them over, fiddling with the controls. The gunners were bent over around the massive gun, postures tense. "Well, considering the fact I'd be a damn red mist right now if it hadn't," she drawled. There was a bitten-off curse that sounded like Lev's, and she felt a momentary twinge of guilt. When she'd come out here, Lev had already looked like he was about ready to pass out from the strain. The fact that none of them had slept a wink the entire damn night hadn't helped. She winked at Nadia. "See, kid? That's why you want to be on the side of the damn tech head who knows how to work with EMPs." The soldiers were clearly professionals. It took them only a moment, apparently, to realize what Tay had done with his EMP pulse and readjust. They dropped their useless weapons at a sharp command from their captain, and in their place pulled out long, deadly-looking curved knives and blunt clubs with metal-reinforced ends. But honestly, this was the kind of thing Jez was good at. Well, being beaten to crap was also a thing she was good at. But hell, you'd never win a fight if you were afraid to get beaten up now and then. "Get ready," she whispered into her calm. "I think we made them mad." Jez could see the fierce anticipation under the tension in Nadia's face. "Guess you're not so mad about us being killers now, eh?" the girl whispered. "Nope. Figure there's a time and a place for everything," Jez whispered back, grinning. The captain barked another sharp order, and the soldiers started forward at a quick jog. The ones in front carried grappling hooks, manual ones that attached to their wrists, since the electronic ones were now useless. Jez grabbed a chunk of prefab from the pile beside her. Her whole body ached for action, and she couldn't stop her grin. And then the first wave of soldiers skidded and stumbled, some of them losing their footing entirely, others flailing wildly, trying to keep their balance. Jez gave a quick snort of laughter. The thin slick of water they'd poured across the cobblestones the night before had frozen hard and smooth, and it was next to invisible in the mist. The soldiers who were still on their feet were trying desperately to stay there, and the ones who'd fallen were trying desperately not to be trampled. And of course, when Ivan and the others had poured the water, they'd measured the distance precisely. Jez lined up and hurled the chunk of prefab as hard as she could. It hit a soldier who'd been struggling to his feet and sent him down again, knocking another soldier over as he grabbed at her in a desperate attempt to keep his footing. Then a hail of projectiles flew from behind the barricades, slamming into officers, knocking back helmets, jolting weapons out of hands. The organized advance had become mass chaos. The second wave of soldiers had seen what was happening to their companions. They slowed when they reached the ice, stepping carefully around the fallen advance soldiers, their shoulders hunched against the projectiles, weapons held close to their bodies. Even on the uncertain footing, they advanced steadily. Moments later, the first of them reached the barricade. Ivan and Vera had iced the front of the barricade too, but the soldiers were expecting it now. They fixed their grappling hooks and started grimly up, hand over hand, boots slipping and scrambling under them, trying unsuccessfully for purchase on the slippery surface. Nadia tensed, tightening her grip on the short iron bar in her hands. The first soldier's head appeared above the barricades, and the kid swung. The soldier crumpled, blood streaming from the side of her face, and slid heavily to the ground, knocking two other soldiers loose as she fell. Jez grinned. "Not bad," she said, and swung her broken-off table leg at the next head to appear over the wall. All along the barricade, grim street kids and students were holding their own against the soldiers coming up the barricades. But it wasn't going to last forever. These soldiers were bloody professionals, and already they'd found the place where the defense was the weakest and were focusing their attention there, while still keeping pressure on the rest of the barricade so the defenders couldn't afford to focus their efforts. "You stay here," Jez hissed to Nadia, and she jumped to her feet and sprinted along the top of the barricade to where the soldiers' attack was strongest. She dropped beside Dmitri, who was swinging a broken stool to impressive effect, and brought her own makeshift weapon down on a soldier's hand. The woman grunted in pain, and before she could recover herself, Dmitri dropped her with a blow to the head. Jez grinned at him. "You're not too bad at this, you know." His face was pale, but he returned her grin. "How much longer do you think?" he whispered. The officers were tangling up at the bottom of the barricades, a few of them still climbing the wall, most of them trapped behind the fallen bodies of their comrades, who were struggling to get back to their feet. Someone shouted, and Jez looked around quickly. A soldier had dodged a blow from one of the street kids and grabbed his wrist, and as she watched, he yanked the boy over the barricades. Jez swore and jumped to her feet. "I'm going down there," she snapped into her calm. She stepped to where two soldiers were clawing their way up the icy side of the barricade. There was a split second where they realized what she was about to do, but it was far too late to get out of the way. She grinned and slid down the barricade into them. One of them managed to raise his club, but she kicked his wrist hard, and all three of them landed in a heap on the icy cement. She kicked someone in the stomach, planted her elbow in someone else's throat, and scrambled to her feet. Felix was already on the ground, his face grim, and Nadia and two other kids were sliding down the barricades as well. "Jez, you need a hand?" Kaz's voice was sharp through her earpiece. She ducked out of the way of a fist, and someone grabbed the back of her jacket. She snatched up one of the fallen knives and twisted, slashing at her attacker. The knife wasn't enough to get through armor, but it was enough to cause whoever the hell it was to let go. She followed up with a sharp kick to the side of her attacker's knee, and the soldier grunted with pain as he went down. "Wouldn't say no to it," Jez panted. She stumbled forward, the spikes set into her boots, keeping her from losing her balance on the ice, and swung her table leg into the head of a soldier who'd lifted his knife and was starting towards Felix. The soldier staggered, and she hit the woman's wrist hard enough to feel a crack. The woman's knife fell, and Jez kicked it out of the way and spun as another officer grabbed her by the elbow. More street kids, and even some of the university students, had scrambled down to join her, and the entire street was turning into a damn kabak brawl. The soldiers were better equipped, with their clubs and knives and body armor, and better trained, but they were slipping on the thin ice, wasting precious attention staying upright. And everyone from behind the barricades had spikes on their boots, and a damn lot of experience with people with bloody heat armor on trying to kill them. And the street kids were small enough to be unexpected. Across from her, Felix shoved his way through the soldiers to get to where they'd grabbed the street kid. Jez ducked a blow to her head, grabbed the soldier's arm while he was still off balance from the swing, and yanked him forward, kicking the back of his knees at the same time. He went down, and she relieved him of his heavy club, kicked his helmet off with her spiked boots, and brought the weapon down on the back of his head. She tapped her comm against her hip. "Lev, how's Yezbel doing?"
"Can you hold them for a bit longer?"
His voice was tense.
"If you get into trouble, though."
"We'll hold them as long as we can," she gasped. A club slammed into her shoulder, and she cursed, staggering sideways. The soldier stalked after her, raising the weapon to finish her off. And then a skinny figure stepped up beside him, shoving a knife hilt deep under the soldier's upraised arm, through a gap in the body armor. He collapsed, and Nadia gave Jez a sharp grin, grabbing a clean weapon off the fallen soldier. "Told you we were killers," she said. Then she gasped, her pale skin going even paler. Jez followed her gaze. A soldier had Felix by both arms. The boy was struggling ineffectually, cursing and squirming to escape her grip. But the woman had raised her club, its metal end easily enough to break Felix's head wide open. Nadia gave a choked curse and started towards him, but there was no way in hell she'd get there quickly enough. "Sorry, love. Time's up," Jez muttered. She yanked out a pistol, lined up, and just before the woman brought her club down, she fired. The soldier collapsed as the stun blast hit her, and Felix staggered free, cursing. Nadia reached him a moment later, checking him desperately for injuries. "All right, kids. Guess it's not a surprise anymore," she said into her comm. "May as well show them what we have." Modded weapons appeared in the hands of street kids and students alike, and soldiers dropped around them, their heat armor no protection against Yezbel's stun weapons.
"What the hell?"
one of the soldiers choked. Jez grinned. "Guess it pays to be friends with a tech genius who knows a hell of a lot about EMPs and how to mess with them." He barely had time to look surprised before she dropped him with a stun blast to the face. From the alley beside the barricades, Yezbel could hear, faintly, the muffled cursing as the soldiers reached the ice Ivan had set the night before. She smiled to herself grimly. Beside her, Vera was grinning as well. "Guess they weren't expecting that," she whispered. Yezbel gave a brusque nod.
"But we're going to get something we're not expecting too, if we don't hurry up."
Vera nodded, her face going solemn again. Behind her were a handful of students she and Dmitri had vouched for. Yezbel gestured with a quick jerk of her head, and they started forward silently. She had a map on her comm, but she'd studied it the previous night for long enough that it felt seared behind her eyelids. If she judged correctly, this next side street should bring them up behind the guns. She gestured with her head, and the students followed her. At the end of the street, she paused, holding up a hand, and when she was sure the students understood, she crept silently forward and peered out. Half a dozen soldiers had stayed back to guard the weapons. She grimaced. It was more than she'd hoped, but not unmanageably so. She took a deep breath and tightened her grip on her pistol, then stepped silently out of the alley. With the chaos from the barricades, she was almost close enough to touch the first soldier before he heard her. He spun, his shout of alarm cut off as she fired. He dropped, and she turned quickly, firing a series of stun blasts in rapid succession until the soldiers were lying senseless on the ground. She tapped her comm.
All right, she whispered. Let's go. We don't have much time.
The students stepped out from the narrow street, expressions grim. Vera and 3 other students began to gather the dropped guns, lashing them together to make them easier to carry, and the rest took the explosives Jezebel had handed out earlier and spread out, tipping them into the mouths of the weapons that were too big to be hauled back behind the barricades. Jezebel watched them with affection. Considering how they'd behaved in her chemistry class a few months back, they'd come a long way in being comfortable around her explosives. She caught sight of Vera's face for a moment as she turned, the exhaustion behind the girl's eyes, the tension in her posture. Still, they'd had to grow up quickly these past few weeks. She bit back her anger at the thought and set to work. She'd thought once they were so young. They weren't anymore. Facing live rounds and gas bombs daily, watching your friends shot down in front of you, fear for your life, a dull undercurrent to every moment. That wasn't something that anyone could come through unchanged. They worked as quickly as they could, but with the sheer number of weapons, it was taking longer than she'd hoped.
Jezebel.
Jez's voice through the comm was sharp with pain.
Got some coming back your way. Sorry.
How many? Jezebel snapped.
15, 20? We held them as long as we could, but...
Jezebel glanced around quickly. The students were almost finished, but there were still guns scattered on the ground.
Hurry, she said in a sharp whisper. We're going to have company.
And then the first of the soldiers came into view through the mist. He was bleeding, and his helmet had been knocked askew, but he'd shoved it back on enough that a heat blast wouldn't get through it. He stumbled to a halt as more soldiers appeared on either side of him. The soldiers took in the sight, the ragged students, Jezebel, the stacks of their guns. Then a woman who must have been their leader yanked out her melee weapons, and the others followed suit.
Charge,
she snapped, and they started forward at a steady jog, spreading out to block off the students' retreat.
Go,
barked Jezebel.
Back the way you came. Take all the guns you can with you.
Vera hung back, glancing around quickly. She grabbed one of the students who'd stooped to pick up another gun, shoving him down the street away from the approaching soldiers. And then a soldier, who must have come around the edge of the building, appeared from the mist behind Vera. Before Jezebel could shout, he'd grabbed the girl by the elbow and spun her around. She struggled, but in a moment he had her in a headlock. His knife pressed against her throat.
Stop, all of you, or I cut her damn head off,
he shouted. The other students froze, glancing at Jezebel. Vera and the soldier holding her were too far away for Jezebel's stun gun to be any use. She gave a slow shake of her head.
Do as he asks,
she said curtly. Slowly, one by one, the students turned, raising their hands.
You, drop your weapon,
the soldier snapped, turning to Jezebel. She did as she was told. He must have either seen the soldiers sprawled on the ground, or Jez had had to pull out her own weapons. Jezebel held out her empty hands placatingly.
You can see I am unarmed. Let the girl go.
No, the soldier's voice was harsh.
I saw what you were doing. You'll disarm every one of these explosives. If any of them goes off, the girl dies. And when you're finished, you'll come back as our prisoners.
She hesitated for the briefest moment, and the soldier jerked Vera's head up, pressing the knife harder. A thin line of blood appeared on the blade, trickling off the end and dripping onto the icy cement.
"Very well," said Jespel. "I'll do it."
She glanced over her shoulder at the students.
"Don't move, any of you."
There was a cold fury hardening in her chest, but she kept her face completely impassive as she stepped forward, empty hands outstretched. The leader gestured the soldiers to step back from the weapons, to be out of range if she were to try anything. Jespel took a deep breath and peered into the muzzle of the first gun. The explosive had fallen far enough inside that it would be difficult to retrieve. But she glanced over her shoulder. Vera would die at the first hint of anything but blind obedience on her part. She sighed and reached down into the mouth of the gun as far as she could, straining with her fingertips. From behind her, she heard Vera's quick, labored breathing, loud in the utter silence that had enveloped their small company. Her fingers touched the explosive, and by dint of straining painfully with her fingertips, she braced it against the inside walls of the gun barrel and worked it high enough that she could grasp it. She pulled it out carefully, holding it out in an open palm as she turned, so the soldiers could see she meant no threat. And with their eyes fixed on the metal sphere in her half-open palm, they wouldn't have the attention to spare for her other hand, or the small packet she'd shaken loose into it from the sleeve of her jacket as she worked. She bent, hand still half open, and placed the sphere carefully on the ground in front of her, then stepped back from it.
"Now the next,"
commanded the soldier. Jespel half turned, as if obeying. The soldiers were out of range at the moment, yes. But she flipped the gel packet over in her hands, tearing it open as she did so, and sprayed it in a thin line that arced through the air and splashed down on the street in front of the soldiers. They stepped back in alarm, but the looks on their faces were annoyance rather than fear. The soldier holding Vera opened his mouth to shout something. He didn't have time to form the words. Jespel tossed the empty packet away from her and hit the controller hidden in her sleeve. The boom that followed shook the walls of the building around them, knocking chunks of prefab from decrepit windowsills and sagging doorways, and sending soldiers flying backwards like blocks in a children's game. The officer holding Vera half turned, staring at the place where his comrades had stood, his helmet knocked back from the force of the explosion, his jaw slack with shock. His hand on his knife had slackened too, for just a moment. Jespel stepped forward, yanking a heat pistol from her boot, and shot him squarely in the face. He fell, the knife clattering to the ground, and Vera stumbled forward, coughing and choking. Jespel caught her and steadied her on her feet.
"Are you all right?"
she demanded, tipping the girl's head back to examine the injury. It was only a scratch, and she felt suddenly weak with relief. On the other side of the crater she'd blown in the street, the soldiers were dazedly climbing to their feet. "Professor?" asked one of the students carefully. "What?"
"You see," said Jespel with grim satisfaction, "this is what I warned you about when I was teaching your chemistry class. If one of your experiments had gone wrong..." She turned to the soldiers. "You can put your hands up now and come in. We'll take you in alive. Or," she shrugged, "I still have some of that gel left."
"You wouldn't actually," one of the students asked, his voice mildly horrified. Jespel raised an eyebrow.
"They were threatening my students. I don't like it when people threaten my students."
Vera stared for a moment at the crater in the ground, then put her face in her hands and began to giggle hysterically. Jespel sighed and gave her a small shake.
"All right, that's enough. Let's go." They'll be waiting for us behind the barricade.
When the students, with as many of the gathered weapons as they could carry, and the bound soldiers in front of them, had started off down the street, Jezebel replaced the explosive she'd removed from the mouth of the gun and followed, dragging the rest of the unconscious soldiers behind her with an anti-grav. Outside the barricade, she paused for long enough to hit the controller for the explosives they'd planted in the cannons. The explosion that followed as she slipped into the barricade was loud enough to make her ears ring. Vera was waiting for her just inside. Dmitri had joined her and had a steadying hand on her shoulder. Vera's face was haunted, and there was a smear of blood on her jacket. "Thank you, Professor," she said quietly as Jezebel came up to them.
Like I said Jezebel, I don't like people threatening my students.
She paused.
Or my friends,
she added quietly. They ducked into the shelter. Most of the others were already there. Jez was sitting leaned up against a wall, and Lev, with gritted teeth, was fixing a bandage along a cut on her thigh. Her left arm hung limp, and Jezebel could tell at a glance it was broken. And at another glance that she and Lev had discussed this, and that Lev had wanted her in the medic tent to get it patched up, and that she'd insisted she wasn't damn well going anywhere until after their meeting, and that she'd won. Jezebel smiled slightly as she took her seat on one of the rickety camp's stools. Vera dropped to the ground beside her, putting her face in her hands, and Dmitri crouched next to her, his hand on her shoulder. Vera's shoulders were shaking slightly. Tay ducked into the shelter a moment later, Ivan close behind him. He looked utterly exhausted, the circles under his eyes dark as bruises, and Ivan caught him, his arm around Tay's waist as Tay swayed on his feet. They'd all been up all night, but Tay had been working nonstop to create and set the EMP device, and tune the implanted blocker to his and Jezebel's tech signature, so the pulse wouldn't affect their weapons. It had been nightmarishly complicated, and she wasn't sure he'd paused for long enough to breathe. He dropped wearily to the ground and leaned his head back against the shelter wall with a long sigh. At last, though, he blinked his eyes open and straightened. "What?" he began. Then he must have noticed the blood on the collar of Vera's jacket, because he jerked upright. "Vera, what happened? Is she—" "I'm fine," said Vera with a weary attempt at a smile. "I don't really want to talk about it right now." Her voice broke a little, and Tay's face tightened with worry.
"She's not hurt,"
said Jezebel quietly. Tay sighed. "Thank the lady for that, at least," he said, voice dull with exhaustion.
"How bad was it?"
asked Lev at last. Tay shook his head. "We lost 5 street kids and 2 students. A couple dozen more injured, 2 or 3 who might not make it to tomorrow." His voice was flat and toneless. "I'm sorry," said Jez. Her voice was quiet and almost as grim as Tay's. I tried to—"
"Jez, it's not your fault," said Tay. "We knew we wouldn't get through this without casualties. We all knew that. We did the best we could."
Jez nodded, looking away quickly. Lev put an arm around her waist, pulling her close, and she sagged against him.
"How many prisoners?"
asked Jezebel.
72 as far as I know,
said Tay quietly.
Which means they lost around 28. I don't think any got away.
"No," said Jezebel. "None got away." She should probably feel satisfaction. She wasn't sure why now. She simply felt sick. Finally, when they'd all stood and moved off to their own various tasks, Yesbel walked over and knelt beside her wife.
My love, are you all right?
Tanya nodded wearily.
Yes, I'll be fine. But I think I'd like to lie down, if that's an option.
Of course it is,
said Yesbel. She stood and helped her wife to her feet, and Tanya leaned against her as they walked through the gates of the university and into the lobby of the administration building, which they'd turned into a long, open dormitory.
Mama! Mamuchka!
Yesbel looked up in time to see Olya and Misko hurtling towards them. She scooped them up before they could plow into Tanya.
Hello, my loves,
she said, smiling despite herself.
Did you have fun with Dimas?
Yes, Mama,
said Olya primly.
But Misko got into trouble.
Yesbel glanced at Misko, trying to make her face stern. He pouted.
I don't like Dimas. I want Auntie Masha to watch us.
Yesbel closed her eyes for a moment.
I'm sorry, Misko,
she said at last, in a voice that was somehow steady.
Auntie Masha isn't here right now.
Misko gave a loud, aggrieved sigh and slithered down from her arms. Tanya had seated herself on one of the cots and looked capable of handling the 6-year-old, so Yesbel let him go.
Mama,
asked Olya softly, once Misko had clambered up on the cot beside Tanya and was loudly airing his grievances.
Yes, my love,
asked Yesbel.
What happened to Auntie Masha?
Olya's voice was small.
I thought she was our friend.
Yesbel looked down at her daughter for a long moment, trying to gauge from the girl's face how much she knew. At last, she shook her head.
Olyeshka, I'm sorry. Your Auntie Masha has something she thinks is very important. But to do it would have involved hurting people we cared about, so we didn't go with her.
Does she hate us now?
Olya's voice was even smaller.
Is that why she's trying to hurt us?
I don't think so,
said Yesbel at last, quietly.
I don't think she hates us. I don't know why she wants to hurt us.
Do you hate her, Mama?
Yesbel looked down at her daughter again, the hurt and confusion in her small face. She reached down and lifted Olya into her arms, pulling her into an embrace, and Olya relaxed into her arms.
It will be all right, my Olyeshka,
she whispered.
You'll be all right, and we'll figure this out somehow. I'm sorry, it's so hard.
She hadn't answered Olya's question. She wasn't sure she could. Chapter 17, Masha, Day 8, Evening. Masha leaned back in her office chair, pressing her fingers into her temples. On the holoscreen in front of her, she could hear the muffled shouts from the special ops troops, replaying in the video she'd watched at least 4 times. She'd known that going after the crew would be difficult, and she'd made contingency plans. But the ease with which they'd halted her first foray was disconcerting. A setback, certainly. Still, she'd dealt with worse. There was a tap on her door. She sighed, opening her eyes. Yes.
Acting Minister?
Radka sounded nervous. Masha shook her head. Yes, Radka. What do you need?
It's Minister Branka. She requests that you call her over the comm. She said she's tried to call you, but she couldn't get through.
There was a moment's pause.
Acting Minister?
The girl asked at last.
Is everything all right? Are you going to be? Will there be?
Masha sighed again. The girl needed to figure out what she was doing in government. A question like that could get her killed.
I appreciate your concern, but everything is fine. Thank you for the message. You may go.
For a few moments, the girl hesitated. Then, at last, her footsteps retreated down the hallway. Masha shook her head ruefully. When had she become someone who was so obviously soft? She took a deep breath and tapped her comm through to Bronca's line. Alonia! Bronca was clearly furious.
Yes, Minister Bronca? Asked Masha. I assume you called me to speak about the insurrection?
Believe me, Alonia, said Bronca through gritted teeth. You and I will speak about the insurrection at length. However... There was a momentary pause, and Masha raised an eyebrow. Whatever it was that Bronca was about to tell her, she clearly did not relish the task. However, the individuals behind the barricade have contacted me. They wish to speak to you specifically, Acting Minister. There was ice in her tone, and for half a moment, Masha had to bite back a smile. Of course. Jez would still have the codes to get through to Bronca's private line. She could imagine how that conversation had gone.
Of course, she murmured. I assume you will be listening in on the line?
Unfortunately, no. Bronca's tone was even icier than it had been. They have requested that the line be private, and unfortunately, it seems they have encoded their line such that our standard decryptors can't pierce it. Again, Masha had to bite back a small smile.
Very well, she said. Transfer the call through to my comm line then, please.
Bronca didn't bother to answer. There was a sharp click of her comm disconnecting, and then Masha's comm buzzed. She tapped it, pulling up the holoscreen, and looked into Lev's face for the first time in weeks. Masha. His expression was grim, and he looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes and face drawn and weary. Something tightened in her chest at the sight of him, but she plastered on the calm smile she wore like a mask.
Lev,
she said pleasantly.
As always, I'm impressed.
He gave her a grim smile. As am I. You've done well for yourself over the past few weeks, Acting Minister. She gave a non-committal shrug.
You're very kind.
He sighed, and for a moment she saw the strain in his face. Listen, Masha, he said wearily. Neither of us has time for games. I have something you want, and I'd like to bargain with you. She raised an eyebrow and sat back in her seat.
You have something I want, she said. What might that be?
72 Special Ops soldiers, said Lev in a flat voice. They're here, in one of the university buildings. They're alive, at the moment, and they can stay that way, and I can send them back to you. Or, I can set off one of Yezbel's explosions in the building where we're keeping them. She watched him for a moment.
And what is it you'd like in exchange for 72 lives? She asked at last.
Oh, I have a list, said Lev grimly. But we can start with medical supplies and a week of ceasefire. She couldn't help the spike of panic at his words. He must have seen it, because he gave her a sardonic smile. Worried about us now, Masha? After you tried to gun us down? You're worried that one of us got hurt? He leaned forward slightly. You'll have to keep worrying. You'll get nothing from me. No information, no pity, no quarter. If wondering which of us you killed and which you only injured keeps you up at night, I damn well hope you don't sleep for the rest of your life. She just watched him, without speaking. He was right. The thought of who might be dead, who might be injured, would haunt her. And in the end, it wouldn't matter. "So," said Lev at last, "are you willing to negotiate, or do I kill your soldiers?" Masha took a deep breath and leaned back slightly in her seat.
Lev, she said at last, as I see it, you have two problems. First, convincing me that you would actually do what you're threatening to do. Tay's behind the barricade, and Jez, and Tanya. Even you. I believe killing 72 unarmed people is not within your typical repertoire. And even if you were to convince me of that, she gave him a small smile, you'd still have to convince me how the lives of 72 people who have served their purpose, although not, I'll admit, as effectively as I'd hoped, would convince me to change my plans.
To answer your first question, Lev said quietly, when I came behind the barricade, it was with the person I love, more than you can possibly imagine. And unlike you, that means something to me. Since that day, you've been trying to kill her. Yesbel came back here with her wife and her 2 children. Misko is 6, Olya 8. You've killed people Tay cares about, deeply. I won't try to convince you of what we will or won't do to protect the people we love. But I will warn you that if you gamble on that assumption, you may find you're not holding the tokens you thought you were. There was a coldness in Lev's tone Masha hadn't heard there for a very long time. As to your second point, he continued, still smiling that small smile, you must think I'm very stupid if you didn't assume I'd taken that into consideration. So, he gave a small shrug. Here's why you're going to care about the lives of 72 people who were captured trying to carry out your orders. I know you have no loyalty and no conscience, but there are people in the government who do. The Minister for External Defense, for instance. I'm recording our conversation now as we speak, and when I kill the soldiers, I'll broadcast it, live, on the general channel, along with your commentary. The Minister for External Defense will get a front row seat. Every soldier's family members will see it streamed through their private line. I've gone over the information on their family members. Some have very powerful connections. It might be worth looking up yourself, if you have the time. The police will watch too, of course, and the rest of the military. You've played this game a long time. Tell me, how long will you last after something like that?
He leaned forward, placing his forearms on the surface of the battered table he was sitting at.
I've played this game too, Masha, and in this instance, I believe I'm holding the better hand.
She watched him for a while. He met her gaze, and she found herself trying to read in his expression what was happening behind the barricades. But then, that wasn't what she should be concerned about at the moment. She took a deep breath, and then let it out slowly. Very well, she said at last, her voice soft. I'm willing to negotiate.
Lev nodded grimly. In that case, I'll send through my list of demands.
She raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, Lev. If this negotiation is to take place, it will have to be in person. Any discussion over comms will hamstring what I am capable of agreeing to.
And I am afraid I'm not capable of agreeing to you coming behind the barricades, said Lev through his teeth. If you can't negotiate, I'll happily tell Yesbel to hit the controller on her explosives.
Lev, she said patiently, you could do that. And you're right. It would damage my standing. But you'd lose your bargaining chip, and I suspect that you need one at this point. Tay will confirm what I'm telling you. You can encrypt the message from your end, but there's no way for me to send a return message in a manner that will not be traceable. And if we are doing this negotiation while I'm physically in the government offices, I will be forced to run each of your demands up through a committee. Your actions yesterday have marked me as a persona non grata at the moment. I believe an in-person meeting is our only option.
And as I said, that's not an option.
Lev's voice was flinty. Masha took a deep breath. I'll send another minister, a neutral party, who you could negotiate with in good faith. There was a moment's hesitation, and she could see the uncertainty in Lev's eyes. He must be more tired than he was letting on. Usually, he was better at hiding his indecision. At last, though, he sighed.
And if I agree, what's my guarantee that this person wouldn't shoot us down the moment they were behind the barricades?
Masha gave a small smile. I understand that you are very well equipped to keep anyone from shooting at you, and my security will be that if for any reason you attempt to harm the minister I send, or take them hostage, I will instruct my people to shoot down, one by one, the families of the students who are currently behind your barricades with you. I have not done so to this point, because it would be politically inconvenient. But if you try to take a minister hostage, the calculus would shift. There was a long moment of silence. At last, Lev gave a brusque nod.
I'll consider it. I'll let Branka know within 24 hours whether or not your proposition is agreeable. If it's not, I'll assume we have no further need for negotiations, and I'll set off the controller for Jezebel's explosives.
And I shall sincerely hope that it does not come to that, murmured Masha. He tapped off his comm without responding. She stared at the blank holoscreen in front of her for a few moments, trying not to think too hard about the painful jolt the sight of Lev's face had brought, the way something inside her twisted at the coldness in his voice, the enmity. She'd made her choice, and so had he, and both of them were convinced they were correct, and both, apparently, were willing to commit atrocities to bring about their preferred ends. She still wasn't certain he would have done it, killed the soldiers in cold blood, but she wasn't certain that he wouldn't either. If Jez had, in fact, been killed. She cut off the thought quickly. It wasn't a possibility she was willing to contemplate, and she would prefer not to admit that, even to herself. At last, she sighed and tapped her comm to a private line. Acting Minister Alonia. Zhenya's voice was the same as always, that hint of amusement, as if everything in the world was a joke that they were the only person clever enough to understand. But under the amusement, she heard a hint of genuine admiration. I see that talent rises to the top. You've made the most of your time here, certainly. Thank you, said Masha. I was calling you, however, to discuss a proposition. Indeed, said Zhenya, but she could hear the tinge of interest in their voice. I believe you already owe me a favor. I do, said Masha quietly. But I suspect that my proposition may be as beneficial to you as it is to me. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the comm. At last, Zhenya said, I assume that this matter would be simpler to discuss in person? I believe it would, she said, smiling slightly. I'll be there shortly, then. They arrived a few standard minutes later. Masha was still staring at the holoscreen when they entered, replaying how the tiny, ridiculous band of students and street kids had taken down the system's
most elite military force. She glanced up as they sat in front of her desk. She was expecting, perhaps, a smug look as their eyes caught the screen she was watching. But their expression was grave and calculating. "I'd express my condolences," Zhenya said as they took their seat. "But I suspect they're not necessary. You've planned for this contingency, haven't you?" Masha kept her face completely blank. "I've underestimated you before, and I wouldn't have survived as long as I have if I made a habit of making the same mistake twice. So," they leaned back in their chair, "what do you need from me?" Masha studied them for a moment.
Lev contacted me, she said at last. He has the hostages they took when the soldiers made an attempt on the barricade. He wishes to use them to bargain for various concessions, a period of ceasefire, and medical equipment being among them.
Zhenya's expression was speculative.
"I've managed, I think, to convince him that this is best done in person. But I will need to send someone to negotiate. Someone with the ability to grant concessions, if necessary, and to bargain for concessions of our own. Someone I trust to carry out the interests of the government."
She could see the understanding dawn in Zhenya's eyes. "So," they said after a moment, "you want me to go to the barricades?"
"Yes," said Masha. "And as you might expect, there is something I wish for you to do for me while you're there."
Zhenya nodded slowly. "And in return?"
"And in return," Masha paused, "I have information that I believe you'll find very interesting indeed."
Zhenya raised an eyebrow. "If the information is sufficiently valuable, I believe we can come to an arrangement."
Masha gave them a small smile. "I'll let you judge that." She leaned forward, swiping across the screen of her holoscreen to the still shot of the footage from the burning of the apartment complex. She expanded the screen, pulling up the signature on the police captain's comm. "Do you recognize this symbol?" she asked softly.
Zhenya's brow creased in a frown, but they shook their head.
"Then I'll refresh your memory."
She tapped her comm again, bringing up another screen. She shouldn't have access to this particular information, not with the security designation she currently possessed. But she'd spent a long time in the government, and there were some security designations that did very little to keep her out. "Virnist Protocol," read the words at the top of the screen, and underneath there was a list of names, with their comm signatures beside them. Zhenya peered closer at the last name on the list, then sucked in a quick breath.
"Is that sufficiently valuable?" asked Masha quietly.
Zhenya looked up at her, genuine concern in their face. "Yevka," they said shortly. Masha nodded.
"Yes. She's going by the codename Mirny. She happens to be a former professor and mentor of our mutual friend, Lev. She's exactly as deadly as her reputation suggests, and exactly as intelligent as her position as mentor to Lev implies. And I assume she's causing chaos, because the worse things get, the more desperate the government will be for her solution. They'll give her whatever she needs to finish it."
Zhenya's face was tight with worry. "If you're correct," they shook their head, lips pinched. "We can't let her finish the protocol. That's the doomsday option. If you were telling Grigory the truth, everyone in the city breathed in her metal substrate. Politicians, police, soldiers, everyone. Once her program syncs with the metal in their brains, once she's controlling the commands that will kill whoever steps out of line, she'll control the system. They paused. She was a former mentor of Lev's. Masha nodded. You need to tell him. She frowned.
I don't believe I do.
Zhenya leaned forward on the table, their eyes piercing. You're very clever, Masha. So am I. But Yevka is not a person we can afford to take chances with. If what you're telling me is correct, Lev knows her. He may be able to come up with a solution neither of us can see. Whatever happens, she has to be stopped.
You honestly think Lev will agree to help us?
Masha snapped. To help us? No. But to keep that pilot alive? I think he'd be willing to do almost anything. You told me, Masha, that all of you breathed in the metal, correct? Even the pilot. She watched them for a moment, her heart beating strangely. Zhenya was right. They needed all the help they could get to stop Yevka, or at least delay her. But the thought of warning Lev, while at the same time going ahead with her plan, felt like more than she could bear at the moment. I know what you're planning, said Zhenya quietly. You're going to keep your crew alive, aren't you? Right up until the end. And then you'll betray them in exchange for whatever position you're angling for. The more dangerous they are, the more valuable your final betrayal will be. That's why you're not as upset as you should be by this setback. A crew who's proven they can defeat the military special ops. How much would the powers that be owe the person who could bring them in? But you can't use them as leverage if they're dead. I've heard enough about Yevka. She'll go after whoever is a threat. And if anyone in the system is a threat to her right now, it's not you or me. It's Lev. They sat back in their chair, still watching her. So, Masha, what will it be? I'll go to the barricades as your ambassador, and I'll get you what you need from the crew. And I'll warn Lev that Yevka's involved in this somehow. Or I don't go, and Yevka kills Lev, and with no one to stop her, finishes the protocol. She gains the power to kill instantly. Anyone who disagrees with her, you're left with nothing, and so am I. Masha studied Zhenya for a long time. There was a sharp ache in her chest, and a sickness coating the back of her throat. But Zhenya was right. She did need her crew alive, right up until the moment she betrayed them. It was all for a good cause. Once she was in position, she'd have the power to halt the bloodshed on the streets. No more pleasure planets. No more political prisons. No more mafia, tightening its hold on the poorest and most desperate and most vulnerable. No more government programs experimenting on street children. No more families freezing to death in their own apartment. When the undersecretary over city resources accepted a bribe from a gang leader and diverted their sector's energy to some favored politician. And to do that, to save the system, she'd sacrifice her crew. Although there was a chance that if she worked fast enough, she could save at least some of them. She saw again Lev's weary, drawn face in her holoscreen. Who had she injured in this last attack? Who had she killed?
Very well, she said softly at last. When you go back there, warn Lev, but don't mention the information came from me.
Don't worry, said Zhenya, a small smile playing on their lips. I don't wish to sabotage my own interests. I have a feeling your crew no longer holds you in high regard." She gave them her blandest smile, but she wasn't sure even that was enough to hide the sharp stab of pain at their words. Save her crew, or save the system. It had come to that at last. But then, that was exactly how she'd planned it. Chapter 18. Lev, Day 9.
20 or so? Coming in from Solovay Street.
Jez's voice was sharp, her words clipped, and Lev jumped to his feet, tapping his comm. "Jez, you all right? I'm on my way."
"Relax, genius," she drawled. "We got this. Just give me specs."
Lev tipped back his head, gritting his teeth. Jez was fine. Jez was perfectly capable of taking care of herself, even with a broken arm, and no damn sleep since... He sucked in a long breath, flipped up his holoscreen, and pulled the readouts from Tay's sensors. 22 of them, he said quietly into the comm, trying not to let the fear show through his voice. No riot gear, it looks like. If they have heat shields at all, they'll be minimal. Yezbel's mods should cut through them. He expanded the screen, squinting at it. As far as the weapons, just Army standard issue. If I were to guess, I'd say this is a squadron that's working unofficially.
"Well then,"
said Jez, and he could hear her grin.
"Guess we'll just have to unofficially kick their damn butts."
He closed his eyes again for a moment as the sound of a heat blast crackled through his earpiece, and Jez swore delightedly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He did much better at this on a full night's sleep, and he sighed, pushing the heels of his hands against his eyes. He had no idea when was the last time he'd had a full night of sleep. Not that he could anyways. The thought of what would happen tomorrow morning, what Masha might have planned, how she might sabotage the negotiations, how she might trap them or trick them somehow, was enough to keep him staring blankly at the dark ceiling long after he should have been unconscious. He glanced back down at the readout. Jez and whatever motley array of street kids she'd rounded up were showing up on the sensors now, their heat signatures bright spots along the barricades. It had been 36 hours since the attack, and this was the third unofficial retrieval mission they'd faced. And of course, no one had been able to talk Jez out of helping, broken arm or no. On the screen, the white flash of heat blasts burst from both directions. Defenders on the barricades and soldiers in the streets. He squinted closer at the screen and cursed. 5 soldiers had slipped down an alley and would be coming up behind Jez's position. "Jez," he said, tapping his comm. "They're coming through an alley, and they have long-range rifles. They're going to try to take you out from behind."
"On it,"
said Jez, her tone disturbingly cheerful. He shook his head and crossed to the door of the shelter. He could see the fight from where he was standing. His holoscreen was still open, and he was monitoring it with half his attention. But the other half was fixed on the lanky figure lying on her stomach at the edge of the barricade, firing with what looked like absolute delight. He glanced at the screen. The 5 who'd come around would be in range any second now. He gritted his teeth. Jez knew what she was doing. Jez damn well knew how to take care of herself. She tensed, then jumped to her feet, running in a half-crouch along the top of the barricades, until she was in position to have a view of the soldiers as they emerged from the alley. The first shot hissed out from the alley, and Jez enthusiastically returned fire. Lev bit back a curse. Then he noticed a soldier who'd apparently crept through before Jez arrived. They were halfway up the barricade right below where Jez was laying. He hesitated for half a second, swore,
and took off running. If he shouted to Jez, he'd distract her. And it was only her answering fire that was keeping the soldiers from getting into position to pick off the street kids from behind the sheltering wall of the alley. He scrambled up the barricade and threw himself down on his belly beside Jez. She glanced up in surprise as he yanked out his heat pistol and fired a blast directly in the face of the soldier, who was maybe half a meter from the top of the barricade. The man crumpled, tumbling from the barricade, and Jez raised an eyebrow at him. "Thanks, genius."
"Let's just take care of this,"
said Lev through his teeth.
"Can you keep them busy?"
She nodded, and he slid backwards to the ground and sprinted around to where the edge of the barricade jutted out. From here, he was pretty sure. Yes. There was a crack between two of the buildings that formed the small alley where the officers were hiding. He lined up the shot carefully. If he'd been Tanya or Jez, he'd have been able to drop one of the soldiers, but he'd never pretended to be a sharpshooter. Still, a heat blast from the unexpected angle did its work. A moment later, the shots from the alley ceased. He pulled up his comm screen and paged quickly through the scanner readouts. Sure enough, 4 heat signatures were fleeing back down the alley the way they'd come, and one, heat slowly fading in the cold of the winter air, lay crumpled at the base of the barricade, where Lev had shot him earlier. The rest of the soldiers appeared to have concluded this wasn't a fight they could win. They were retreating down the street, leaving their fallen comrades lying on the cobblestones. He closed his eyes and drew in a long, shaky breath of relief. They'd have to find a solution to this. There were too many places on the barricades where someone could get behind you, if they knew the streets well enough. For now, the sensors gave enough warning to keep anyone from being killed, but that required someone to be watching the sensor readouts at all times. And with the number of people injured and exhausted, and the number of people required to hold back an attack, it was becoming increasingly untenable. By the time he'd come back around the barricades, Jez was waiting for him, and his shoulders slumped in relief. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her face was drawn with pain. All the scrambling she'd been doing couldn't have been good for her broken arm. But she grinned at him. "Not bad, genius," she said, and he put his hands on her waist, inspecting her carefully for injuries, then pulled her into an embrace. She sagged against him, and that, more than anything, told him how exhausted she was.
"Are you all right?"
he whispered. "Yeah," she whispered back. "I'm good." But there was a tone in her voice that told him that she was approaching her limit. He drew back finally, and she gave him another weary smile. "Better go check on the street kids." He nodded and kissed her. Then she turned back towards the barricades, a hint of swagger in her step, even through her obvious fatigue. He watched her for a moment, affection and worry struggling in his chest, then shook his head and started towards the university administration building. With how cold it had been the last couple nights, they'd all but abandoned the small outdoor shelters. Even the roaring fires didn't provide quite enough heat to combat the cold air that seeped in from outside. And, well, they were running out of things to burn, to be perfectly honest. Among other things they were running short on. Tay waited for him in the building's outer lobby. Through the arched doorway behind him, Lev saw bodies sprawled on cots, people too exhausted to know or care what time it was. They'd been on full alert since the attack, which meant no one had slept more than a couple hours at a stretch. Even then, the barricades were large enough it was difficult to keep a full watch.
"Is everyone all right?"
asked Tay, voice tense. Lev nodded wearily and dropped into a seat.
"This time, yes."
Tay rubbed a hand across his face, shaking his head.
Thank the lady, he sighed. I don't think Ivan's left the medic tent since yesterday. And since they shut off the heat to the university buildings, we're running out of furniture to burn to keep warm. When is the minister Masha sent supposed to arrive? First thing tomorrow morning. And if we can't strike a bargain? You told her we'd kill the soldiers. I don't know that we have another option, said Lev quietly.
When the hell had it come to this? He'd just decided there were lines he wouldn't cross, things he wouldn't do. He'd just decided having a moral code, whatever that looked like, was worth the cost. And then this. What was the moral thing in this situation? Let the soldiers free and let Masha murder everyone behind the barricades, if they didn't starve first? Keep the soldiers alive and feed them with food pulled from the mouths of starving street kids? Kill them. Enemy soldiers, yes, but bound and helpless, to save the lives of the kids and the students who were trusting him to find a solution. They were silent for a few moments. At last, Tay sighed.
People are coming to the barricades every day now. They've heard about what's happening, and they want to join us. How are they getting past the police?
Asked Lev, frowning.
They're sneaking past some of them, said Tay. Or using their connections to get the officers to turn a blind eye. Some are bringing supplies, but they're also bringing more mouths to feed.
He shook his head.
I don't know what to do with them. I can't turn them away. If the police find out someone's come to join us, they'll shoot them. They risk their lives to join us, but...
He trailed off. Lev drew in a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to stave off an exhaustion headache.
I'll keep that in mind when I'm bargaining with whoever Masha sends.
He stood.
I'm going to get a firm count on supplies. See what we have left.
Tay nodded. The kid looked tired enough to sleep standing up, but he managed to blink his eyes back open.
I'll go talk to Misko. Maybe I can convince him to stop crying for a bit. Let Tanya get some rest.
Lev shot him a look.
Don't give Misko all your food. You need to eat too.
Tay scowled, and Lev smiled ruefully.
At least give him some of mine too. I'm not already sharing half of my rations with street kids.
Tay just shook his head and stumbled into the makeshift dorm. Lev watched him go, then slipped out the door. He was in the back of the medic tent, sorting through the pathetically small pile of supplies, when a small sound made him look up quickly. Jez stood there, watching him. There was a soft look on her face, tenderness and affection together. And suddenly, all the exhaustion of the day broke over him at once, and all he wanted was to collapse, Jez in his arms, and sleep for a week. She came over and crouched down beside him. "How's it coming?" He shook his head, too tired to come up with the words. She gave a small smile. "Hey, genius. It'll be all right. I don't know how necessarily, but hell." She shrugged wearily. "We've survived everything so far. Figure we can do it again." She dropped into a sitting position and pulled him down beside her, an arm around his waist. He didn't resist, just collapsed next to her and let his head drop onto her shoulder. "Genius," she said finally, her voice quiet. "Look, I'm worried about you." Something about the tone of her voice cut through all the damn shields he'd built up for the last, well, so long he couldn't remember.
I can't do this, Jez,
he said quietly.
I can't. Everyone behind these damn barricades is counting on me to somehow outwit Masha, keep us all alive, and I don't know if I can do it.
She was silent for a few moments, and he could feel the slow, steady rise of her breathing. Finally, she said softly, "You remember back in prison, when Tay thought it was his job to get all of us out all by himself? And when the prison lock system was a damn mess and he couldn't get through, he thought he'd failed all of us?" Lev turned his head and opened his eyes, glancing over at her. She wasn't looking at him, just staring ahead at the tent walls.
"It's not just us anymore, though, Jez,"
he said at last. He shook his head.
It's Tay's street kid friends. It's those damn students. It's the whole city. Everyone who risked their lives to stop this. And if I guess wrong, make the wrong decision, they'll die. All of them."
Jez gave a soft laugh. "See now? You're sounding like Techhead." She paused again. "Thing is, genius, we are who we are. We do the best we can. And then, when the tokens drop, we see how we've come out." She turned a little, so she was facing him. "And who you are? Well, you're a good person. You're—" Her voice wavered slightly, and she cleared her throat. "You're maybe the best damn person I know." She gave him that soft smile and leaned in, and he kissed her, desperately, as if maybe she was the only thing keeping him from going completely mad.
"I love you, Jez,"
he said, when they finally pulled back.
I love you."
His voice choked slightly, because the words were so painfully inadequate. Jez brushed her sleeve across her eyes, blinking. "Always figured you were a little crazy," she said, trying for a jaunty grin. "Anyway, you should probably go see your family." Her words were so unexpected that for a moment he just stared at her, not entirely certain he'd heard correctly.
I'm sorry, what?"
She rolled her eyes. "I said you should probably go see your family. You know, your mom and dad."
Perhaps I should,"
he said slowly, still staring at her.
"I'm not entirely certain they'd want to see me, considering I was the reason they were thrown in jail. But maybe when all this is over—"
She sighed, pushing herself to her feet, and held out a hand to pull him up as well. "I mean," she said patiently, "you should probably go see them right now. And I'm guessing they do want to see you, considering they've been asking for you since they got here." He was still staring at her blankly. Jez snorted with amusement. "They showed up at the barricades half a standard hour ago. Thought I told you that. That's why I came looking for you." It took a moment for her words to register. Then he had to reach out and catch himself on the tent wall, his legs suddenly too shaky to hold him. "Genius?" Jez's voice seemed to come from a long distance. He took a deep breath and straightened, trying to smile through the sick horror twisting in his stomach.
I'm sorry."
She grabbed his arm to steady him, concern in her expression. "Hey, you okay?"
"Yeah."
He took another deep breath.
"I'm sorry. Yes, I'm fine. I wasn't expecting—"
This. He hadn't been expecting this. Honestly, he'd tried very hard not to think about meeting his family again, ever since the day he'd watched on the holoscreen as they were escorted out of prison and to safety, to a location he didn't know and hadn't asked. And some small cowardly part of him had been hoping it could remain that way. His family safe, he unaware of where they were or what they were doing. Impossible for him to find. It wasn't that he wasn't doing his duty as a son. He simply had no way to contact them. He could still remember the look on his mother's face as they had escorted her into prison. He hadn't been able to speak to her, of course, but he'd been able to watch through the plexiglass shield. She'd been looking around frantically, face grim, fear and confusion in her eyes. It had been months since he'd visited them, because seeing the tiny, shabby apartment they lived in made him almost sick with a mixture of guilt and resentment at the fact they were there, and he was in a government apartment, dingy as it may be, with all the food he could eat, because even though he sent most of his wages home, the government food stamps were non-transferable. At the fact he wasn't teaching at the university, and it was because of them. He'd watched, swallowing down the bile in his throat, the heavy ache of tears in his eyes. And then, just before she was led away, she'd caught sight of him. He'd seen her eyes widen in recognition, her face go bloodless, and he'd turned away, unable to bear looking at her. Her last sight of him, as she'd been led away to her cell on his account, was of him turning his back. Even now, the memory made his stomach twist.
Lev, I can tell them you're busy. Hell, I'll tell them you got shot if you want me to. I sure as hell wouldn't want to see my parents if the bastards showed up. She paused. Not that they would. Probably forgotten my name by now anyways. The concern on Jez's face somehow made it worse. He should be thrilled his family was here. If he wasn't a damn coward, he would be. He tried to force his mouth into a smile.
No, it's fine. I should go see them. They've come a long ways.
She was just watching him, head cocked to one side. Her dark eyes held no condemnation, just sympathy.
Genius,
she said finally.
I don't know your family, but I know you, and hell, figure you should at least go talk to them. Because whatever it is gonna damn well eat you up from the inside until you do.
He closed his eyes for a moment.
Yes,
he said quietly.
I suppose I should.
He took another breath to steady himself and stepped around her to the door of the supplies tent. She kept pace with him, slipping her hand into his, and he clutched it, desperately grateful for her presence. Even if it meant she would see the dirtiest, ugliest, most shameful parts of him. He saw his parents at once, waiting patiently by the edge of the barricade, and his heart skipped strangely. They were so much older than he remembered. His mother's hair was streaked with gray, and his father's hair and short beard were gray all the way through. Their clothes were warm, at least, but ragged, and there was a drawn look to their faces, lines of worry cut deep into skin, leathery from Prasvashoni's harsh winters and damp summers. They hadn't noticed him yet, and for a small, shameful moment, he almost turned around. But Jez was holding his hand, and that gave him just enough strength to keep walking.
Hey,
called Jez cheerily.
Found him for you.
His mother and father turned quickly, and he watched the blood drain from his father's face, saw his mother reach out a hand as if to steady herself on some invisible support.
Lev,
she asked at last, her voice cracking slightly with emotion.
Is that you?
Yes,
he said, swallowing hard against the knot in his throat.
It's me.
Damn it to hell. Why did it have to hurt this much? Jez squeezed his hand tightly.
You look well,
said his father, clearing his throat.
I'm glad to see that. Your mother and I were worried.
His voice was a deep baritone, a similar timbre to Vitali, but rougher, less cultured. And Lev felt again that small, unexpected pang of bitterness. Brother of one of the wealthiest men in the system, and his children had grown up in poverty, barely scraping together enough food to survive, shivering under their thin blankets in their tiny, dilapidated apartment, much too small for all of them. He heard Vitali's scornful words.
Pity your father was still too proud to ask me for help. He was willing to sacrifice you rather than his principles.
His father had chosen the right thing. He'd had a line he wouldn't cross, and he'd held to it. Something Lev was still trying to learn. But,
"Thank you, Father,"
he said, keeping his voice polite.
"I was worried about you also. But you're well?" "Yes, we are. The apartment where we're living now is much more comfortable than the one we left. I understand we have you to thank for that."
He nodded, somehow holding on to his smile.
"Not me, particularly. The woman I was working for, but I'm glad to hear it."
"I heard you'd been in some sort of danger," said his mother, shifting her weight slightly. She'd managed to paste a smile onto her face as well, and it was odd how easily he recognized the pain behind it. It had been a long, long time since he'd seen her. Longer still since he'd visited her and not felt like it was a damn burden. Yevka had been more of a mother to him than she had. She'd probably known that would happen when she let him go as a 7-year-old, and she'd done it anyways. He pictured Olya, her bright, inquisitive eyes, the solemn enthusiasm in her voice. She wasn't even family, not by blood, at least. Could he have given her up? If he'd thought it would make her happy, could he have?
"Yes, a little,"
he said, trying to keep his voice light.
"But we made it through. I was working with an excellent team."
"Good," said his mother, trying again for a bright smile. "I'm glad you found good people." There were a few moments of awkward silence. Jez was glancing back and forth between Lev and his parents, a skeptical look on her face. At last, Lev's father said,
"And who is this young lady? I don't believe we've been introduced." "Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry."
He extracted his hand from Jez's and slipped his arm around her waist.
"This is Jez, my partner."
He glanced at her quickly as he spoke. They hadn't actually discussed this, but he was fairly certain that, based on the sheer amount of time they'd spent kissing, she wouldn't object to the term. She gave a small, happy sigh and leaned into him, her arm tightening on his waist, and he decided he'd surmised correctly.
"Jez, these are my parents."
"Nice to meet you," Jez said, with a jaunty grin in their direction. "Halfway decent son you've got." They both gave her looks of polite puzzlement. Lev bit back a quiet curse. He hadn't actually thought through this meeting, at least not in anything other than his nightmares.
"Well, you seem like a lovely person, Jez,"
said his father.
"I'm glad you took pity on us when you saw us stumbling around lost."
"Yes," said his mother, the brightness in her tone only slightly forced. "And I'm so glad my son found you. You both look very happy." "Yep," said Jez. "Just gonna say, he's a damn good person to have around in a fight. Hell, I'd probably have been a bloody spot on the pavement just this morning if it wasn't for him." There was a moment of silence. "Ah," said Lev's mother finally. "I'm very glad to hear that."
"It's good to have someone who has your back,"
said Lev's father, with a quick glance at his wife. Lev was struck suddenly by the affection in his look. He'd seen it as a child, but he'd never really understood it. Not until now. Not until Jez. Well, and that's not all he's good at, Jez continued cheerily. Because I'll tell you what, Genius here is damn good in bed. And I've had plenty of lovers, so I'm speaking from a hell of a lot of experience. I mean, he can... Jez, he hissed, cheeks heating. What? She turned to him, raising an eyebrow. It's true. Pretty sure I've mentioned it to you a time or two.
Jez, he was speaking through his teeth. I appreciate that, but...
She shrugged, turning back to his parents. Just saying, if I was a parent, figure I'd want to know about my kids' talents. Lev's mother and father were staring at them, expressions frozen. He groaned inwardly. So, Jez said, you live in Prosvishoni? Just outside the city now, Lev's mother murmured, tone slightly stunned. We did live in Prosvishoni when Lev was... She broke off, her voice trembling. Jez looked between her and Lev. Then she shook her head, rolling her eyes upwards, and pulled her arm from around Lev's back. Oh, for the lady's sake, go on, she whispered. And before he realized what she was doing, she'd placed her palm between his shoulder blades and shoved him hard. He stumbled forward, caught off balance, and then his mother caught him in an embrace. And the familiar, homey smell of her, the feel of her arms around him, hit him like a physical blow. He froze, unable somehow to pull away, the guilt swirling through him, paralyzing, cutting off his breath. My son, his mother whispered, voice thick with tears. My son, my Lyovushka. I was so worried. She pressed his head against her shoulder, rocking back and forth like he was a small child that needed comforting. He closed his eyes, fighting back his own tears, shame rising in his throat like vomit. She should hate him. She should push him away, spit on him, curse him. He'd damn well send her to prison. And his father. And his younger sisters and brother. My son. My baby. She stroked his hair with trembling hands. I've missed you, my Lyovushka. I've missed you so much. His breath caught in a strange sort of hiccup. And then he was sobbing. Choking, gasping sobs that shook his whole body. He squeezed her, his face buried in her shoulder, his eyes closed at the pain and the shame and the hurt of it.
I'm sorry,
he choked.
Mother, I'm so sorry.
My Lev. She was crying too, her voice catching. My Lev. There is nothing to be sorry for.
I bloody sent you to prison. You let me go away to school, and I didn't even come back to visit you.
His father stepped closer, pulling them both into an embrace, and Lev was suddenly completely enfolded in their arms. Like he'd been when he was a child, before everything, before he'd learned to despise them and given them reason to hate him in return.
Lev,
his father said at last, his voice barely a whisper.
My sonushka, my child.
Lev drew back slightly, wiping his sleeve across his eyes in a futile gesture. He could hardly see through the blur of tears. How, he began, but his voice choked off into another sob. He swallowed and tried again,
How can you still? I thought...
He blinked hard and wiped his eyes again.
Look what I did. Look what I did to you. I thought you'd hate me. You should have... Live,
said his father, voice thick.
You're our son. There's nothing to forgive.
His mother seemed still unable to speak, her face stained with tears, her lips pressed together against the sobs. But she looked at him, her eyes soft, and shook her head, and he had to swallow hard to keep from breaking down completely. Your father is right, she whispered at last. There is nothing to forgive, Yovushka. There never has been. And this time he did break down, the sobs catching painfully in his chest, and she held him, and his father put his arms around them both. They talked for a long time. It wasn't about anything important. They asked what he'd been doing, and he told them, at least the condensed and slightly sanitized version. And they told him about his siblings. His sister, just younger than him, and his brother, just older, had both found husbands. And his oldest sister had a new baby. And how mild the summer had been outside the city. Twice, he saw Jez or Tay and started guiltily, but Jez rolled her eyes at him and tapped through to his calm. Talked to Deckhead. We have this handled. I'd damn well better not see you working until tomorrow morning. And he knew he probably should protest, but he didn't. It was well past dark, and the cold was biting through their clothing and stiffening their muscles when Lev finally stood, scrubbing at the salt stains on his cheeks.
Mother, Father, I'll show you where we sleep. It's not much, but...
His mother embraced him again. She couldn't seem to stop touching him, as if she were trying to make up for the years and years he hadn't come home. The thought should make him feel guilty. But something about the past few hours had changed things. Changed him. There was still regret lingering in the back of his mind, and sorrow. But not guilt anymore. At least not for now.
Lev,
said his father, voice cracking slightly with tears.
Please, tell us what we can do to help.
Lev sighed shakily.
Nothing for now, unless you know how to treat burns and broken bones.
Lev's mother turned to him, her face set and slightly grim. Believe me, son, I've treated more than my share, your father as well. He looked at her in surprise, then managed a rueful smile. Of course, they hadn't exactly had the funds for a doctor.
All right, Ivan will appreciate that,
he said finally.
But sleep first. You won't get much of that around here.
They looked at each other and nodded, and he led them to the long row of cots. Then he left and wandered outside in the frosty air for a long time, staring up at the smear of stars, barely visible through the city's force field. Finally, when he was shivering enough that no amount of walking would keep him warm, he reluctantly returned to the administration building and slipped through the doors. It was pitchy dark, and the room had the faint tang of wood smoke, cut with the bitter chemical smell of the varnish from the ancient university furniture. He made his way by memory over to the corner where Jez would be sleeping, and for a few moments stood looking down at her, sprawled out on the cot they shared, a dark shape against the darker background. He smiled despite himself as he pulled off his boots and jacket. They all slept fully clothed now to conserve heat, and slipped into bed beside her. She stirred and murmured, "Genius?"
Yes,
Just me.
She rolled over just enough to kiss him, and he kissed her back, and her hand slid down the side of his face, pausing for a moment at the rough salt stains on his cheeks. She rolled up on her elbow. "You okay?" He could hear the concern in her voice. He cleared his throat.
Yes,
He said finally.
I'm all right.
She tapped on her calm light and studied him in its dim glow. Finally, she leaned forward and kissed him again gently. He tried to smile and somehow ended up having to swallow back a sob. She pulled him close, and he ran his hand through her tangled hair, and she brushed his tears away and kissed the places where they'd been. And when he finally fell asleep, tangled together with her, his head ached from crying, but he felt, strangely, lighter than he had in a long, long time. Somehow, by the next morning, he'd managed to compose himself. His father and mother were already hard at work in the medic tent, and he'd seen the relief in Ivan's eyes when they'd come. But it wasn't enough. They needed supplies, or people would start dying. "Liv." It was Mattia speaking through the comm. Their voice was quiet and tense. Lev tapped his comm, heart rate spiking.
Yes?
"There's someone here. They say you're expecting them." Lev closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
Thanks, Mattia. Tell them to wait. I'll come out.
They'd discussed this all morning. Going out would mean the possibility of getting shot, and he wouldn't put it beyond Masha to decide the easiest way to deal with this situation would be to take him out of the equation completely. But Jez and Tanya would both be up on the barricades with Yezbel's sniper guns, and it was still probably a better option than letting whoever it was behind the barricades. "Be careful, okay?" Jez grabbed his arm, pulled him around, and kissed him. The kind of kiss that turned his stomach into pleasant knots and left him gasping for breath. He stood blinking for a moment as she turned and scrambled up the barricade to her post. He gave a small shake of his head and forced the slight, unconscious smile from his face as he turned back.
I'll tell you to be careful, too. I'm not kissing you, though,
said Tay, and Lev gave him a reluctant smile. Then he turned and ducked out the small opening in the barricade. A bundled figure waited for him outside, under the dim light of a street lamp. Through the early morning fog, it was hard to make out details, and it wasn't until he got closer that he realized, with a jolt, who it was.
Lev,
said Zhenya, pulling down their scarf to reveal their face. He could hear Tay's sharp gasp through the comm. Zhenya looked the same as they had on Grigory's ship. Slender, self-possessed, the hint of a beard on their face, the traces of gray in their hair the only hint of their age.
Zhenya.
He forced his voice to remain calm.
I didn't know you worked in government. You move quickly.
Zhenya smiled. I didn't until a few weeks ago. I have our mutual friend Masha to thank for that.
I don't recall having a friend named Masha.
Ah, Zhenya studied him. A shame when friendships break.
If Masha sent you to convince me that she's really on our side, and this was all a misunderstanding, you're wasting your time and mine. So, why don't we discuss the reason you came?
Lev's voice was hard. Of course, said Zhenya smoothly. Business before pleasure. They paused a moment, glancing around.
Are you going to invite me in? I think you know I'm not.
They smiled. I suppose I can't blame you.
I don't care if you do.
Zhenya sighed.
their expression growing serious. Very well. They paused a moment. I am supposed to bargain with you. I'm authorized to offer you 2 days ceasefire, 15 self-powered heat sinks with enough combined BTUs to heat 1 quadrant of the university buildings, and enough food and supplies for a month. It's more than Masha wants me to agree to, but I'm authorized to give it. Lev frowned in sudden disorientation. He'd spent the last day and a half trying to figure out how to force Masha to give them the bare minimum they needed. And then, for Zhenya to open the bargaining with this. Objectively, the offer was much higher than it should have been, which meant either Masha was so desperate for a deal that she'd miscalculated, which he found difficult to believe, or Zhenya was indeed offering something that was near the limit of their authorization. And why would you tell me this? He asked finally. Zhenya made an impatient gesture. Because I'm hoping you'll accept it in exchange for the soldiers you've taken prisoner, they said. They were watching him, their gaze intent. And I'm hoping you'll take it as it's meant, as a token of goodwill. Lev narrowed his eyes, and Zhenya shook their head wearily. This is nothing to do with Masha. I had to barter my cooperation to tell you what I'm going to tell you. Don't try to make me believe that you have any interest in our well-being. No, but I have a great deal of interest in my own. They paused a moment. Yevka's back. She knows all of you are here. She's the one behind the gang's attack on the apartment complex, and behind much of the disturbances in the streets. I don't know her reasons, but if the relationship between you and Yevka is what Masha tells me it is, she'll be hunting all of you, and you in particular. Lev stared at Zhenya for a moment. He understood their words, but something in his brain was trying desperately to make them mean something other than what they did. He'd known Yevka was somewhere, presumably working on repairing the damage he and the others had done to her Viernist protocol when they'd broken into the university months ago. But this? Why tell me this? He asked finally, voice hoarse. Because if Yevka succeeds, I'll be as much at her mercy as you will. I do not intend for that to happen. They paused. And you're the only person I know of with a chance of outwitting her. They shrugged slightly. I must admit, I've grown somewhat fond of the 7 of you. The 8 of you, I suppose I should say. Give my best wishes to Tay and Ivan. But your deaths are entirely irrelevant to my interest. In the matter of Yevka, though, I believe our interests align. They straightened slightly, raising their voice to be overheard. You're a hard bargainer. That's my final offer. And believe me when I say, I don't have authorization to go higher. 2 days ceasefire, covering today and tomorrow. The heat sinks and food and medical supplies for a month, in exchange for the prisoners. I accept, said Lev at last, not taking his eyes from Zhenya's. Good. I hope you'll forgive my presumption, but I'd hoped we'd come to an agreement. I have the supplies waiting 2 streets down. Shall we discuss the logistics of the exchange? When Lev stepped back behind the barricade at last, Tay grabbed his arm. Are you all right? He whispered. I'm fine. Lev's tone was dazed. He could feel again the sick jolt of panic as a knife
aimed at him, buried itself in Jez's arm, as she collapsed, pale and shaking, on the floor of their apartment. Genius, what's wrong? If I need to shoot the damn bastard. He blinked and looked up into Jez's worried face.
I'll tell you in a minute. We need to get the prisoners together. Get them ready to send out.
The sun had slunk almost midway up the horizon by the time they'd gone through the monotonous process of the actual exchange, moved the supplies in behind the barricades, and scanned them for bugs or traps. All right, said Jez, when they were finally finished. Lev could practically feel the tension steaming off her. What the hell did Zhenya say to you? Because you damn well look like someone killed your grandmother.
Yevka, he said quietly. She was behind the attack on the apartment building. Behind at least some of the assassination attempts when you were in the government, Jez.
They stared at him. Yesbel looked shocked. Tay looked horrified. And Jez looked furious.
I don't know what she's up to,
he continued softly.
But I can guess. If she lets the situation get bad enough, they'll need her protocol. They'll give her whatever resources she asks for. This is her life's work, and she'll see it done or die trying.
What do we do? Asked Tay. He sounded almost shell-shocked. You mean besides leave the bastard in pieces in the bottom of the damn bomb crater? Asked Jez. Her tone was sharp with anger. She damn well tried to kill you, Lev, and I'll be damned to every hell in existence if she gets away with that. Lev sighed. He still felt a little like the ground had turned suddenly soft under his feet.
We have two options, I think, he said finally. First, we abandon our friends to go after her. We can't do that, so that leaves the second.
He paused.
We take down the government as quickly as possible. We throw it into so much chaos that her work is paralyzed. And I think I have an idea of how to do that.
Chapter 19. Masha, Day 10. Evening. Masha jerked her head up in momentary panic, then blinked hard, shoving the heels of her hands into her eyes. It felt like days since she'd had more than an hour or two of sleep in a stretch, and she wasn't sure how much longer she could keep going. Zhenya had struck a much too generous bargain. Masha knew them well enough, though, to know they wouldn't have done it if it hadn't advanced their self-interest somehow. And beyond ensuring it didn't affect her plans, she had no interest in Zhenya's ambitions. And if Zhenya had been attempting to buy their way into her crew's good graces, she doubted they'd succeeded. She'd seen the look on Tay's face when he'd come back from his meeting with Zhenya on the pleasure planet. Tay would happily watch Zhenya burn alive. Masha sighed and looked back at her holoscreen. She should go home, get some rest. She'd have to present a plan to Branka and a cadre of high-ranking ministers tomorrow, and that would be easier if she'd slept more than 2 hours beforehand. But Yevka was still out there. And Masha still needed to go through every scrap of footage Zhenya had procured in meeting with Lev, trying to find any hint as to what her crew's next move would be. Because she knew Lev, and he almost certainly had a plan. The images on the holoscreen were blurring in front of her eyes. She blinked hard, trying to bring her focus back. She was crouched beneath a table, the splintery wood rough against her hand. She could smell the laundry soap her father used when he washed clothes in the brush of the tablecloth against her face. He must have washed it recently,
because the smell was fresh and strong, almost enough to obscure the thick, metallic tang of blood. Almost, but not quite. A figure stood over the two bodies on the floor, turned away from her. There was a knife in their hand. Other weapons lay on the floor where they'd fallen, stained with blood. Mari's heartbeat pounded in her ears. Her stomach knotted so tightly it hurt. There were other people in the room, but she could only see them as shadows. The only person she could focus on was the silhouetted figure standing over the bodies, rimmed in light from the sun pouring through the narrow kitchen window. One of the bodies on the ground moaned, and the figure turned, considering. They crouched, lifting their knife. Masha started awake, heart pounding, acid coating her throat. She stood quickly. It didn't matter anymore what was on the holoscreen. She needed to get outside, needed the long walk back to her frigid apartment, the snow blowing sharp and cold against her face. She shut down her screen with a quick motion, gathered the information chips into her bag, and stepped into the hallway. She would have checked first, probably, if she'd been thinking, if she'd been less exhausted, less unsettled. The only warning she had was the faintest click. Even in her exhausted state, it was enough to send her diving for the floor. The impact of the heat blast knocked her sideways. The heat flickered through the heat shield she wore, burning against her skin, and then she was scrambling to her feet. One glance told her they were coming from only one side of the corridor. There was still a chance she'd get away. She wasn't finished with her plan yet. She couldn't afford to be killed. Not now. She yanked out her own heat pistol and fired off 3 quick shots. Even the best heat shield didn't completely stop a blast. Just spread it out enough that it wouldn't kill. It would still hurt. She turned to run. She was halfway down the hallway when she stumbled as something slammed into the back of her leg. She tried to put weight on it, but her muscles wouldn't obey. Damn it to hell! She didn't have time for this. It wasn't until she glanced down and saw the gutting knife embedded in the back of her calf that she realized what had happened. It wasn't until a few moments after that the pain registered. It was white hot and sickening, and she sucked in a shallow gasp. She couldn't afford this. She couldn't afford to be killed. Not now. But when she tried to take a step, her leg wouldn't hold her weight. Her attackers were coming down the hallway towards her, faces grim behind their heat visors. Another heat blast hit her in the back, sparking and glowing as her heat shield dispersed it, and then another. Her skin under the shield burned. And then an arm was shoved around her waist, and someone yanked her after them. She stumbled, and they shrugged her arm over their shoulder, taking her weight off her injured leg. "Run," they hissed, and Masha leaned her weight on her rescuer's shoulder, and they took off in a stumbling run down the corridor. Whoever it was clearly knew the building well. They dragged her down a side corridor, and then another, and then down a longer, wider corridor that led to the main building lobby. Even at this time of night, it would be unusual for guards not to be posted there. Their pursuers must have come to the same conclusion, because their footsteps faded behind them. Masha stumbled, suddenly dizzy, and her rescuer caught her and helped her gently into a sitting position, leaning her up against the wall. "I'll be right back," they whispered, and even with her head spinning sickeningly, Masha recognized the voice. "Rutka," she croaked, but the girl was gone. She returned a moment later with a first aid kit from one of the emergency cupboards. "Acting Minister, are you all right?"
she asked as she knelt beside Masha. Her voice was trembling. Masha swore. Her whole body felt shaky, and something icy was coating her veins. "What the hell were you thinking?" she hissed. Radka pulled out a self-sealing bandage and a disinfectant spray and looked up at her stubbornly. "You were going to be killed. You idiot. I've told you 100 times. That's not your damn concern. If you want to stay alive here, you learn to mind your own plaguing business." There was hurt in Radka's face now, along with the fear, but her jaw was set. "You were going to be killed." Masha swore again and took the disinfectant spray from the girl's hands. But her own hands were shaking so hard, she almost dropped it. Radka watched her for a moment, then gently took it back from her. "Here, let me." Masha closed her eyes for a moment. There was no reason to react like this. If the kid had died, it wouldn't have made any difference in the long run. But the shakiness in her muscles and the ice in her chest told her she didn't believe that. It was because she was tired. She was exhausted and stressed, and that was the only reason she was reacting this way. Radka sprayed the disinfectant on her wound and sealed on the bandage. "Do you need painkillers?" she asked. Masha took another deep breath before she opened her eyes. "No," she said, keeping her voice flat. "I don't. I have work to do tonight, and I don't need—" "Acting minister," said Radka in a low voice. "You are damn well going home. I'll call the guards if you won't go yourself. I'll tell them you're drunk." Masha stared at her for a few moments in complete astonishment. Finally, despite herself, she gave a faint, exhausted chuckle. "All right," she said. "I'll go." Radka stood grimly and helped Masha to her feet. "I'll come with you." One glance at the girl's face told Masha nothing she could say would deter her, and she realized suddenly that she was too weary to try. So instead, she gave a faint nod. I'll have to." Radka hesitated a moment. "It's fine," said Masha wearily. Her head pounded dully, and she felt almost like she was floating, the pain in her leg the only thing keeping her tethered to the ground. Radka put an arm around her waist, and Masha leaned on her, and they made their slow, painful way back to within sight of Masha's apartment complex. "Are you all right from here?" the girl asked. "I'm fine," said Masha curtly. "Go home. I'll ask Branka to reassign you. You're not working for me again." "I don't care," said Radka softly. Masha glanced at her. She was staring at the ground, but there was a stubborn set to her face that told Masha nothing she could say would convince the girl of the stupidity of her actions. So at last, she turned and stumbled her way into the complex, up the stairs, and into her tiny, grungy apartment. She hit the lock, and then the security lock, her hands trembling so much she almost couldn't manage it, then stumbled to her bed, fully clothed, too exhausted even to treat the angry blisters around the edges of her heat shield. She didn't remember hitting her pillow. But even in sleep, she couldn't escape the nightmares, and she watched her parents die, over and over, her hand on the splintery table leg and the smell of fresh laundry soap in her nostrils. Chapter 20. Tay, Day 11.
"Be careful, Tay," said Lev quietly. "I'll be on the comm if you need anything. If there's trouble, get out. We can always come back another time.
Tay nodded.
Lev was lying, and they both knew it. Their discussions the evening before had ended with the inescapable conclusion they were running on borrowed time. The ceasefire ended tomorrow, and once it was off, their ability to leave the barricades would shrink to virtually nothing. Their plan was simple, but born of pure desperation. He wasn't sure he'd have agreed to it in other circumstances. Lev had information on where the high-ranking government officials put their family members when there was an emergency situation in the city, and they were going to take the building, take the people inside hostage, force the government to negotiate, force them to disavow Yevka and disenfranchise Masha, and possibly save the lives of their ragged revolutionaries. Normally, he would have balked at the idea of holding innocent people for ransom, but he'd spent too long these last few weeks watching police and soldiers shooting at defenseless kids, and at this point, well, Lev's plan was probably kinder than what he'd have wanted to do, given the chance.
You have the explosives?
Asked Yesbel.
He nodded. Good luck then, she said.
He and Ivan slid through the barricades and set off quickly down the almost deserted street. There were few police officers out, and fewer civilians. Those who were in the streets had scarves pulled low over their faces, shoulders hunched defensively, as if that would protect them from a heat blast or a beating. Tay and Ivan pulled their own scarves lower and tried to blend in. Tay slowed as they got closer to the edge of the northeast sector. He could tell when they were approaching the police cordons. The short, sharp blip of sirens, turned on and off quickly in warning. The way people who were supposed to look like civilians, but were far too obviously officers in plain clothes, lounged at street corners and impromptu checkpoints. The way the very, very few actual civilians who were desperate enough or unlucky enough to step out into the streets even now, glanced around in nervous, jumpy apprehension at every sound. And then ahead of them, the street was barricaded off. He ducked quickly into a side alley, hitting the scanner on his comm, and Ivan slipped in beside him. Tay peered down at the scanner readout.
13 officers, it looks like. The way the force field is set up, it looks like they're more worried about people getting in than people getting out. But they're not going to let us walk through.
He blew out a quick breath. He had Yesbel's explosives, but blowing the hell out of a police barricade would likely be taken as breaking the ceasefire. Ivan was frowning, and there was an odd tension in his posture. Finally, he glanced over at Tay with a quick smile that didn't reach his eyes.
Listen, I used to live around here, back in university. I might know a way through. Follow me.
Ivan led them down the alley out into the street, and a few blocks north. Then they slipped into another alley behind an apartment complex, and Ivan paused at the back door. He bent over the lock pad, frowning, and typed in a quick code. The door clicked and swung open, and he beckoned Tay inside.
Friend's old place,
he whispered. Tay gave him a quizzical look, but stepped through the door. They climbed a dingy staircase, pausing at the fourth-floor landing. Ivan seemed to know exactly where he was going. He didn't hesitate on the stairwell, just led them down the narrow, mildewed corridor to the very end, where a grimy window looked out over the street. He paused a moment at the window, facing away from Tay. At last, he turned, a small smile on his face, but Tay could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands clenched and unclenched.
There's a metal decorative ledge outside the window that goes around the building. It just so happens that the ledge on the building across the street has come off the wall a bit and swung out over the gap. As long as you're not afraid of heights, we should be able to get across between them. It's more stable than it looks."
He paused again and gave another faint smile.
Or it was. Either that or 5 years ago, I had a much lower sense of self-preservation than I do now.
He turned away again, his whole body tight. Tay took a deep breath. This was going to kill him. Seeing Ivan like this was going to actually kill him. He reached out and put a hand on Ivan's arm. For a moment, Ivan's body remained tense. Then his shoulders dropped, and the expression on his face was thick with pain.
"It was your boyfriend, wasn't it?"
asked Tay quietly.
"The one who was killed."
Ivan nodded wordlessly and put a hand to his face in a gesture that Tay recognized all too well.
"I'm sorry,"
Tay said. Ivan brushed his hand quickly across his eyes and turned to Tay with a forced smile.
"It's fine. I should have gotten over it years ago."
He cleared his throat.
"Anyways,"
he said, clearly trying to lighten the mood.
"The point is, he and I were stupid college kids, and we thought it was very romantic to visit each other by climbing across between our buildings. And..."
He turned to Tay, and this time, his smile was a little more genuine.
"And this time, if I can use it to keep the person I love alive, well then..."
Tay managed to smile back, and Ivan leaned over and gave him a quick kiss. Then he turned to the window, fiddled with the latch, and pushed it open. The freezing wind outside carried the scent of snow mingled with the faint, ever-present chemical stink of Prosvishoni air. Ivan frowned, peering out.
"We'll have to be careful. It'll be slick, and who knows how much wear and tear 5 years has put on it. But,"
he gave a wry shrug,
"I think it's our best option if we want to live through this."
Tay took a deep breath. He wasn't afraid of heights. Hell, between the police and the gangs and the street kids who'd become killers, he'd hardly had time to be afraid of things like heights. But he glanced out at the narrow path Ivan had indicated. The ledge on their building was crusted with snow, forming a slippery diagonal slant bordering on vertical, and the ledge across from them, jutting out from the old apartment block, was shiny with ice. And the gap between them was a solid 1.5 meters.
"I'll go first,"
said Ivan, his voice calm and businesslike.
"You follow me, step where I step."
He paused.
"Unless I fall, in which case, I'd advise finding a different place to step."
Tay scowled, the worry a tight band around his chest. Ivan chuckled, leaned in, and kissed him again, then stepped out onto the icy ledge, balancing there for a moment. Tay had to force himself not to look away as Ivan started along the ledge, kicking the snow with the toe of his boot as he went, to form footholds. When he'd gone a few steps, Tay climbed up as well, balancing on the ledge for a moment. At the very least, if he was close enough, maybe he could grab Ivan if he slipped. Although, more likely, that would send both of them tumbling to the ground. He took a deep breath, steadfastly avoiding looking towards the street, much too far below him, and started along the ledge. The wind caught at him as he stepped out, trying to tear him from the narrow pathway. The ledge was maybe 20 centimeters wide, and there was nothing to hold on to. Only the bare prefab block wall. He inched along, trying instinctually to be quiet, although in the blowing wind,
It was unlikely that the police below would be able to hear them anyways. Ahead of him, Ivan paused for a moment at the gap between the buildings. He waited until Tay had caught up, then whispered, "I'm going to jump first. I think it will hold me, but like I said, I don't know what 5 years has done to it. I'll give you a signal if it's safe." Tay gave a tight nod, resolutely avoiding looking at the gap. Ivan hesitated a moment, his body tensing slightly. Then he gathered himself and jumped lightly across the gap. He lost his footing as he landed, and Tay choked back a curse as Ivan's feet slid out from under him, and he landed hard on his stomach on the slippery surface. His hands scrabbled at the ice, and Tay braced himself to jump, as if, perhaps, somehow, he could grab Ivan before he fell. And then Ivan caught himself and lay still for a moment, panting. The narrow ledge swayed in the wind, dipping slightly at his weight. Finally, Ivan pulled himself up on his elbows and got carefully to his feet, glancing back at Tay. "All right, jump, and I'll grab you. I don't know how much longer the ledge will hold." Tay closed his eyes, offering up a quick prayer to the lady on the off chance she was bloody listening, and then leapt across the gap. He landed, and his feet slid out from under him on the icy surface. For one heart-stopping moment, he was sliding towards the edge. Then, Ivan's hand caught his jacket and hauled him back up. The broken ledge swayed ominously under them. Ivan grabbed Tay's hand and dragged him at a half-run along the narrow, slippery surface, finally pulling both of them up into the meager shelter of a windowsill. The ledge groaned again and broke ponderously free from the building. They sat, frozen for a moment, listening to the shouts and exclamations from the street below, as the ledge crashed down and the police officers leapt out of the way. Then Ivan bent quickly, feeling for the latch on the window. It popped open, and they fell inside, panting. Tay scrambled to his feet and leaned against the wall for a moment, his entire body shaking from a combination of cold and nerves. Beside him, Ivan was shaking as well. But after a few long breaths, he managed a small laugh. Either that was a lot more exciting than I remembered, or I truly had no nerves to speak of 5 years ago, he said. Tay chuckled shakily. I didn't realize how dangerous it was to be a government brat. I think that only applies if you're a very stupid government brat. Ivan's voice was amused, but still slightly shaky. He took another long breath and straightened. We'll have to find a different way back, I suppose. But we're on the right side of the police cordon now, at least. Tay shuddered. Honestly, even if that damn thing hadn't gone down, I think we would have been finding a different way back. Ivan chuckled. I wouldn't have argued. He paused a moment, then leaned forward and gave Tay a quick kiss. And something about the combination of the shaky adrenaline from the jump and the warmth of Ivan's lips on his left Tay breathless, his legs so shaky he had to grab for the wall again when Ivan drew back. Tay, are you all right? Ivan's eyes were dark and concerned, and for one ridiculous moment, all Tay wanted to do was pull Ivan's mouth back down to his and kiss him until they were both dizzy. He closed his eyes and swallowed hard. They had a damn job to do. There would be time for that later. Maybe, when they weren't all about to die. I'm fine, he said. But he wasn't sure how steady his voice was, and when he opened his eyes, Ivan was still watching him with concern. They made their way down the grimy corridors,
almost identical to the ones in the previous building, down the dilapidated staircase, and through the long hallway to the main lobby. When they reached the door to the outside, Ivan paused. "Remember," he said quietly, "you belong here. You're not a street kid. You're some underminister, or an undersecretary to an underminister." Tay nodded, his whole body still shaky with adrenaline from earlier. Ivan pushed the door open, and Tay followed him into the streets. A police officer glanced up quickly, glaring at them as they stepped outside. "Where are you going?" Tay felt his muscles stiffening, but Ivan said smoothly, "My apologies. Today's our day for ration lines, and we barely had enough for the week. We'll make the trip as short as we can." "If you were smart, you wouldn't make it at all," the officer growled. "Hard to eat when your insides are cooked solid from a heat blast." Ivan raised an eyebrow, his voice taking on a slightly imperious tone. "I hadn't heard there was a citywide curfew. Perhaps I should call in to my superiors, let them know about the new development." The police officer scowled at him, clearly unhappy with this turn of events. "There's no curfew," she grumbled. "If people are idiot enough to walk out in the streets like this, they deserve what they get." She stepped back grudgingly, and they walked past her out onto the main street. Ivan's pace was unhurried, but purposeful. The walk of someone who knew exactly where they were going and how long it would take them to get there. When they were out of sight of the officer, they slipped into a narrow alley, and Tay let out a long breath of relief. "What now?" asked Ivan, face grim. Tay closed his eyes for a moment, feeling under his shirt for the bag of explosives Jezebel had given him. How the hell had putting explosives in a bag around his neck become something he did? "We can't put the explosives too close to the apartment block, because we need them to provide a distraction," he said quietly. "But they need to be close enough so that the EMP casings I put on them will take out the weapons of the guards in the building. So he gave us a list of potential places to plant them that could look like something that would be our actual target. And hopefully with Jez running distractions up by the government buildings in the next few days, they won't think about checking here." He pulled up his holoscreen, and they bent over it. "I'm a little familiar with that end of town," said Ivan at last. "I think here, the city transport infrastructure building, that will be the easiest to get to, and the least likely to kill someone when we set it off." Tay nodded wearily. "All right, I guess we get walking then." By the time they reached their destination, Tay's boots had rubbed a blister on one heel. The building was squat and unimpressive, the prefab bricks cracked and crumbling, the roof sagging as if under the strain of too many heavy snowfalls. Tay studied it carefully from the mouth of the alley where he and Ivan were sheltered. He spent too much time around Jezebel not to know how to take down a building. "Here," he said at last, pulling out the bag of explosives. "You take half, and I'll take the other. You know where to set them, right?" Ivan gave him a small smile. "Jezebel made very certain I knew where to set them." Tay pulled out 3 of the explosives, tucked inside the EMP shields he'd created. They should, if all went as planned, trigger the EMP pulse at the same time the explosives went off. "Meet back here when we're done," said Ivan. Tay nodded, and they slipped off in opposite directions. Setting the explosives was the work of a matter of minutes, and Tay sucked in a quick breath of relief when he placed the last one carefully at the base of the wall and turned quickly back to the alley. When he reached it, Ivan was waiting for him. "We need to go," he said, his voice tight. "I think they've noticed us." "What happened?" asked Tay sharply. Ivan shook his head. "Nothing yet, but..." Tay grabbed Ivan by the jacket and shoved him backwards against the wall, the conscious part of his brain realizing only as he did it what he'd heard. A moment later, the ground at their feet erupted in a blast of flame.
What the hell?
Ivan choked, and then Tay had dragged him forward, shoving him ahead of him, and they were running down the alley as fast as they could.
Weapons drone,
he panted. He pushed Ivan down a side street and turned, grabbing for his heat pistol. But a blast from the drone knocked him sideways, flinging the heat pistol from his hand. He swore and scrambled after it, but Ivan got there first, snatching the gun as another heat blast charred the cement in front of them. He tossed it at Tay, and Tay grabbed it out of the air, rolling onto his back to point it at the drone. A laser blast hit the street where he'd been, and he fired blindly. There was a hiss and whine of overheated metal, and he scrambled to his feet as the drone collapsed in on itself, falling to the ground with a metallic clang. He turned quickly. Ivan had staggered to his feet as well.
They'll send another drone,
Tay snapped.
once they figure out this one was shot down.
Ivan swore softly.
We'd better get the hell out of here then.
Tay nodded, and they took off down the street. Behind them, the ubiquitous screech of police sirens was drawing closer, and now Tay could hear the high-pitched, almost inaudible whine of drones. He led them down alleys and through back streets, keeping an eye over his shoulder to make sure that Ivan wasn't falling behind. There was no way in hell they'd make it back before they were caught. He turned over his shoulder, raising his heat gun, and shot twice as a drone appeared at the mouth of the street behind them. The drone exploded.
This way,
panted Ivan. He grabbed Tay's jacket, pulling him down a side street, and Tay followed without asking questions. The police officers were close enough that he could hear their shouts now over the whine of their skybikes. And then he heard, ahead of them, the low-pitched, gurgling rush that was so much part of the noise of the city, he'd almost blocked it out. He knew, suddenly, where Ivan was taking them. He wasn't sure if he was impressed or horrified. A moment later, they emerged onto the banks of the river. The concrete embankment was coated with solid ice, creating a smooth surface that fell almost 2 meters to the surface of the river itself. The river wasn't completely frozen yet, but thick ice edged both banks and had formed a smooth sheet over the detritus that had accumulated along the bottom of the river over the years.
"This should get us past them,"
said Ivan grimly.
"There's cordons set up on either bank, but I doubt they're watching the river. And if we stay low, they shouldn't notice us."
Tay stared down at the sluggish water, tasting sharp, acrid fear. Every damn year, he'd hear of another street kid, or more than one, who died in the river, trying to cross it, trying to get away from police, just fallen in and been unable to get out. He'd almost lost a kid there 2 years ago. Sergei had been sobbing and shaking and half drowned by the time he and Petty had managed to pull him from the river. And that had been in the summer. Behind them, the sirens were growing louder.
"Just trust me on this, okay?"
said Ivan softly. Tay took a deep breath and nodded.
"Keep a hold of my jacket,"
said Ivan, turning to the bank.
"Your body's going to seize up when you hit the water. Whatever you do, don't let go of me."
Tay nodded again, grabbing the back of Ivan's jacket. Then they slid down into the icy river below. The impact of their feet sent a sharp crack through the ice, but it didn't break, and they staggered on the slick surface. For just a moment, Tay had the brief, irrational hope that maybe they wouldn't have to swim after all. Maybe they could stay on top of the ice. And then the ice cracked again, and they plunged into freezing water up to their chests. The cold was so intense that for a moment Tay couldn't breathe, his muscles frozen, the water like a knife against his skin. Ivan's head went under, and panic unfroze Tay's muscles, and he yanked up on Ivan's jacket, bringing him to the surface coughing and spluttering. Ivan's lips were purple, but he managed a quick, strained smile. "Thanks." Tay nodded, although he was shivering so hard by now he could hardly manage it. He'd never bloody learned to swim, and the water clutched at him, grabbing his clothes, dragging him down. "Just relax." Ivan's voice was shaking. "I won't let you go under." Tay forced himself to go limp, leaning his head back into the icy water against Ivan's arm and letting his feet slide across the icy surface below him. Through the narrow cement embankments, he could see the blue glow of the police force field and the tips of the helmets of a couple officers leaning up against the wall near the bank. He was shaking so hard he could hardly breathe, and the pain of the icy water cut into him, stabbing through his muscles, aching in his joints. And then he glanced up again, and they were on the other side of the police barricades. He yanked on Ivan's jacket with clumsy fingers, pulling them toward the edge of the bank. The river drew them along relentlessly, but as they fumbled towards the edge, Tay grabbed at a heavy iron ring set into the cement, rusty and thick with ice. His hand was almost too cold to grab it, and when he did, the river nearly jolted Ivan's jacket out of his grasp, but he hung on grimly. Ivan struggled against the current, and finally came up beside him, grabbing the ring as well and clinging on with both hands, and for a few moments they stayed there, panting and shivering. They had to get out, soon, or they'd die here. But it was hard to think about that when a strange, creeping warmth was replacing the numbness in his muscles, clouding his mind and making him feel, suddenly, sleepy and almost content. "Tay." He looked up sharply. Ivan was watching him, concern on his face. And the sight of Ivan's face, his blue lips and glassy eyes, brought Tay back to himself. "We have to get out," he mumbled through frozen lips. Ivan nodded. "I'll help you up first, all right?" Tay was too cold and exhausted to argue. Ivan bent, somehow making a step from his leg, and between them, they got Tay's foot onto the frozen iron ring. "Ready?" Ivan asked, and when Tay nodded, he pushed Tay up, and Tay managed to straighten, grasping desperately at the icy banks, and finally catching his fingers in a crack between two blocks of cement. He clung there for a moment, his arms almost too weak to lift him. But finally, he managed to haul himself up onto his stomach on the bank. He turned back, and a sudden horror jolted through him. Ivan's head was tilted back in exhaustion, his eyes half closed, and as Tay watched, his grip loosened a little on the iron ring. "Ivan!" he shouted. He scrambled clumsily to his feet, panic granting him new energy. Ivan blinked his eyes open, and his voice when he spoke was faint and a little dreamy. "I'll be fine," he mumbled. Tay cursed, stripping his jacket off with hands that trembled so badly he could scarcely manage the buttons, and dropped down on the edge of the bank. Ivan was too far below to be able to grab his jacket sleeve, even if his grip was strong enough to hold on. Tay fumbled with the laces on his tunic, pulling it off over his head. His hands were too clumsy to form a knot, but by bracing one end of the material against the cement with his knee and using his teeth to pull it tight, he managed to knot the jacket and the shirt together and craft an awkward slip knot in one end. Then he dropped onto his stomach again and leaned over the bank. "Ivan!" he hissed. For a moment, Ivan didn't respond, and Tay's heart caught in his throat. At last, though, he glanced up, and Tay slumped in relief. "Ivan,
I'm going to toss this down. Put your wrist through the slip knot and hold on. I'll pull you up. He wasn't sure how he'd manage that, honestly, but he didn't have time to worry about it. Ivan nodded weakly, and Tay tossed the trailing end of the jacket towards him. He was never quite sure afterwards how he managed to pull Ivan up. All he knew was Ivan would die if he failed, and so he couldn't fail. At last, though, Ivan fell onto the bank and lay gasping. His face was gray with cold, and he wasn't shivering anymore, and that frightened Tay more than anything. You go on, Ivan mumbled at last. I'll catch up. Tay rolled over and shook him roughly by the shoulder. Get up, he said through his teeth. You're going to die. Ivan gave a small, soft laugh that chilled Tay even more than the frigid water. I'll be fine, he murmured, eyes still closed. It's not nearly as cold as it was. His fingers fumbled at the buttons of his jacket, and Tay realized with sick horror he was trying to pull it off. Damn you to hell, Ivan, he choked. He stumbled to his feet and grabbed the front of Ivan's jacket. Ivan was taller than he was, and heavier, and Tay's muscles were still weak and shaky from the cold. But panic gave him a strength he didn't realize he had. He hauled Ivan to his feet, and Ivan stumbled, almost falling again, eyes still shut. I swear to the damn lady, Ivan, you come with me, or we both die here. At his words, Ivan's eyes blinked open. Tay, he mumbled. No, you go back. I'll come later. You come, or we both die, because I'm damn well not leaving you. Tay's whole body was shaking from cold, his teeth chattering, and he wasn't actually sure he'd be able to walk anyway. Maybe Ivan had the right idea. Ivan swayed again, and Tay grabbed him to keep him from falling. Then I guess we'd better get going, he murmured, with a sickly attempt at a smile. Tay made a choking noise, halfway between a laugh and a sob, and somehow he forced his legs to move, and they stumbled forward. It should have been about a 20-minute walk to the barricades from where they were, but it seemed to take hours. He'd long ago lost feeling in his hands and feet, and by the time the barricade finally came into sight, through a narrow back alley, in the place that was least likely to be watched, Ivan was leaning on him so heavily, Tay was practically carrying him, Ivan's skin cold under Tay's numb fingers. They stumbled to a halt outside the barricade, and for a moment, Tay stared up at it. He'd never be able to climb that, and he was far too exhausted to think of a way around it. Finally, he remembered his calm and slapped it clumsily against his thigh. Lev, he mumbled. We're here, outside the barricades, north side, in the alley. His words were slurred and thick with cold. Tay? Lev's voice was sharp with worry. Yesbel and Jez are coming. What happened? Yesbel appeared on top of the barricade a moment later, Jez right behind her. Jez swore and jumped down beside them, taking Ivan from him in a gesture that was surprisingly gentle. Plaguing hell, Tay! You bloody trying to get yourself killed? She asked through her teeth. Then Yesbel was supporting him by the arm, half dragging, half carrying him through the gap in the barricade. She was muttering into her calm, outer rim accent thickening, like it always did when she was worried, and he could barely understand her words. Tanya must have, though, because she appeared in the door to the medic tent, took one look at them, and disappeared back inside.
By the time Jesbel pulled him through the makeshift door, a fire blazed in the center of the room, and the heat of it told him that a blast from one of Jesbel's modded guns had likely been the impetus. Lev came into the room a few moments later with an armful of blankets and dry clothing. "Here," he said. "Let's get you into something dry." And Tay was shivering so badly, his mind so numb from the cold, that he hardly protested as Jez sat him down, yanked off his sopping boots and trousers, and shoved a blanket at him. He managed to mutter, "Jez," through chattering teeth, but she just gave him a sharp grin.
There's being an innocent, and then there's being an idiot. You were always the first, but I never figured you for the second.
She paused a moment.
Not most of the time, anyways.
He glanced over to see that Ivan had received the same treatment and was huddled in a blanket close enough to the fire that steam rose from his wet hair. He looked so close to dead that for a moment Tay's heart almost stopped. Then Ivan turned his head slightly and gave him a small smile, and Tay slumped in relief and let Jez position him closer to the flames. Finally, when he and Ivan both had stopped shivering enough to talk, Lev said, "What happened?" Tay managed a tight smile. "We got the explosives planted, but we ran into a drone, and..." He trailed off, too tired to continue. Lev came to stand beside Jez and Jesbel, and they were speaking in low voices, but he was too exhausted to make sense of their words. His eyes were falling shut despite his best effort, his head nodding. "Tay." He jerked his head up. Jez leaned over him, face concerned. "Come on, Techhead. Let's get you somewhere you can get some sleep." She bent and slipped his arm over her shoulder. "Come on." She pulled him to his feet, and he stumbled after her into a small, comfortable-looking room that had been fitted with 2 cots. Ivan was already asleep in one of them, face drawn and exhausted. "University president's office," said Jez, grinning. "Only the best for you two." Tay managed a small smile. Jez helped him over to the cot, and he collapsed onto it. "Call if you need anything, okay?" said Jez, but her face wavered, and he was asleep before he remembered closing his eyes. Tay's whole damn body ached. He groaned, his consciousness slowly trickling back, the memories filtering back even more slowly. He was on a cot in the university. They'd survived somehow, he and Ivan both. He rolled over painfully, and sudden panic flooded through him. Ivan wasn't in the other cot. And then he noticed the figure, sitting in the richly upholstered chair in front of the small fireplace, and he recognized Ivan's slender form, and his whole body went slack with relief. There was something about Ivan's posture, though. His shoulders slumped, jaw set. The way his hands clenched the arms of the chair. He'd closed his eyes, and his face was haggard, drawn with exhaustion. "Ivan?" Tay croaked, rolling stiffly into a sitting position. Ivan started, opening his eyes, and turned to Tay. "You're awake," he said. But there was a pain in his smile that almost broke Tay's heart. Tay pushed himself to his feet and crossed over to Ivan, steadying himself for a moment on the back of the chair. "Ivan," he said quietly, "what's wrong?" "You mean, besides hypothermia?" asked Ivan, but the humor in his voice was forced. "Ivan," said Tay again. He glanced around and pulled up a chair next to Ivan, sitting so their knees were almost touching. "Please." Ivan looked at him for a long moment, the smile fading from his face. There was a hopelessness in his expression that took Tay's breath away. "Tay," he said at last, his voice unsteady. "I don't know if I can do this anymore." "Do what?" Tay asked, his voice coming a little harsher than he'd meant it to. "Ivan, what's the matter?" Ivan tried to smile, but the way he was clenching down on his teeth told Tay more than words how close he was to breaking. He closed his eyes again for a moment, and something tightened in Tay's chest. "I love you, Tay," he said at last, quietly. "I love you. All I want is to be what you need me to be. But being back here..." He broke off, voice choking. "Every time I close my eyes, I see Andreas lying on the ground, bleeding from the mouth." He continued at last, in a low voice. "I have nightmares that one day that will be you, and I won't be able to save you, just like I couldn't save him. I wake up from dreams of you dying, and it's killing me." The raw despair in his tone cut through Tay like a knife. "It hits me sometimes, and I can't breathe. And the thought that maybe I'll freeze up when you're depending on me. I can't sleep. It scares me so badly. He took a deep breath, dropping his face into his hands. "Yesterday, in the river, for a few moments, I was hoping I'd die. I was hoping I could get you somewhere safe, but that it would kill me." Tay couldn't speak. He couldn't breathe, because the panic had tightened around his chest like a noose being pulled. Ivan looked up at him, finally, and tried to smile. "I know it's selfish of me. I know you, Tay, and watching me die would hurt you. So, in the end, when I'm not halfway crazy from the nightmares, I don't actually want to die. But I can't be what you need because I can't get past what happened 4 bloody years ago. I should be able to, but I can't. And you deserve someone who..." Tay stood abruptly. "Don't you damn well talk about deserving." The panic and fear and worry in his chest had condensed into a white, hot anger. "Don't you dare talk about deserving. I will bloody well kill every damn police officer in this damn city who tries to hurt you. I will damn well burn this damn city to the ground, and I'll damn well burn bloody Masha to the ground for putting you into this damn situation." He was so angry, his voice was shaking. "So don't even think about telling me what I do or don't deserve. Do you understand me?" Ivan was staring at him, face slack with astonishment. "I bloody want you, Ivan. That's all. I don't give a damn about what you think I need. You're what I damn well need, okay? His throat tightened, so he wasn't sure he could speak. So instead, he leaned in and kissed Ivan. The kiss was gentle at first, but there was something about the feel of Ivan's lips on his, solid and real. Something about knowing he'd almost died. Damn it to hell. Ivan had almost bloody died. Ivan's lips softened under his hands coming up to rest on Tay's hips, and Tay leaned down farther, pushing Ivan back against the chair, deepening the kiss. His heartbeat pounding through his whole body. When he finally drew back, he was breathing heavily, and so was Ivan. He noticed the clean lines of Ivan's body under his loose tunic and soft trousers. And then he realized he'd been noticing them in the back of his mind since he'd woken up. Ivan's shirt was partly unlaced, and Tay could see the tight muscles of his chest underneath, his brown skin paler under his shirt. He'd been noticing it for days, weeks, but he'd shoved it aside because there was always something more important to do. Damn more important to hell. He swung his leg over the chair, so he was sitting on Ivan's lap, straddling him, and kissed him again. Ivan's arms came up around his back, his hands pulling Tay close, and Tay could feel the tension in Ivan's arms through Ivan's whole body. He wound his hand into Ivan's hair and dipped his head back, running his teeth down the tight line of Ivan's neck. And Ivan gave a faint, helpless groan, and another when Tay bit down on the place where his neck met his shoulder. Tay had never bloody done anything like this before, and he didn't bloody care. He brushed his lips down Ivan's throat, yanking his tunic untucked, and ran his hands along the warm skin of Ivan's waist. Ivan's hands clenched in Tay's hair, his arms tightening reflexively, and he pulled Tay's mouth back to his, and there was a hunger in his kiss that left Tay breathless and dizzy. Finally, Ivan drew back, gasping. "Tay," he said, his voice thick. I'm sorry. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to be a gentleman. If we... Tay glared at him, breathless and shaky. "Ivan," he said when he could speak, "what have I done in the last 10 minutes that makes you think I want you to be a gentleman?" Ivan stared at him for a moment. Then he groaned, arms tightening around Tay, and stood abruptly, pulling Tay to his feet as well. He was swearing softly, but his tone was a mix of tenderness and desire that made Tay's head spin. He crossed to the cot in a few quick steps, shoving Tay ahead of him, then paused there, the muscles in his arms trembling as if he was on the edge of his control. Tay was pressed close enough against him that he could feel the tension in the lines of his body, feel the way his heart pounded. "Tay," he said, his voice rough with strain. "Are you sure you want to? I don't want you to think..." Tay grabbed the back of Ivan's neck, pulling Ivan's mouth to his, and pulled them both down onto the cot. They landed, tangled together, and Tay's body was tingling. Everywhere it was pressed up against Ivan's, and his heart pounded, and Ivan's skin was warm under his hands, and he'd never wanted anything so badly in his entire damn life. When at last they sprawled out on the cot, panting and exhausted, Tay was floating. Every muscle turned to water, his whole body aching contentedly. The warmth of Ivan's body where it touched his was an anchor. "Ivan," he whispered at last. Ivan turned his head, and there was a softness in his smile that tightened Tay's throat. He rolled up onto one elbow, studying Tay with that soft look, then pulled him close, holding him like he was something rare and precious and treasured. After a few moments, he buried his face in Tay's hair, his whole body shaking softly, and it took Tay a moment to realize Ivan was crying. "Ivan?" Tay whispered, his own voice choking a little.
I'm sorry about everything. I'm sorry for bringing you here and making you live through that again. I'm sorry." Ivan took a deep breath, wiping his eyes. He brushed back the hair from Tay's face and kissed him gently. "Tay, I came because I wanted to. I came because I love you." Tay closed his eyes for a moment. I thought maybe I could fix it for you. Make it better. I wish I could, Ivan. I wish. Ivan pulled back a little, and there was still a hint of that pain haunting behind his expression. "Tay, no. It's not you. I don't think I can be fixed. I just wanted to be not broken. To actually keep you from getting hurt. To be there for you, and maybe I wouldn't fail this time." He broke off with a soft, choked sob, dropping his head. Tay held him, tracing his fingers along the lines of Ivan's back, and Ivan pulled him close, almost desperately. "Ivan," he whispered, "I hate that it hurts you. I hate it. But if I can't fix it for you, at least let me be with you in the middle of it. I don't care if you're broken. I love you, and I'll never bloody stop loving you." Ivan closed his eyes and pulled him close again, and Tay relaxed into him. Because even if the entire damn system burned down tomorrow, he'd never regret one moment of this. Chapter 21. Masha, Day 12, early afternoon. The alert on Masha's comm beeped, and she jumped to her feet, ignoring the cold jolt of pain through her injured leg, jerked up her holoscreen, and flipped rapidly through the pages. "There," she cursed quietly. "Kadir," she snapped into his private line. "There's someone coming in on a bike, under Pravital Street. Get soldiers out there." "Are you—" The man's voice was heavy with doubt. Masha swore. "You'll do as I ask, or you'll never work in government ever again. Do you understand me?" There was a moment's hesitation. "Understood, acting minister." His voice was cold. One person, at least, who'd oppose Alonia's being raised to full minister after this was over. Of course, if they could survive the next few days, that would be irrelevant. She was so close, despite her exhaustion, despite Lev, despite everything. She was close enough to her goal, she could almost touch it. One final move. One last move between her and what she'd been working for her entire life. But she knew her crew. They'd declared war, and they were perfectly capable of making certain that surviving the next few days wouldn't be a given. She turned back to the screen, expanding it so she could see more easily. The streets that led up to the back of the government building complex were flooded with officers and soldiers. But a figure on a skybike wove easily between the heat blasts. Masha narrowed her eyes, her pulse speeding up. There was only one person in the city, one person in the system, likely, who could fly like that. A fresh wave of soldiers appeared on the edge of her screen's viewpoint, dropping to their knees and steadying their weapons, and the air was distorted by heat as they fired. Masha found her heart was in her mouth, but whether it was fear that Jez would get hit or fear that she wouldn't, she couldn't say. The heat distortions faded, and once again she could see the pilot. She was holding one arm close against her body, and the expression on her face was grim, but she was still on her bike. Masha let out a shallow breath of relief,
closing her eyes for a moment. Then, she glanced back at the screen and cursed, expanding it farther. There was something in Jez's hand, something small and glittering. As Masha watched, she drew her arm back and tossed it. It made a long, glittering arc in the air. "Leave her," Masha snapped into her calm. "Get to the explosive, now." Half a dozen of the soldiers jumped to their feet and ran for the place where the explosive had landed. One of them grabbed it up and tapped it to her comm, and Masha tapped through to the general line. "Yes, Belle," she said quietly. "This is Acting Minister Alonia. I know you're ready to hit the controller on your explosive. Before you do, please know I've wired the signature into every heatsink you possess. They'll explode at the same time your bomb does. I don't know how many it will kill, but possibly enough to be a deterrent." There was a long silence, and Masha's stomach was so tight it hurt. And then at last, Jezebel's voice came through the comm. "Thank you for warning me, Acting Minister," she said, her tone heavy with irony. "I appreciate your concern. I do hope you manage to disable the bomb before Tay disables your hack." Masha tapped off the comm and closed her eyes, trying to keep her breathing steady. Less than a minute later, a voice came through her comm. "We have it, Acting Minister. It's disarmed." She let out the breath she'd been holding and dropped into her chair, boneless with relief. Every damn day, her crew came closer to succeeding. She'd stopped them so far, but all it would take was one moment of inattention, one miscalculation, one of her security measures failing. She closed her eyes and tipped her head back against the back of her chair, for just a moment. Not long enough to doze off. She'd been doing that too frequently, and she couldn't afford it. And she wasn't sure how many more times she could watch her parents being killed and not go mad. Finally, she straightened wearily and tapped her comm. "Alonia," Branka's voice was sharp. She took a deep breath, forcing her voice to steady. "The insurgents made another attempt to bomb the government compound. I have people analyzing the explosive, but I doubt we'll find anything of value." There was a moment of silence from the other end of the comm. "What do you suggest we do?" Branka snapped. "You were brought in to solve this problem. It appears to me it's only gotten worse." Masha closed her eyes for just a moment. She'd been waiting for just this question, but somehow she had to force herself to say the next words. "Since my negotiations with the insurgents, I believe I have acquired information that could end this disruption completely." "What is it?" Branka's voice was almost desperate. "That is a matter I'm willing to discuss, but only with the Secretary General." There was a moment's silence on the other end of the comm. "Secretary General, is it?" said Branka finally, her voice dripping with scorn. Imagine what the Secretary General might do for someone who'd discovered an acting minister might have information that would end this rebellion and brought her to him, said Masha quietly. There was another long pause. Not nearly as much as he'd do for someone who brought him that information in the first place. Perhaps not, said Masha. However, that is not an option available to you at present. Branka sighed, but Masha could hear the strain in her tone. Very well. I'll attempt to get you a meeting with the Secretary General, she said at last. But if the information is not what you've led me to believe, the blame will fall on you, and you alone. Of course, said Masha. She tapped off her comm and stared blankly at the wall in front of her for a few moments. So close. She was so close. Just a few more days. She started to pull up her holoscreen, then hesitated for a moment. At last, with a wry shake of her head, she tapped a button on her comm to summon Radka. A few moments later, the girl tapped at her door. "Come in," said Masha, managing to make her voice pleasant as she hit the lock. A moment later, the door swung open, and Radka's eager, anxious face appeared in the doorway. "Acting Minister?" the girl asked. There was worry in her voice and concern in her expression, and it took Masha a moment to realize they were for her. She managed to smile. "I'm fine, thank you. Please come in and close the door." Radka hesitated, then did as she was told. Masha took a deep breath. She was being stupid. She knew that, and yet somehow she couldn't help herself, as if maybe this would make some atonement for what she was going to do next. "Radka," she said quietly, looking the girl directly in the eyes. "Something is going to happen soon, something dangerous. And you're going to be part of it," the girl said. It wasn't a question. Masha nodded. "Yes, and if anyone hears even a hint of it, I'll be killed." "Why are you telling me then?" Radka asked. She looked so young and eager that it was easy to forget her stubbornness, her quick mind. But she had to be intelligent, or she'd never have gotten a job in the government. And it would behoove Masha not to forget it. "I'm telling you so you can get out," said Masha softly. "Take a leave of absence. Tell them you're sick. Whatever you need to do, just get out. Get out and stay out until things calm down." Radka was still watching her. "I thought you told me not to stick out my neck to keep someone safe," she said. 2 days ago, you were yelling at me for that." "I was right then," Masha snapped. "I'm wrong now. But either way, now you know. Do as you wish. Now get out." Masha sat for a long time after the girl had left, her breaths coming fast and shallow. It didn't matter. She'd been an idiot, and perhaps she'd pay for it with her life. But somehow, she didn't think so. And somehow, the thought that, regardless of the outcome, at least Radka would be safe, was a sick relief so strong she couldn't bear to admit it to herself. At last, she turned back to her desk and, with brusque, matter-of-fact movements, pulled up the footage Zhenya had taken from their negotiations with Lev. For a moment, she hesitated, but there was no point in putting it off. She tapped through to a hidden file under the video. Zhenya hadn't been wearing their own comm when they met with Lev. They'd been wearing Masha's, which still contained the mods Tay had installed. Mods that could grab Lev's comm signature when he was close enough, and from there, pull the comm signatures of the others. She had them under the recording. And now, it was simply a matter of copying them onto a chip, and their lives, or deaths, would be in her hands. Her fingers were cold as she pushed a clean chip into her comm and tapped in the command. Her whole body was cold, despite the coat she had wrapped around her shoulders. Perhaps she could still save 1 or 2 of them. It was possible, if things moved as quickly as she hoped they would, that the Secretary General would decide to take them in for interrogation, rather than have them killed outright. And from there, it was possible that 1 or 2 of them might still be alive by the time she'd seized control of the government, and survived the messy, chaotic disaster that would be the transfer of power, even with all of her preparations. It was possible. But she knew, deep down, it wasn't likely. It was to save the system. She'd prepared for this her entire life. There was no reason the memory of Jez's face in her holoscreen should haunt in front of her exhausted eyes like a ghost. There was the soft ting from her comm, and she looked down. It was done. She typed in another command, wiping the data from the recording, and took a deep breath, closing her eyes for just a moment. She was crouched under the table, splintery wood under her hands. She wasn't alone, though. There was someone else with her, someone small and frightened, their tiny body shaking against hers. She turned her head from the awful scene in front of her, long enough to gesture whoever it was to silence. She didn't want to turn back, but she couldn't help herself. Her parents lay on the floor, bodies still and bloody. Her mamochka's long brown hair was clumped and matted, thick with clotted blood. Beside her, her mama's shaved head was bruised and bloody, blood hardening across long gashes in her pale skin. Her mamochka stirred slightly, and the figure standing over the bodies hesitated, then crouched, a knife glittering in their hand. And for just a moment, as they crouched, the figure turned their head. "Olya," Misko whispered, clutching her hand. But she didn't speak, because she recognized that face. "Olya, what is Auntie Masha doing?" Misko said again, his whisper so quiet she could hardly hear it. And in front of her, the woman, her battered pilot's coat now covered with spattered blood, looked appraisingly at the two still forms on the floor. She raised her knife, and Olya, Mari, Masha, closed her eyes as it plunged home. A loud knock on the door jerked Masha awake, and she started upright, gasping. She brushed a quick hand across her eyes and cleared her throat. "Yes?" she called out, but her voice shook. Olya, watching her parents die by Masha's hand, like Masha had watched her parents die by Grigory's. It was a dream. Just a dream. "Acting Minister." Radka's voice was high and frightened. "Acting Minister, I'm sorry to disturb you. Only, Ranka called me and told me to find you. She said the Secretary General wishes to see you immediately. I'm to bring you to his office." For a moment, panic flooded through her. But this was what she'd been preparing for since she was 7 years old. Masha rose from her chair, supporting herself on the edge of the desk. She felt older than she should, and tired. "Thank you," she said quietly. "I'll grab my things, and we can go." Chapter 22. Jez, Day 12, late. Jez tipped her head back against Lev's knee and ran her fingers along the smooth lines of her heat gun, her foot tapping a rhythm against the hard floor.
"Do you think Tay's all right?"
asked Lev.
"He was still asleep when Tanya checked on them this morning."
She glanced up. Lev's face was tight with concern, and his hands on her shoulders were still, but she could feel the tension through his fingers. She grinned. "Yesbel tapped on their door 10 minutes ago, and they still have 10 minutes before she told them to be down here." He shook his head.
"I know, but it isn't like Tay to—"
She half turned, twisting from where she was sitting on the ground in front of his chair, and raised an eyebrow. "Genius. Tay and Ivan almost died yesterday."
"Yes, that's what—"
"And now they're recovering, in a room, with a bed. Just the two of them. Tay and Ivan." There was a moment's pause.
"Ah,"
Lev said at last, with a small smile, and she could feel the tension drain from his fingers. He started rubbing her shoulders again, and she sighed blissfully, leaning back against him.
Her decade is growing up, I suppose,
said Jesbel. She was smiling too, holding Tanya, her arm around her wife's waist. Hey, genius, Jez said, closing her eyes. You think we should almost die? I'm starting to think that's the only way a person can get some alone time with their damn lover these days. Lev's hand on her shoulders squeezed a little more tightly, and she gave a small moan as his fingers found the place where her muscles were knotted. He leaned forward slightly, his mouth close to her ear.
At this point, I'm ready to do just about anything, up to and including storming the government buildings and assassinating the Secretary General single-handedly, if that's what it would take,
he murmured.
But I'm warning you, we may need more than a day or two with a private room.
You do realize that we're still here, said Jesbel dryly. Jez opened her eyes a crack and grinned. Figure you'd know if we'd forgotten you were here. Mostly because I wouldn't be wearing any clothes right now, for one thing, and...
I don't need to hear any more, but thank you,
said Jesbel, even more dryly. Jez closed her eyes again and sighed heavily. Damn it to hell. She hadn't actually thought it would be easier to overthrow the damn Svodrani System government than to get an acceptable amount of private time with Lev, but apparently...
I found my wife again, after not having seen her for 5 years, and I've been either stuck on a ship with you lunatics or trying not to be killed by some criminal mastermind ever since then,
said Jesbel.
So you'll excuse me if I don't feel particularly sorry for you two.
Jez opened her eyes again and shot Jesbel a mild glare. Jesbel grinned and pulled Tanya in for a kiss, and Jez was debating relocating to Lev's lap for a similar activity when the door to the small, repurposed classroom creaked open. Jez grinned widely as Ivan stepped inside, closing the door carefully behind him. From the look in his eyes, she was pretty damn sure her guess had been entirely accurate.
Ivan, where's...
Lev began. Ivan turned and gave Jez a level stare.
Jez, Tay is waiting outside in the hallway. When he comes in here, you are not going to say one damn thing. Do you understand me?
Jez's grin widened. Don't have any idea what you're talking about. His expression didn't change.
Not one damn word, Jez. Not one.
Wouldn't dream of it, she said innocently. He gave her a last warning look, then stepped back outside and returned a moment later, his arm protectively around Tay. He was watching Tay with a soft look in his eyes, and Tay glanced up at him with a small smile, pulling him close for a moment. And Jez wasn't completely sure that either of them realized that there were other people in the room, or possibly in the entire system. She found she was smiling, and when she looked up at Lev, he was smiling too.
Tay, how are you feeling? Are you and Ivan going to be able to make it tonight?
Lev asked after a moment. Tay blinked and looked over at Lev, and there was a soft, dreamy look to his face, under the usual worry, that made Jez's smile broaden, and for some odd reason, made something choke a little in her throat. Techhead deserved to be a bit dreamy, for once in his damn life. And something warm and comfortable was expanding in her chest at the sight of him like this, dreamy and happy, and not quite focused on anything but Ivan.
I guess I...
He cleared his throat and gave a small shake of his head.
Sorry, Lev.
We're... Ivan pulled him closer and kissed his hair.
We'll be fine,
he finished quietly. Tay glanced up at him again And again, Jez figured they'd forgotten about every other person in the damn system.
Good, said Yesbel. If it were up to me, you two could have some more time to recover. But unfortunately...
Tay glanced reflexively at Jez at Yesbel's words. She gave him a small shrug, still grinning.
Go ahead, Jez, he said resignedly after a moment. You might as well just say it.
Say what? She asked. Don't know what you're talking about.
Jez.
She shrugged again. Don't have a single thing to say. He scowled at her suspiciously. She was grinning so wide it hurt, but she just raised an eyebrow at him innocently. Anyways, if we're going to head out, figure we should probably do that at some point before tomorrow, yeah? She said. I mean, figure the bed will still be there when you get back. Ivan shot her a look. Since you'll probably be pretty tired. Seeing as you basically just about froze to death 2 days ago, she added, still grinning. Probably need to spend a bunch of time in bed, warming up and whatever.
Jez,
began Ivan warningly. So probably better get going, she said. Right, genius? Lev sighed and stood reluctantly, holding out his hand. She took it, and he pulled her to her feet. His arms slid around her waist, and she closed her eyes, breathing in the smell of him, the feel of his body, the rough stubble of his cheek pressed against hers. She'd never realized before what it would be like to have someone like this, someone who was just there, when you needed them, and even when you didn't know you needed them. Someone who steadied you when the world around you was going mad, who you'd smile unconsciously just hearing their voice or catching a glimpse of them from the corner of your eye. She'd always assumed she'd feel trapped and crazy and desperate, like she always had before, when she'd thought about being with someone for more than a few weeks. Because that would be like a cage. And even the thought of a cage made her heart start beating too fast with panic. But the thing about Lev was, he wasn't a cage. She knew, somehow, that he'd never try to hold her for 1 second longer than she wanted to be held. And so for the first time in her life, she didn't need to run away. She didn't even want to. She sighed and kissed him on the cheek before she straightened, and he squeezed her tightly for just a moment. Then he let go, turning back to the others.
Yesbel, Tanya, I assume you have everything ready.
Tanya nodded. I've talked to Vera and Dmitri. They know what to do.
All right.
He looked around at them, his face tight with worry, and gave a small, humorless smile.
I suppose there's nothing we're waiting for, then.
By the time they'd slipped out from behind the barricades, the streets were pitchy black. Whatever Masha had planned next, it didn't appear to be an outright attack. A small contingent of police had surrounded the barricade again that morning, when the ceasefire lifted. But there were few enough of them that, with Tay's knowledge of the alleys, they were able to slip past them without their notice. The night was clear, and there was no wind to blow the snow up around their faces. But the ever-present Prasvishoni mist curled around their feet as they walked, the snow crunching under their boots. Jez shivered slightly. Damn city was always cold. But something about the dark, foggy night made it feel even colder than usual. And the dampness seeped through her jacket and under her scarf, through her skin and into her muscles, chilling every part of her. The fog was thick enough that even the street lamps didn't cast their typical desultory light on the frozen streets, instead forming odd orange globes that were a self-contained world of their own. There was something tight in her stomach, and the tension bled through her muscles. This was it. Either they'd planned everything perfectly, outwitted Masha and the rest of the whole damn government, or they'd die. There wasn't another option. Because if they didn't win, quickly and decisively, Yevka would. And then they'd die. Masha or no Masha. The streets were eerily silent, without even the distant whine of police bikes. Not really a surprise, considering how much hell they'd raised in the last few days. Police were probably taking advantage of every moment of peace. But it wouldn't last. Ivan, who was walking in front, held up a hand, and the rest of them froze.
"We're a couple streets away from the police cordon," he said quietly. "Assuming they haven't changed it since Tay and I were here, there'll be a physical barricade blocking the street, and 5 or 6 officers watching it. They'll be able to hear us after this, so watch where you put your feet. Be ashamed to all get shot to death because someone slipped on a patch of snow."
His words were light, but Jez could hear the tension in them. She glanced at Tay. His jaw was set, his posture tense. He and Ivan had almost died here, and they were coming back again because they didn't have a choice. Because none of them had a choice. Lev nodded at Tanya, and she stepped away from Yezbel. For a moment, her slender, graceful form was silhouetted against the faint starlight. Then she disappeared into the darkness, not even a sound marking her departure. Jez tightened her grip on her heat pistol. Hell, she was crap at waiting. Mostly because every damn second seemed to turn into a standard hour, and her whole body itched to move. And the waiting was an insect crawling under her skin, biting and stinging that she couldn't slap and she couldn't ignore. A hand on her shoulder made her start, and then she recognized the touch and leaned into it. Lev didn't say anything, but somehow, the pressure of his hand on her shoulder made the waiting just a little more bearable. Even so, she was pretty sure she must have been standing in the damn street for about 4.5 years by the time Tanya's voice hissed through her earpiece. "Come on, quickly." Jess grinned, every nerve in her body tingling as they started cautiously forward. She could see the barricade ahead of them now, the flickering light from the flares the police had set around it, letting off a sputtering, wavery glow. The officers' weapons were drawn, their postures tense as they stared out into the night, away from them, in the direction Tanya had disappeared. Cautiously, their ragged group stepped over the street barriers. The officers didn't even turn. They reached the shelter of an alley, and Tanya joined them a few moments later, slipping in so silently that it took Jez a moment to realize she was there. Yesbel kissed her wife.
"What did you do to them?"
Her voice was amused, but Jez could see how her hands shook. "Nothing permanent, but I doubt they'll want to walk alone in the dark for a while," said Tanya.
"Let's go," said Lev quietly. "We don't have much time."
They crept through the silent streets, Jez's whole body singing with something that was probably anticipation, but could have been fear. Up ahead, the alley they were following ended. Tay peered out, then beckoned them forward.
"There's another alley half a block that way,"
he whispered as they stepped out into the street beside him. Then he stiffened, and she heard the faint, high-pitched whine. "Go!" he snapped, shoving Ivan ahead of him, and then a police drone appeared at the end of the street, weapon ports open. Jez jerked out her heat pistol as the sharp whine of laser blasts cut the air around them, planting herself between Lev and the drone. Lev grabbed out his own pistol and stepped up beside her, face grim. Yesbel was firing too, and moments later, the drone was nothing but a twisted heap of metal. But, damn it to hell.
"Tracking drone," she muttered. "We have to get out of here."
They turned and sprinted across the uneven, cracked cobblestones for the mouth of the alley. When they slipped inside, Tay was leaned against the alley wall, holoscreen open, typing frantically. At last, he looked up. "The drone got a signal out before we hit it, but I've jammed the tracker. It won't hold for long, but it'll give us a few minutes before they can track our location." "A few minutes is all we'll need," said Lev grimly. They were only a few blocks away now. The buildings here had an air of luxury about them. The streets clean. The street lamps shining brightly instead of guttering and flickering. Those government bastards took care of themselves, even if the whole damn rest of the city burned. For a moment, she pictured Kaz and Petty, that little street kid girl that Tay was always so worried about. Even that bastard Felix. Protect the people the damn government cared about, and send the damn police after a bunch of starving kids. Maybe Masha had been right about that, at least. This whole damn system was rotten. Ahead of her, Tay slowed. "It's just around that corner," he whispered. He'd reached out and taken Ivan's hand, and Jez could see the way he held it, as if he was terrified to lose him again. She bit down hard on her teeth. This had to work. This had to bloody work. Because she couldn't lose these bastards. She couldn't lose a single damn one of them, or it would break her heart wide open. They slipped silently into the cramped alley, waiting a moment for everyone to catch up and catch their breath. She leaned up against Lev, and his arms came up around her waist, and she smiled, despite everything. There were some benefits to tight spaces, turns out. Finally, Lev turned to Yesbel. "All right," he said. The small metal controller was already in Yesbel's hand. She gave Lev a quick nod and tapped it sharply. Nothing happened. Yesbel frowned, tapping the controller again. Nothing. "What's going on?" asked Lev quietly. Yesbel shook her head. "I don't know. They must have found the explosives and disarmed them." Lev looked ahead of them, at the heavily guarded building, face tense with indecision. At last he sighed, and Jez could hear the strain in his voice. "We knew this was a possibility," he said at last. "We'll have to go in. It will mean guards with weapons, but we've gotten past guards before." "I don't think we have a choice," said Tay shortly. "I jammed the tracker from the signal the drone sent out, but someone's found my hack. They'll have our location pinpointed any minute now." Yesbel smiled grimly. "Well, I think I can make enough noise to get us inside." "Hey, Yesbel," whispered Jez. "I ever tell you you're hot?" Yesbel scowled at her. "Piss off." Jez gave her a wink. Yesbel reached for the padded bag of explosives she kept around her neck, kissed Tanya, and stepped out into the street. For a long moment they waited. Then there was an explosion, and the officers in front of the building jerked up, staring around. Another explosion rocked the streets. The commanding officer shouted orders, and half a dozen soldiers started towards the noise. "Go," Lev hissed, and they took off running. They were halfway across the open space when someone shouted the alarm. The remaining officers turned in their direction, and soon the air around them burned and glowed with heat. Ivan grunted and stumbled, and Tay gave a choked curse. And then they were in front of the doors. Jez dropped down behind a decorative planter, yanking out her heat pistol, and took aim at their attackers, grinning like a damn maniac. The blasts around them slowed for a moment as the officers dived for cover. She risked a glance over her shoulder. Tay was bent over the lock, face set in concentration. "Got it," said Tay, voice tight. Jez jumped to her feet as the door swung open, following the others inside. Lev was whispering urgently into his comm, and she ducked behind the doorframe and kept up a steady stream of fire at the officers outside. A figure sprinted across the square, and then Jezebel reached the door and stumbled through. Lev slammed the door, and Tay hit the lock scrambler, and a moment later, the lock clicked shut. They were in. Chapter 23, Masha, Day 12, earlier.
Acting Minister Alonia.
She recognized the Secretary General instantly, although she'd never met him in person. He, too, had aged more than she'd expected. He had never been a large man, but his posture when he stood was hunched, and the veins on his hands stood out against his brown skin. His head was shaved, but his short beard and mustache were stark white. There were puffy bags under his eyes, and his face had the slightly bloated, unhealthy look of someone who'd spent weeks or months under too much stress and with too little sleep. Not dissimilar to herself. Thank the lady Lev wasn't there to notice the toll these last few weeks had taken on her, and file it away in his impressive memory to use against her later. She realized belatedly that she hadn't responded to the man's greeting. She ducked her head respectfully.
Secretary General, it's a tremendous honor.
Sit,
he said brusquely, gesturing to a chair. She did as she was told, sinking gratefully into the proffered seat. Her legs were still shaky from the nightmare. Even if it weren't for that, she was, for the first time in a long time, at the very edge of her physical endurance. As she sat, she noticed the other people around the edges of the room. Branka was there. That was, honestly, to be expected. But there were others, too, who she didn't recognize. One person in particular caught her eye. A slight woman, older than Masha by a few years, with an intelligent face and sharp, piercing eyes that seemed to take in the room. Masha didn't recognize her, but there was something uncannily familiar about her expression. She was too exhausted to parse out the connection, so she simply turned back to the Secretary General, pasting the bland, pleasant expression on her face that had served her so well through the years. Her heart was pounding in her chest, a sick mixture of anticipation and dread for what she was about to do.
It was very kind of you to come so quickly, Masha,
the man said quietly. It took her tired brain half a moment to realize what he'd said. Then something heavy and sick settled in her stomach. She'd been too late. She tasted acid in the back of her throat, but she managed, somehow, to keep her expression neutral.
Don't bother denying it,
the man said. His voice, too, sounded weary.
Yevka has confirmed it for me, and has shown all of us all the evidence we need.
Yevka. Again that tightness in her stomach. She turned her eyes, finding the slight woman. That expression, it was Lev's, when he was analyzing a problem or studying out an issue. Had he picked it up from her, or she from him? Masha managed a slight smile. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Yevka. Yevka's smile was sharp and calculating, measuring her. The pleasure is mine. How have you enjoyed working with my star student? Masha kept her smile impassive. Yevka had won her game then. She turned back to the Secretary General. Yevka is correct, she said at last. I apologize for the deception. I'm Masha Volkova. He narrowed his eyes.
And you're trying to destroy us, this revolution. I assume you're behind that. And this is after you sabotaged our relationship with Vitaly Dobrev and with Grigory Korsakov. What are you after, Masha?
She studied him for a moment, then gave him a small smile. Yevka had won her game. But Masha had one final token left to play. I'm not behind this revolution, she said quietly. I've done everything in my power to end it. Even Bronka would have to admit that. The rest? I destroyed Grigory's relationship with Vitaly Dobrev. I sabotaged his relationship with the government. His greatest source of power and influence. I bankrupted his organization, killed his boyeviki, took him down completely. Since I'm certain, by now, you know my history, you'll know why I did it. And now, she shrugged, I've had my revenge. I have no need of a revolution.
You also sabotaged my project, said Yevka, a bite to her tone.
Masha raised an eyebrow. Your project would have let you kill us without lifting a finger. I wasn't quite ready to die. The corner of Yevka's mouth twitched in wry acknowledgement.
So,
said the Secretary General,
you claim your sole aim was to take down the mafia. Very well. Let's assume I believe you.
He stood and leaned forward, placing his hands on the desk in fists.
That still leaves you a very dangerous woman. You took down Grigory Korsakov and Olyesa Yanovik, shattered their organizations, killed everyone on Trosvishony who worked for them. You threw the government into madness. And if not you, at least your hand-picked crew are driving the revolution in the streets. So tell me, why should I not have you tortured and killed?
Because, Masha said quietly, you still need me. My crew, as you said, is leading this revolution. They ignored my advice and turned against the government. And if you know their histories, you'll know they have good reason to hate you. I know them better than anyone else. As Alonia, I've so far been able to keep them from destroying you. And as Alonia, she paused. As Alonia, I've obtained something rather valuable. My crew's comm signatures. With this information to set into our new weapons, it will be an easy matter to capture them. And then, I imagine, this revolution will collapse under its own weight.
Give them to me, then,
the Secretary General said, holding out a thick hand. Masha shook her head, smiling slightly. Her heart was pounding harder than ever, the rush of it loud in her ears. This was it, her final play. No, this is currency, and I'd like to buy myself a position.
A minister's position?
Bronka snapped.
You think that would keep you safe?
No, said Masha. Her voice was calm. How was her voice calm? Not that. She turned back to the Secretary General. I'd like the position of Undersecretary. Specifically, your personal Undersecretary. There was a long moment of silence.
Why that position?
Asked the Secretary General.
It's important, but you'd have no independent authority.
But I'd have what I need. As your personal Undersecretary, I'm protected. Against my crew, against the survivors of Grigory's and Olyesa's gangs on other planets, who I'm certain will want my blood. Against Yevka, who, I believe, would be happy to see me dead. After a career like mine, that is the only position where I could possibly be safe. And as I said, I'm not quite ready to die. He watched her for a few moments, looking suddenly very, very old. At last, he shook his head wryly.
I would bargain with you, but my government is falling apart. Trasvishoni is in an uproar. My ministers are assassinating each other. We are on the verge of collapse. Yevka tells me she thinks she's found a solution, but I can't afford to take chances. Not now. So, you'll hand me the chip. I will ensure that it contains what you say it contains. And the moment your former crew is dead, I will sign the documents to grant you the position.
You won't take them for questioning?
It shouldn't matter. It didn't matter. They'd die either way. She'd always known that. She'd been able to pretend otherwise, but she'd always known it. He shook his head brusquely.
You know better than that, Masha.
He held out his hand for the chip. They'd be dead, and she'd have won. The Secretary General was an old man, tired and unhealthy. No one would think it strange if he suffered a heart attack in the next few days. And even if they did, Masha would be the only person in the system with full access to his files. She'd be, de facto, the one to keep the government running, while the ministers gathered to decide on a replacement. A brief space of time, perhaps. But with everything she'd set up, it would be enough to do what she needed to do. Enough for her to call in the favors she'd been so carefully collecting, ensuring that, before the ministers could gather, those who needed to die were killed, and those she could work with put into places where they'd be useful. Enough to negotiate with the remaining revolutionaries, give them the justice they were demanding, save their lives. Enough to destroy from within the corrupt government that had been sucking the lifeblood from the system for almost a century. And then, with the leverage she held, she'd ensure she was appointed Secretary General. She'd have the power, finally, to make things better, not just for her, but for everyone in the system. He was still holding out his hand. Slowly, she slipped the chip from her palm. Her hands, she noticed absently, were shaking. From the corner of her eye, she saw Radka, eyes wide. Olya crouched under a table with Misko, watching Masha raise her knife. Had Grigory thought once that leading the mafia would be enough? That the methods of getting there were less important than the end result? Slavenka had, certainly. Slavenka who'd given the order that led to Masha's parents choking on their own blood, pleading for their lives in the kitchen of their small, cheerful apartment.
Well?
The Secretary General asked impatiently. She could do so much good, save so many lives. There was something bitter in her throat as she held out her hand with the tiny, delicate chip. He reached out to take it. She hesitated for the briefest moment. Then she opened her fingers. The chip dropped to the floor with a delicate ting. Decades of planning, a lifetime of sacrifice, and in the end, the one thing she hadn't prepared for. Her own damn weakness. She stepped down hard, crushing the chip under her heel. Everyone in the room started forward at once, but it was too late. Even Tay would find it impossible to retrieve anything from the mangled innards of the chip now. Branka was shouting, the Secretary General cursing loudly, every heat gun in the room trained on her.
What the hell are you playing at, Masha?
The Secretary General hissed, his voice shaking with rage.
I agreed to everything you asked. Make me another copy of that information, now.
I can't, said Masha. Her voice was somehow still calm, and she felt the strangest desire to laugh. That was the only copy in existence.
Take her and the aide away,
he snapped to the guards.
Kill the aide, but keep Volkova for questioning.
Masha glanced at Radka from the corner of her eye, saw the girl, face bloodless, expression terrified, but laced with that stubbornness Masha had come to know so well. She shook her head wryly. She'd already failed. She'd already failed everything that mattered. It hardly mattered now. She pulled the tiny heat pistol from her pocket, her hands, for once, completely steady.
Let her go, she said quietly. She has nothing to do with this. Let her go, or I kill myself.
The guards froze.
And if we let the aide go?
The Secretary General asked. He didn't look afraid, just curious.
Then I drop the pistol and go without a fight, said Masha. You can question me. I know you want to. The girl's no one. Look up her history if you like. She's not mine.
Then why do you care?
He asked.
Masha shrugged. Because it's a shame for her to die for obeying Branka's orders.
A wise government official doesn't let herself get attached,
he said, smiling slightly.
You've grown stupid in your old age.
Perhaps I have,
murmured Masha.
Go on,
the man said, gesturing to the doors.
Let her go. Masha's right. She's unimportant.
Radka was staring at Masha, face horrified. Then 2 guards shoved her out the door and locked it behind her. Masha waited a moment, listening for the telltale hiss of a heat gun.
I'm not having her followed and shot, if that's what you're afraid of,
said the Secretary General, a hint of amusement in his voice.
I have no reason to. The moment you put down the pistol, she goes free. As you said, she's nothing. You, however.
Masha nodded. Carefully she stooped, placing the heat pistol on the ground. She straightened and stepped back, hands held out to show she was weaponless.
Go on, then,
said the Secretary General, and the guards leapt forwards. Despite everything, she tasted the iron tang of fear sour in her mouth. She knew very, very well what questioning meant. She'd brought that pistol, after all, so she could kill herself before they could take her, if things went wrong. But at least now there was one less death she'd have on her conscience. Maybe that was enough in the end. Her hands were bound roughly behind her, her pockets searched, legs clipped together with walking cuffs. They were taking no chances, it appeared. Not that they had to. Now that Radka was safe, Masha found her legs shaking so badly, she wasn't sure she'd reach the torture rooms without assistance. The guards jerked her towards the door, and she made no attempt to resist. She deserved everything that was coming. Everything she'd painstakingly set up. Every death her actions had caused had been for nothing. Her parents' deaths had been for nothing. And yet, as they dragged her out the door, a heat gun shoved painfully against her back, she couldn't, somehow, bring herself to regret what she'd done. Chapter 24. Lev, Day 12, late. Lev glanced around, counting quickly to make sure everyone was in, then drew in a shallow breath, his whole body sagging with relief. Everyone had made it. Ivan! Tay's voice was frantic, and Lev straightened as the kid stumbled to his feet. Ivan, are you? Ivan looked up with a weary smile. I'm fine. Better than I expected, honestly, considering the amount of firepower we were running through. His voice was tight with pain, though, and Lev gritted his teeth in sympathy.
He had first-hand experience of how badly a heat blast could hurt. Jez was holstering her heat pistol, and he had to look away for a moment to tamp down the memory of the desperate panic seeing her in danger always brought. He trusted her, and trusted her judgment, and trusted her abilities. This was a purely selfish reaction. He didn't think he'd actually survive if anything happened to her. He crossed over to where Tay had knelt beside Ivan, his face tight with strain. Tanya had come over as well, and Lev turned on his calm light while she examined a singe mark on Ivan's leg. "It's not nearly as bad as it could have been," she said gently, putting a hand on Tay's shoulder. "It probably doesn't feel very good, but he'll be all right." She stood, pulling a miniature first aid kit from her pocket. "This isn't a heat kit, but it will help." She tore the wrapping from a cooling sheet and sealed it carefully over the burn. Ivan's posture relaxed as the cooling pad began its work, and Tay's shoulders slumped in relief. Lev bit back a small, humorless smile. Tanya was right. This whole thing could have gone much worse than it had. But he wasn't entirely sure how much more of watching his friends get hurt, carrying out his plans, he could take. He sighed. "Let's go. Every moment we stay here gives them more time to prepare a response." They walked through the echoing emptiness of the lobby and stepped into the corridors. There was something odd about the quiet. After the explosions and the firefight outside, even the heaviest of sleepers should have woken up. If the people inside the apartments were too afraid to come out, he should at least be able to hear movement from inside. But there was nothing. Unease tickled in the back of his brain. It had been too easy. For a place as heavily guarded as this, they'd gotten in far too easily. And the guards outside, they should have been pounding at the doors already. "Tay," he whispered, "can you do a scan?" Tay nodded, his face tight with worry as he pulled up the scanner. The look on his face as the readings scrolled across the screen told Lev everything he needed to know. "What is it?" asked Yesbel. Tay shook his head and hit the scanner again. "I'm going to check the whole building. I only had it set to this floor." His voice was tight. Lev watched him, feeling a little like someone had punched him in the stomach. He knew already what the scan would show. How the hell had Masha tricked him again? He'd been so damn careful. They'd put so much work into setting distractions. He knew Masha, and she should have been so busy that there should have been no way she'd have guessed what their real target was. When the scanner beeped again, Tay's posture sagged slightly. Lev closed his eyes, his muscles so tight they hurt. Damn it to hell. Damn that plaguing Masha to hell. "Lev," Yesbel's voice was sharp and impatient with worry. "The building is empty," said Lev quietly, without opening his eyes. "What do you mean the building is empty?" snapped Yesbel. Lev shrugged and tried to smile. "Exactly what I said. The building is empty. Masha must have figured out what we were planning and moved everyone out." There was a moment of silence. "We've got to get out, now," said Yesbel, her voice sharp. "We're going to walk right through the middle of those guards again?" Ivan's voice was tight with strain. "I hate to say this, but—" "You have a better idea?" Yesbel snapped back. "I have enough explosives that I can make them think twice about coming after us. I'll kill every last one of them if I have to, but we've got to get out of here. Come on." They turned and sprinted for the exit. When they reached it, Tay yanked a lock scrambler from his pocket, clipping it to the lock. He waited a moment, frowned, and pulled it off again, tapping it sharply against the doorframe. Panic was rising in Lev's stomach. Tay rummaged in his pocket,
pulling out another lock scrambler. He studied it for a moment, and then his shoulders slumped, ever so slightly. "What is it?" snapped Jezebel. "Damn Masha to hell." "Lev, check your comm," said Tay sharply. Lev frowned, but lifted his comm. It was blank. "What's?" he began. "Jez, yours?" There was a tone in Tay's voice that was on the point between hysteria and despair.
Damn thing's not working,
said Jez a moment later.
Techhead, tell me what's damn well.
EMP pulse, said Tay. Lev stared at him for a moment. "I thought you put in blockers on our equipment." "I did." Tay's voice was dull. "The only way someone could have done this was to have it set to my signature." Lev closed his eyes, biting back the despair. "Listen," he said finally, his voice strained. "There has to be something we can."
"I'm afraid there isn't."
Lev's head jerked up at the new voice, and he glanced around wildly for a moment before realizing it must have come through the building comm. And then he realized what was wrong with the voice. It wasn't the one he'd been expecting. The pleasant, bland tones of the woman who'd once been part of their crew. But it was familiar. Suddenly, sickeningly familiar. He took a shallow breath, feeling like a sleepwalker in a nightmare. "Yevka," he said quietly.
"Lev."
Her voice was matter-of-fact, sharp and crisp, just the way he remembered it. "What have you done to our tech?" "I'm certain you could figure it out, given a few moments. You were always very good at that." She paused, her tone slightly amused. "Is that girl still with you, Jez?" For a moment, the rush of anger made him almost lightheaded. "I swear to you, Yevka," he began. She laughed, and he could hear the fondness in her laugh, and somehow it made it worse. "I'm sorry, Lev. I sincerely wish there'd been another way. But as you proved last time we encountered one another, you are much too intelligent for me to work around, so I had to deal with you first. If you haven't guessed yet, I got a scan of the EMP tech your friend used when Masha sent the special op forces after you. It was ingenious, honestly. I was impressed. No wonder you enjoy working with these people." She paused again, her voice tinged with amusement. "If I recall, the 16-year-old Lev I worked with did not suffer fools." He gritted his teeth. "The 16-year-old me believed we were friends, Yevka," he said quietly. "The 16-year-old me was a fool." "You say that now, perhaps," she said, her voice still amused. "I don't think you really believe it, though. At any rate, while even the best of my people couldn't match the sophistication of your friend's device, they were able to mirror copy it. It's set opposite to the one he created. It won't affect any of my soldiers' devices, but everything with his signature is dead. And the field will continue rapid pulsing. So, even if you manage to shield one of your devices, it will die the moment you attempt to use it." She paused. "I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that your best option, your only option, is to wait quietly. I'd still prefer not to kill you if I can avoid it." The others were staring at him, their faces bloodless. Jez slipped her hand into his, and he clutched at it, as if it were the only thing holding him up. "You've trapped us, then." He tried to keep his voice light. "You think that you will stop the insurrection? I'm flattered." Yevka laughed again, that familiar dry laugh that made something twist in his stomach. Years' worth of memories, fondness, affection, worry, guilt, for years and years,
thinking she was dead, wondering if he could have done anything to prevent it. And underneath it, burning white-hot fury. No, Lev. I do hold you in the highest esteem, certainly, but I don't assume trapping you here, on its own, will stop your revolution. She paused. But I think I have what I need from you. She finished briskly. Thank you, Lev. He frowned, chest tightening. What had she needed? Not their comm signatures. She could have grabbed those without having to say a word. But for a moment, the world spun, and even with his hand against the wall, he thought he might fall. Jez tugged her hand from his and slipped her arm around his waist. Lev? She asked quietly, voice concerned. He leaned into her for just a moment, trying to gather his strength. I'm a damn idiot, Jez, he whispered. My voice. She was scanning it while I talked. Trapping us isn't going to stop the insurrection. I am. I imagine she'll send out a message to Vera and Dmitri in a few hours, in my voice, telling them we've won, and to come out without their weapons. A gesture of good faith or something. And then she'll have the damn soldiers gun them down. Jez finished, her voice sick. There were a few moments of horrified silence. The building calm? Asked Ivan at last. Hey, can you hack into it? Warn them? I doubt it will change anything, said Lev quietly. I'm sure she's slaved the building's comm system. There's no way she left it connected to the general lines. So what do we do? Asked Tanya at last. The tone in her voice told him she already knew the answer. I suppose, he said quietly, we wait. Tay, day 12, late. Tay? Ivan looked up at him from where he was seated, leaning back against the wall, injured legs stretched out in front of him. Tay gave a short shake of his head and sank down against the wall. Lev was right. I managed to find something and hack through, but it's slaved to Yevka's signature. If I had my equipment, I could try to rig something, but the moment I changed the signal, it would pick up my signature. The EMP pulse would take it out before we had time to get the message through. He tipped his head back against the wall. Kaz and Petty, Mila, Olya, Misko, Dmitri, Vera, everyone behind the barricades. They'd be murdered. Maybe they already had been. Jesper looked sick, and Tanya's face was deathly pale. Ivan put his arm around Tay, but Tay could feel the strain in his muscles. This was Ivan's worst nightmare, and Tay couldn't fix it. He couldn't damn well fix anything. He took Ivan's hand in his, knuckles cracked and bloody from the cold, palms calloused and scarred, and brought it to his lips, choking back the sudden sting of tears. The calm above them crackled, and he looked up sharply. Calling the crew of the Ungovernable. The voice wasn't Yevka's. He sucked in a quick breath. Zhenya? Tay. Zhenya's voice had that same lazy, self-confident note it always had, along with that hint of genuine pleasure it always seemed to take on when they were talking to Tay. I assume your friends are there as well? Are you working for Yevka now? Lev's words were quiet, but there was ice in his tone. Tay shivered involuntarily. Lev, in this mood, was not someone he'd want to be on the wrong side of. Of course not. Zhenya sounded amused. As I told you, Yevka in power is my worst nightmare. Which is why I'm speaking with you right now. Zhenya,
said Tay through his teeth, lifting his head. His voice was shaking with fury. Don't you dare. You've damn well done enough. Don't you dare come here and pretend to be a friend. Tay, said Zhenya after a moment. I understand your... Shut the hell up! He was so angry he felt dizzy. You mud-sucking rat! You filthy, plaguing, lady-damned bastard! You worked with Grigory, and now you're working with Masha, or Yevka, or both. I really don't care. So go choke on your own damn vomit. There was silence for a moment. Tay closed his eyes, his whole body shaking. Tay. Zhenya's voice was quieter now, his tone serious. I understand you hate me. I don't blame you. But I need you to listen. They paused. I only found out what Yevka did a few minutes ago. There are enough people who owe me favors that I could get a few moments to talk with you. But I don't have much time. Your friends behind the barricade are still alive. She's waiting until daylight, so there's less chance for people to escape under cover of darkness when the shooting starts. She's going to start pulling the army into position in the next couple of hours, I believe. And they paused again. Masha's been captured. Jez gave a small, quick gasp. Something twisted in Tay's chest, but he ignored it. So you called to give us the good news? He said, his voice cold. In the end, she wouldn't give you up to be killed, said Zhenya quietly. That's why they arrested her. Tay laughed, the sound harsh even in his own ears. I see. She's waiting for a more advantageous time to betray us. They've taken her away for torturing. I doubt there'll be a more advantageous time. She won't come out of that alive. Tay glared at the calm, heart pounding. He should have felt triumphant. Instead, he just felt sick. Why are you telling us this? Asked Lev at last. His voice was strained, but calm. I was hoping you'd save her, Zhenya said quietly. Tay gave a snort of disbelieving laughter. You thought we'd save her? Why the hell would we risk our lives to save the woman who's been trying to kill us? Even if we weren't trapped in here. She could have killed you this afternoon. Zhenya's voice was still quiet, level. It would have given her everything she wanted, but she didn't. There was a pause. There was an aide with her, too. Masha had a hidden weapon. She could have killed herself, avoided the torture. I'm certain that's why she was carrying it. But she used it to ensure the aide was let free. And Tay could almost hear them shrug. The aide came to me. She knew Masha and I had dealings in the past. What's your interest in this? Asked Lev. Tay was grateful Lev was asking the questions. He wasn't sure he'd have been able to. He was lightheaded with anger. How dare Zhenya suggest that he and the others owed Masha anything? My interest is what it has always been, said Zhenya. I'd like to survive this. Once Yevka gets her protocol working, she'll be the de facto ruler of the system, and I doubt there's room for anyone else on her narrow pinnacle of power. I'm not sure you realize this, said Lev, his voice dry. But it may be difficult for us to rescue anyone at this point. So I'd heard, said Zhenya, the amusement back in their tone. They paused a moment, and when they spoke again, their voice was deadly serious. I understand your mistrust, and so I'll give you the code to the door. You can walk out. I doubt there will even be guards outside.
Yevka seemed quite confident you wouldn't escape. Are you ready? Ready, said Lev after a moment. Zhenya read out a list of numbers and letters in their measured tone. Why are you doing this? Lev asked again, his voice still soft. As proof of my good faith. And because I know as well as you do, Lev, that if anyone is going to defeat Yevka, it will be your crew. They paused a moment. Your whole crew. Masha isn't part of our crew, Tay snapped. She forfeited that when she tried to kill us all. There was a moment's pause. At last, Zhenya said, Tay, do you remember back on the Pleasure Planet when you thought I'd killed the street kids? Tay gritted his teeth. He'd never forget that moment, the sick, choking horror of it. Not if he lived to be 100. I'd like to say that what I told you then was true, Zhenya continued quietly, that I'd had a change of heart and decided not to kill them. But it was a lie. Tay's heart was pounding. What are you saying? I'm saying, said Zhenya, that Masha begged me not to kill them and promised me something very valuable in exchange. My current position in government is the result. Tay stared at the ceiling calm. He felt dizzy, disoriented. What Zhenya was saying didn't make sense. No, it did make sense. There'd always been that nagging question. He didn't know Zhenya well, but he knew them enough to know they wouldn't suddenly become sentimental when faced with killing street kids. Street kids who joined the Boyeviki had that sentiment stripped from them early on. Why? He asked at last, his voice sounding strange in his ears. Because she didn't want to see you hurt, Tay, they said softly. Tay's chest ached, and he couldn't draw in a breath. I can't force you to do this, said Zhenya. But you're the only ones I know of who can. She's in the government complex, Building 4, room 1443. I understand Jazz and Lev are familiar with the place. Either way, you have the code to the door now. I'll leave you to think it over. The comm clicked off. There was a long moment of silence. She's getting tortured. It was Jess. Her words choked just a bit. They're bloody torturing her, Lev. Tay glanced over at her. Her eyes were closed, but he could see something shining in the corners of them. Jez. Lev's arm was already around her. I'm sorry. I truly am. But she tried to kill us. His voice was tight, thick with uncertainty. I know, Jess said quietly. Maybe she's a damn bastard. She opened her eyes, blinking hard. Maybe she deserves every damn bit of it, but hell. She swallowed hard. Anyways, not like she could hurt us anymore. Not if they've done that to her. And we can't just... She broke off, voice wavering. She's our damn crew. And they're going to let her die screaming, and we can't just leave her. Tay glared at Jez, his heart pounding painfully. Plaguing Jez. Plaguing naive, innocent Jez. Of all the damn people in the system. She was going to blow up your damn ship, he spat. What the hell does Masha know about being part of a crew? I bloody trusted her. We all bloody trusted her. She damn well deserves... He stopped, his throat too tight to allow him to continue. Damn it to hell. Damn that plaguing Masha to hell. He'd finally learned to start hating her, instead of letting every damn thing she did stab him like a knife in the damn chest. She'd saved Kaz and Petty.
She'd put her whole damn plan at risk to save them. Why the hell had she done that? Why the hell had Zhenya told him? He'd just bloody learned to hate her. He squeezed his eyes shut against the heavy, burning tears. "Well," said Lev at last, "at least we can check if Zhenya's door code works." Tay heard him stand and cross over to the door, but he kept his eyes closed. If he opened them, he'd start crying, and he couldn't afford that right now. He had to hate her. If he stopped hating her, it would break him wide open. "Tay." He turned. Ivan was watching him with that expression he always had when he looked at him. Tay swore, blinking back the tears, trying to shove back the heavy ache in his chest. "She lied to me. I damn well trusted her, and she lied to me. To all of us. She damn well used us. We were just tools to her, and I—" The words caught in his throat, and he couldn't continue. "And you cared about her," Ivan finished softly. The words were knives, cutting open the damn wounds he'd been carrying around ever since that moment on Grigory's ship. He had cared about her. He'd worried about her and worked himself exhausted to keep her safe, and damn well cared about her. That's why it bloody hurt so bad. He still bloody cared about her, even after everything. That was the worst damn part of this. She'd lied to them and hurt them, and like the bloody innocent fool he was, he couldn't stand the thought of leaving her to be tortured to death. Even though she bloody deserved it. A soft click made him look up. Lev turned, face slack with relief. "It worked," he said softly. "We're out. And we still have—" He glanced at his comm, then shook his head ruefully. "I have no real idea how long we have. But judging by how dark it is, I'd say maybe 4 hours to sunrise. So—" He paused. "What are we going to do?" Chapter 25. Masha, Day 13. Early. The pain was a whining, high-pitched undercurrent, humming through Masha's veins. Even unconscious, she couldn't escape it. And as her mind slowly returned to awareness, it strengthened into a sick, breathtaking, overwhelming thing that swirled through her and pressed around her like atmosphere. She blinked her eyes open. Even that movement left her lightheaded, and she had just the strength to turn her head to one side before she vomited blood in a dark, sticky pool around her face. She was lying on cold concrete, but even though the chill was enough to suck the strength from her muscles, the cold was a sort of afterthought. Cold was something you could become numb to, eventually. Torture was not. Her breaths were shallow, painful things. The people questioning her knew their business. They hadn't hurt her badly enough to kill her. They knew exactly where that edge was, and pulled back just before. Her ribs screamed with the agony of each breath, her body bruised and aching. They weren't trying to get information anymore. The Secretary General would have enough information on her file to know she'd have destroyed any information she didn't want them to see. And he'd know as well as she did the inherent unreliability of any confession extracted under such extreme, excruciating pain. This was only punishment, only revenge, a demonstration to anyone who might consider a similar course. The room was lit by a bar light overhead, painfully bright. It would be on, night and day, for as long as she was in the tiny windowless cell. How long would they leave her alive? Possibly long enough to give a confession over the news comms. They liked that. But they'd wait until they'd taken down the insurrection in the streets. They'd told her over and over, while they were torturing her, that the crew had been taken and killed. They'd described it in detail. Every last murder, down to the children, screamed it into her face between blows. Whether it was true or not, she had no idea. There was nothing she could do about it now anyways. She liked to think she'd refuse any confession they gave her to read. Tay would, possibly, or Jez. She almost smiled. Jez would spit blood in their faces and laugh. But Tay and Jez had something they believed in enough to die for. And she didn't. Not anymore. She'd betrayed herself and everyone else because she couldn't bear that 2 children should lose their parents the way she'd lost hers. She'd seen her mother and father for a few moments earlier that day. She'd been hanging in the cuffs between beatings, before they'd thrown her back here, her toes just touching the floor enough that she couldn't help but try to shift, to put weight on them, and take the excruciating pressure off her shoulders, even though it was impossible, and shifting only made the pain tear through her muscles. Her mother had been standing in one corner talking to her father. Their faces were kind and concerned, the way she'd seen them so often as a young child. It was odd. She hadn't remembered them like that for a long time. All she'd seen was their mangled, bloodied corpses splayed out on the kitchen floor. This was the first time in a long time she'd seen them like they'd been before Grigory. She knew somewhere in the part of her mind that clung tenaciously to reality that they'd been hallucinations, brought on by pain and stress and exhaustion. But it had been so long since she'd seen them as anything other than a horror of blood and gore. What would her life have been like if things had gone differently? Would a girl named Mari have grown up in a small, clean, cheerful apartment, praying 3 times a day to the lady, trying not to harm anything living? Would she have been a merchant, like her mother? Not that it mattered. What happened had happened. Mari had died that day, as irrevocably as her parents, and Masha had failed them all. But there hadn't been condemnation in the faces she'd seen, although she'd looked for it. She closed her eyes for a moment, the pain strumming through her body like a current. She longed for the black of unconsciousness, but the pain and the brilliant white light wouldn't let her drift off peacefully, and her mind clung stubbornly to consciousness. When she opened her eyes in weary defeat, Jez bent in front of her. The pilot's face was concerned, and Masha smiled. "I didn't betray you, you know," she croaked. Somehow it was important that the image in front of her know that, even if the pilot herself never would. "I know that, you dirty bastard," Jez said, her voice sharp with worry. "Not really the damn time to discuss it right now. Where are you hurt?" It was odd. Her parents hadn't spoken. But then, her memories of her parents were old and long past. The last time she'd spoken to Jez was only weeks ago, although it felt like centuries. She let her eyes drift shut again. "Tanya, get over here. I have no idea." The words floated through her mind, and she blinked her eyes open again. Lev was crouched beside Jez now, and someone's hands ran gently along her neck and then down her arm. She blinked,
then gasped as whoever it was touched her leg. "It's not good," said a grim voice in a familiar Outer Rim accent. "She's hurt badly. They've broken her knee in enough places. I'm not sure she'll ever walk on it again." Lev looked up at whoever was speaking. "We don't have much of a choice. We're running out of time. Can we stabilize it enough to keep her from passing out while we're getting her out of here?"
"Not sure how conscious she is right now anyways," said Jez. "Masha, can you hear me?"
"Move. I have some painkillers. It won't do much, but it'll help."
Yespel's accent was even heavier than usual, and a moment later, she was crouched beside Jez and Lev.
"Open her mouth," she commanded. And then Masha felt strong hands gripping her bottom jaw and gently pulling it open. She whimpered at the pain, her vision going momentarily hazy, and she could see the sudden sick look on Jez's face. Something small was placed on her tongue, and she swallowed reflexively as it dissolved.
"I gave her 2. It might be enough that we can move her," said Yespel, standing. "It will take 10 or 15 minutes before it starts working, though. So in the meantime, Tanya, my love, you and Lev work on stabilizing her leg. Tay and I will get the mag cuffs off her."
Someone touched her leg again, and the wave of pain took her breath away, and for a moment her vision went black.
"Masha, stay with me, okay?"
When her vision returned, Jez was still there, crouched beside her, and that nagging, stubborn part of her mind that could still view the world rationally realized that this wasn't a hallucination or a fever dream. She choked in a breath, and the pain of it almost blacked out her vision a second time.
"Jez,"
she managed to mumble through her bloody mouth.
"Jez, are you?"
The pilot tried to smile.
"Hey, you bastard. Welcome back. Miss me?"
For a moment, Masha stared, her bruised consciousness trying to make sense of what was happening.
"Why?"
she started at last. Jez rolled her eyes.
"Why the hell do you think, you damn plaguer? Because you're part of our crew, okay?"
Tears gathered in Masha's eyes, and she didn't have the energy to fight them back. Another jolt of pain from her leg, and she let out a choked scream. Jez looked up, glaring past her.
"Be careful, damn it." "We're doing the best we can," came Tanya's sharp voice. "Perhaps you'd like to fix the splint."
She hadn't dreamed Tanya either, it seemed.
"What are you?"
Masha's words were garbled through blood and broken teeth, but Jez seemed to understand anyways.
"We're rescuing you, you idiot. What did you think we were doing?"
And between the pain and the guilt and the sick, desperate gratitude, Masha found she was crying helplessly, short, painful, breathless sobs that jolted her chest like a shock stick.
"Shh, it's all right."
Jez stroked Masha's sweat-soaked hair in a gesture that was oddly gentle, and Masha closed her eyes and wept. By the time Tay and Yespel had the cuffs off, and Tanya had fixed an emergency splint on her broken leg, the painkillers had kicked in enough that she felt at least slightly more coherent.
"All right, up you come,"
said Jez. There was something grim in her expression.
"Figure you can't walk,
but I also figure the way you look right now, carrying you will bust you up even more. Tanya said your arms aren't broken, so we're going to put you between 2 of us, and then we're going to get the hell out of here."
Where are you going?"
Masha muttered.
"Back to the barricades.
Bloody Yevka is going to kill everyone back there in about 2 hours, so," she shrugged. "Basically, you're probably going to die anyways, but figure it's got to be better than this." She gestured with her chin to the bare cell. Masha took a shallow breath, bracing herself against the pain. At last she mumbled carefully, "How is Yevka planning to kill you?" "Probably not the best time to chat right now," said Jez. "Ready?" She slipped an arm under Masha's shoulders and lifted gently, and Masha sucked in a quick gasp of pain, and the room wavered around her, black, crowding the edges of her vision. When she could breathe again, she was standing, supported on either side. "It's important," she gasped when she could speak. I may be able to." A wave of pain washed over her, and her head dropped forward as her body spasmed. "You all right?" The voice was tight and worried, and when she was finally in control of her muscles, enough to lift her head, she glanced up to see who it was. Tay was supporting her on the other side, his expression grim, hair tangled, exhaustion and strain sharp in his face. She choked back a pathetic sound that might have been a sob. There was resentment in his face and anger, just like she'd expected. But under that, there was a sharp concern, and his arm supporting her back was much more gentle than she would have guessed. "Masha, are you all right?" She managed a weak nod. Tay looked over her head to Jez. "Let's go," he said. The rescue was a vague, nightmarish blur. Later she could remember nothing but the pain, a faint, watery recollection that included shouts and heat blasts, being pulled along at a half-run with her feet dragging on the ground when she was too weak to move them, her broken knee screaming in agony. The black constricting her vision allowed her disjointed glimpses of people, guards, Yesbel calling something in a sardonic tone. There may have been an explosion at some point, but she wasn't sure that any of her memories were accurate. And then they were out on the streets, and the icy bite of the wind on her face was enough to make her blink her eyes open again. She could make out the dim orange flicker of the street lamps, the shades of gray and black that were Prasvishoni's streets at night. Lev had pulled up a holoscreen and was studying it. "Evgenia was telling the truth. The soldiers will be moving into position along these streets, so right here should be fairly open. I doubt anyone's expecting us to head back into the middle of that mess anyways." "How going to kill you?" Masha mumbled. The icy air stung her broken teeth, but compared to the pain in her leg, it was hardly enough to take note of. Lev turned to her, his expression one of faint irritation, but his voice was gentler than she'd expected. "She's set the military and the police around the barricades. She's going to send through a message that will be encrypted to look like it's coming from us, and lure them out. Then, once they're out from the barricades, the soldiers will gun them down." He glanced up at the dark streets. "To be honest," he said wryly, "even if we succeed, and the students don't come out when she expects, it'll only be a few minutes before she sends them in after us. And there's no time to set traps like we did when you sent the army." He gave a small shrug, but Masha could see the tension in his posture. "So, I'm afraid that, like Jez said, we're only bringing you somewhere so you can die a little faster. But I suppose it's the thought that counts, or something." She closed her eyes again, fighting back the pain. "She's sending the army?" she muttered finally. "Yes." Lev's voice was sharp with tension. I might have an idea," she managed. And then, finally, she passed out. Chapter 26. Lev, Day 13. The sky was barely beginning to gray as they set off through the empty streets of Prasvishoni. They'd wasted too much damn time on the rescue. Lev still wasn't sure if he was glad they'd done it, or if he was already regretting it. He glanced back. Masha was unconscious, her head lolling limply as Tay and Jez half-carried, half-dragged her down the streets. Even looking at her made him feel slightly sick. He and Jez had come far, far too close to being tortured only a few weeks past, and the memory still glowed in his brain, a sharp, brilliant jolt of panic at the thought of what had happened to Masha happening to Jez. He sighed. He was lying to himself. The panic, the sickness in his stomach when he looked at Masha wasn't from the memory of his and Jez's almost torture. It was the sight of this woman he wanted to hate, but couldn't. Her body broken, blood running down her face and staining her clothes, her breathing labored and unsteady. "How close are we?" Yesbel's voice was sharp. She had her heat gun out and was scouting the street in front of them while Tanya took up the rear. He closed his eyes for a moment, picturing the map in his head. "Just over a kilometer." "Where are all the police? I don't like this." Lev sighed. "I'm guessing she's still getting them into position. She'll be concentrating on where the people will come out from behind the barricades first. Get them into position. She'll set her forces up along the streets last, I assume." Yesbel nodded non-committally and moved forward again, her posture tense. He glanced up at the sky. They should still have time before Yevka's call came through. Even at this pace, they should make it with time to spare. He hoped. He shook his head wryly. Somehow, he'd come to a point where the thought of being slaughtered behind the barricades with his friends was a more comforting one than the thought of being alive outside the barricades and watching it happen. Who would have thought? He certainly wouldn't have believed it, however many months ago, when he first joined on with this ridiculous crew. As they neared the barricades, Yesbel held up a hand. "Let me go ahead," she said quietly. "It looks like they have a guard set up." She paused. "When you hear an explosion, go as quickly as you can. I doubt it will distract them for long." Lev nodded and fell back beside Jez and Tay. Jez's face was strained and sick with worry. Tay's too, as much as he was obviously trying to hide it behind a scowl. "How's Masha?" Lev whispered. Jez shot him a tight look. "I think she's still alive. That's about all I can say." He nodded, trying to ignore the sickness coating the back of his throat. "We'll have to move fast when Yesbel's ready for us." Ivan glanced over, worry sharp in his face. "I don't know how much she'll be able to handle. She's not in good shape." Lev sighed. "I wish we had another option." Behind them, Tanya watched the streets where they'd come, her posture tense. An explosion shook the street, and Tay and Jez started forward at a stumbling half-run, Masha's limp body sagging between them. Lev and Ivan kept pace with them, pistols out, but whatever Yesbel had done, it seemed to have distracted the guards' attention. When they came around the corner to the barricades, there were half a dozen soldiers in view, weapons drawn, but all of them were facing in the wrong direction. They reached the barricade and slipped inside, followed shortly by Yesbel, and for a moment, they stood there, panting. "What the actual hell?" Vera was staring at them. Dmitri joined her a moment later. When he saw Masha, his face grew grim. "Medic tent," he said shortly. "Questions later." When they reached it, Jez and Tay lay the unconscious Masha on one of the few empty cots. Lev had to look away for a moment. Under the generator lights in the med tent, Masha's wounds looked even more gruesome, her skin an even sicker shade. "Lev?" He looked up as his father stepped out from the back of the tent, worry creasing his face.
Are you all right? What?
He caught sight of Masha and sucked in a quick breath. He disappeared back from where he'd come and emerged a few moments later with a first aid kit and an armful of medical supplies.
What happened to her?
He asked softly, coming over to stand by the cot.
Torture. The government did this,
said Lev shortly. His father nodded, his expression grim.
This is a job for a real doctor,
he muttered, pulling out the mediscanner.
But it seems those are in short supply around here.
He looked up at Lev.
I'll do what I can,
he said in a businesslike tone. Lev nodded, not trusting himself to speak. His father's voice, brisk and efficient and familiar, brought back a sudden, overwhelming memory of his childhood. Of being young enough that there was always someone older who knew better, and decisions that could cost a life, or save it, were made by other people. But that had ended a long, long time ago.
Thank you,
he said quietly.
If she wakes up and she's coherent, send someone to get me. She may have information we need.
His father nodded absently, mind clearly already focused on the task at hand. Lev sighed and gestured the others out the door.
Let's go somewhere warm,
he said quietly when they were outside.
We have a lot to discuss.
They reconvened to the small makeshift conference room.
What happened?
asked Vera, once they'd all pulled up their mismatched chairs around the battered table.
I assume the plan didn't work?
You could say that,
said Lev wryly. He explained the events of the last 6 hours as quickly as possible. As he spoke, Vera's face drew into a frown, and the crease between Dmitri's eyebrows deepened.
So we have,
Vera glanced down at her calm,
40 minutes or so before Yevka springs her trap, and then maybe 10, 20 minutes after that, before she comes in and kills us all anyways. Have I got it right?
Tries to kill us all anyways, said Jez. But there was strain behind the jaunty tone in her voice, and her face was drawn with exhaustion.
I still have some explosives, said Yezbel at last. I don't know if it's enough to save us, but we'll have company on our way to see the lady.
You think any of us have a chance of seeing the damn lady? You're a hell of an optimist. Some of Jez's native cheerfulness was creeping back into her tone.
I don't suppose you have any ideas,
Lev said quietly, turning to Tay. Tay shook his head. He looked so exhausted that Lev wasn't entirely sure how he was still conscious.
Not off the top of my head.
For a moment, no one spoke. It was just possible that between them, they could come up with some slapdash way to save everyone's life. He wouldn't put it beyond them. They'd certainly done it enough times before. The problem was, Yevka wouldn't stop. Even if they survived this, she'd kill them sooner or later. Probably sooner, honestly. And unless they could cripple the government to the point that she couldn't get the resources she needed, they couldn't stop it from happening. Tanya glanced over at him. Our only way out of this is to stop Yevka. Am I correct? She asked quietly. Lev nodded. Tanya gave a small shrug. I suppose, then, we'll have to assassinate the Secretary General. That ought to cause enough confusion to stop her for a while. Vera and Dmitri had both turned and were staring at Tanya open-mouthed.
You mean the actual Secretary General?
Said Vera.
The head of government.
Of the entire Svodrani System. That Secretary General. Tanya nodded. There was a moment of silence.
I think I understand why you and our professor got married, said Dmitri finally.
Lev grinned to himself, then sobered quickly.
Tanya, I don't disagree, but...
He gestured around.
We're trapped. Even if one of us could get out, We couldn't do something like that alone. He'll be guarded, probably by your old schoolmates. Perhaps if all of us went, began Yesbel slowly. She paused. We still wouldn't have much of a chance, I know. But then, we don't have much of a chance as it is. And I could find a way to keep the soldiers busy back here if we can set something up and lure them inside. My students are learning to be very good at explosives. It wouldn't hold them forever, but for an hour or two, maybe? There was a slightly flattered look on Vera's face, and a slightly horrified one on Dimitri's. It's not a bad idea, said Lev slowly. But it doesn't solve our main problem, which is, by now, Yevka will have every street between here and the government buildings completely blocked off. You have a better idea? Yesbel's voice was sharp. He sighed in exasperation. If I had, I would have already told you. All I'm saying is, Lev. He looked up. The door was open a crack and his father peered through, concern written across his face. The woman you brought in, he said. She's awake, and she wants to talk with you. She says it's quite urgent. Lev clenched his teeth. Damn bloody Masha. Still, they could plan as well in the medic tent as here, he supposed. He pushed himself to his feet. The others were doing the same. Vera, Dmitri, said Yesbel. You know where I keep my explosives. Bring them to the conference room. We may as well get started. The two students nodded, the looks on their faces something between apprehension and raw terror. Outside, Lev paused for a moment at the door of the medic tent. His father must have seen the look on his face, because he'd slipped away to attend to his other patients, leaving the four of them to visit with Masha alone. Lev wasn't sure if he was grateful or resentful, but there was no point in putting it off. He stepped through the door. Masha's eyes were open, and she was propped with pillows into a semi-seated position, but he could see how her body trembled. He glanced at Jez involuntarily. She looked like she was going to be sick. Masha, he said, turning back to the woman on the cot. Somehow his voice was steady. I'm glad you're awake. I'm not certain I share your sentiment, said Masha wryly. But I thought it important to speak with you as soon as possible, considering your time constraints. He closed his eyes for a moment. I suppose I should say I appreciate your offer of help, he said quietly. But I don't. I don't trust you. And I don't think that following any suggestion you might have would be wise, considering our history. Masha was watching him, and even through the pain in her face, her eyes were cool and perceptive. I thought you might feel that way, she said at last. And do you blame me? He snapped, suddenly furious. If you have some justification for what you've done, something that lets you sleep at night, that's fine. But the rest of us have work to do. Her voice faltered suddenly, her eyes going glassy. Jez stepped forward, face creased in concern. Easy there, you bastard, she murmured, straightening the pillows propping Masha upright. Masha took a deep breath and gave Jez a weak smile. The sight of it set an irrational anger burning in Lev's chest. Jez trusted Masha. Jez had always trusted Masha, and Masha had used that to hurt her. He wasn't sure he could ever forgive Masha for that. I've been contemplating how I could demonstrate my good faith, said Masha at last. Her voice was strained. Would you be more comfortable with my suggestion, Lev, if I agreed to accompany you? You can't, he said shortly. You can hardly talk without bloody passing out. Masha gave a small sigh. I am fully capable of coming, if necessary, and I currently
don't see how I could prove my good faith without being willing to come. Therefore, she spread her hands, your father has given me a strong painkiller. Once it takes effect, I should be able to sit up without fainting. I believe that will be everything that's required.
How do you know what's required? He was speaking through his teeth. How the hell do you know anything about us, or about this, or about our situation?
There was something approaching fondness in her expression as she looked at him, and for some reason, it made him even angrier.
If you recall, Lev, I've worked with you for some time now, with all of you.
Her voice was painfully weak, and she paused a moment, as if gathering her strength.
What you care about, more than anything, is to keep the people you love safe. With my threat neutralized, your most pressing enemy is Yevka. Your most pressing concern is that she'll kill everyone behind the barricades. But your next most pressing concern is that she somehow uses this battle to gain the resources to finish her protocol. You'd have two options. Assassinate Yevka, which, unless I am mistaken, is not currently a possibility, as you have no idea of her whereabouts. Or kill the Secretary General. She paused. Am I correct?
He turned abruptly. Come on, he said, his voice sharp. Let's go. She doesn't need to hear anything else.
Lev!
Reluctantly, he turned back. Masha's face was drawn with pain, and her eyes still bore the shocked, glassy look of someone whose body had been hurt beyond their mind's ability to comprehend it. His stomach twisted, looking at her. He'd been stupid enough to trust her once, and he'd sworn he'd never make that mistake again. But he hesitated a moment, then crossed to her bed and crouched to her eye level. Masha, he said quietly, Zhenya told us that in the end, when you were almost in reach of everything you'd been working for, you chose not to sell us out. I don't know if they were lying. I certainly wouldn't put it beyond them. But I can't deny the fact that you were tortured. So, he paused a moment. Why? There was a long moment of silence. The others were still, waiting for Masha's response.
I would prefer not to talk about it, she said at last, quietly.
He gave a sharp shake of his head. No, you don't get to decide anymore what you tell us and what you don't. Because so help me, I'm this close to sending you out into the streets to give the soldiers something to shoot at. He was almost shocked at the bitterness in his voice. For a moment, he thought Masha might tell him to go ahead, rather than answer his question. But at last, she dropped her eyes.
I suppose you're right,
she said quietly.
I suppose if there was a time for secrets, it's long past.
She paused again, and when she spoke, her voice was reluctant.
I was caught by Yevka. She realized who I was and notified Bronka.
And? He said quietly. Masha drew in a shallow breath.
And I had your comm signatures on a chip I'd prepared. I'd instructed Zhenya to copy them when they were negotiating for the return of the hostages.
Lev sucked in a quick breath. Of course, that had been the reason she'd sent Zhenya. And then what? He asked. Don't expect me to believe that after everything, you had second thoughts. Because there were so many times you could have had second thoughts. His voice choked, and he broke off angrily. There were a few moments of silence. Finally, Masha raised her head again. There was a look in her face that he couldn't entirely read, but it looked something like despair.
I couldn't
she said quietly.
I thought I could. Up to the end. I thought I could. But
she turned away.
I couldn't.
For a long time, he stared at her. He'd expected her to exaggerate her heroics in saving them, use it to guilt them into doing as she asked. Instead, she seemed ashamed, as if the words were being dragged from her against her will. He looked over at Jez, but she was watching him, and he could tell by her face that she'd let him decide. He swore and stood abruptly, turning to face the tent wall. His breath was coming too quickly, and he was lightheaded with anger. Damn Masha to hell. Damn her to hell, damn her, damn her, damn her. At last, he turned, wiping his eyes quickly on the back of his sleeve. All right, Masha, he said through his teeth. What's your idea? Chapter 27. Jez, Day 13. Vera, Dmitri, I need you. Lev's voice through the comm was calm, but there was an urgency under it. We're safe, and everything went as planned. They've tentatively agreed to our demands, but they want a show of goodwill. I've told them I'd contact you, ask you to come out from behind the barricades without your weapons. They've sworn you'll be safe, and... Lev paused, voice wry. We have our hostages. They know what they'll be sacrificing if they don't keep their word. The streets should be clear now. Wake everyone up, come out. The sooner we can prove we're negotiating in good faith, the sooner this will be over. Jez raised an eyebrow at Lev. You're pretty persuasive there, genius. Lev scowled at her. It was actually almost disturbing how much Yevka had managed to make the voice in the message sound like the scholar boy standing beside her. Might have worked, too, if he wasn't, in fact, standing beside her, glowering at the world in general, and if they hadn't spent the last however many damn minutes coming up with yet another ridiculous plan. It wasn't much. She'd lure the soldiers in after them. Whatever the hell Jezebel had set up with the students would show them it wouldn't be as easy as they'd planned, and while they were hunkering down, trying to figure out a way in behind the barricades without getting the hell blown out of them, Jez would fly them out, in one of the university's ancient transports, through a place where one of Masha's friends was commanding soldiers, and would turn a blind eye to an ancient piece of crap transport flying through. Once they got to the government offices, it was basically Tanya's plan after that, with the rest of them as backup. Well, a hell of a lot of backup, considering they were trying to kill the damn Secretary General. She glanced around. Dmitri and Vera were gone, setting up explosives with Jezebel, and Tay and Ivan were doing something with tech. Well, Tay was doing something with tech. Ivan might just be for emotional support, but hell, Techhead looked like he needed all the emotional support he could get at this point. They'd all meet up at the ancient ship Dmitri and Vera had dug up from somewhere as soon as she got back. Tanya hadn't straight out said it, but there was no way she was getting through to the Secretary General without every last damn one of them and their skill sets along to help. But right now, it was just her, Masha, and Genius Boy. Anyways, guess I should get going, she said. She leaned over and kissed him. And, well, okay, maybe she got a little carried away. But the point was that she stopped kissing him eventually. And if she couldn't quite tell whether she was walking or floating afterwards, well, that wasn't the worst result in the system. She gave Lev a slightly foolish grin and turned towards the skybikes. Jez, he managed, his voice slightly hoarse. Be careful, all right? She turned back and winked at him. Hell, genius. You think I'm going to let myself get shot to pieces after a kiss like that? I'm not that stupid.
He sighed, worry written across his face.
I love you, Jez,
he said quietly.
Yeah, she said. Guess I love you too.
There were a handful of students waiting for her at the skybikes, faces wan and frightened. She winked at them as she swung on.
You ready?
Mostly, you'll just have to stay back. Don't get into trouble, and let me do the flying. Soon as the shooting starts, get the hell back inside the barricades. They nodded mutely. Vera and Dmitri had chosen them as probably the best skybike pilots of the group. But she had to be honest. She wasn't particularly impressed. Flying skybikes was one thing. Flying skybikes while getting the hell shot out of you was something completely different. Not to mention, a hell of a lot more fun. And these idiots looked like it would scare the damn pants off them. She shrugged internally. No accounting for taste. She glanced behind her one last time to make sure they were following, then started forward at a sedate pace over the wall. Let those bastards outside think she was just another damn weak-kneed student and coming out on Lev's orders. She reached the end of the street without incident and turned on to the next. Nothing. No police, no soldiers, no sign of anyone watching them. She swore quietly and tapped her borrowed comb. Listen, she whispered to the students behind her. Looks like they want to wait until there are more of us, so I'm going looking for them. Follow me close, but not too close. Plaguers need to think maybe they can kill the whole lot of us off before we can get word back. And like I said before, once the shooting starts, get the hell out of here. I'll keep the bastards busy. There were murmurs of stricken, frightened acknowledgement through the calm. She heaved a sigh. A shame, really, to waste an experience like this on people who clearly wouldn't appreciate it.
Genius, she said, tapping through his private line.
Need specs. Gonna go in after the bastards, but it'll be easier if I know where I'm going.
Sending it through. Lev's voice was grim. A moment later, a scanner readout popped up on her screen. She scanned it quickly, grinned, and leaned parallel to the street, shooting forward in a burst of speed that tied her stomach in knots. The grin on her face was stretched so wide she could hardly stand it. She whipped around a corner, and then another, and behind her, faintly, she was aware of the sound of other skybikes following. Or, at least, trying to keep up, which honestly was about as much as she'd expected. And then she shot around another corner and yanked back on the bike's handles, jerking to a stop directly in front of rows upon rows of grim-faced soldiers. There was a moment of shocked silence. Then the soldiers scrambled for their weapons. She shoved her bike's handles forward, buzzed her bike low over their heads, then yanked it around and gave them a cheeky grin. Guess there'll be some people behind the barricades interested in finding out what the hell you're doing here, she called over her shoulder. The first shot sang over her head, and she yelped and flattened herself on the bike as she shot out of the alley. Heat blasts followed her out, and then she heard the unmistakable sound of skybikes powering up. She grinned. They're on their way, she whispered into the comm. Let them see you, then get the hell out of here. A dozen skybikes appeared in the street behind her, followed by a group of soldiers on foot, running with their weapons drawn. They paused, dropping to one knee, and fired off a blistering volley, heat blasts singeing the walls of the buildings around her and turning the temperature of the alley air warmer than a Prosvashoni summer. The students, who'd almost caught up to her by now, yanked back on their handles in a frantic attempt to turn their bikes. Think they saw you? Said Jez with a grin. Go on. The students' bikes shot back towards the barricades. A dozen other skybikes appeared in the opposite end of the alley, and Jez yanked up on her handles, sending her bike skyward again as heat blasts burned the air around her. The scumsuckers had anticipated her move.
A handful of bikes idling in the shipping lanes dove towards her, clearly trying to block her ascent. She leaned farther forward, her bike shaking on the very edge of its control, and shot between two of them, so close the handles of her bike grazed them on either side. There was shocked swearing behind her, and then they were after her, but she kept her bike's nose pointed firmly towards the city force field. They stayed on her tail for longer than she'd expected, honestly, but at the last minute they peeled away, and she yanked her handlebars down and leaned to the side, skimming the force field so close that she could smell the cuffs of her trousers burning from the friction. Ahead of her, 6 of the bikes pulled into formation, 4 more coming up behind, with another handful hovering below her. Now that she was up against the force field, they were clearly trying to pin her in. She slowed a little, letting them come in close. Then she leaned back abruptly, shoving down on her handlebars and cutting the bike's power. Her pursuers shot past her, going far too quickly to stop, and a moment later, she was tumbling in free fall. The air caught her bike, sending it spinning wildly as it fell from the sky. The ground below her was a dizzying, twisting mass, but hell, she'd been drunk enough times to be actually pretty damn decent at figuring out where things were when she couldn't see straight. She timed her revolutions, and at the last second, twisted upward in her seat, yanking the bike upright, and pulled back on her handlebars at the same time as she hit the power. The bike coughed, then hummed to life and jerked forward. The toes of her boots scraped along the top of the building, and then she was back in the sky. She risked a quick glance behind her and grinned at the soldiers' stunned faces. "I think I made 'em mad," she whispered into her comm. "On my way back. Hope you're ready." She leaned forward and shot towards the barricades. The soldiers on the ground had clearly realized they didn't stand a chance, and they'd stopped where they were, contenting themselves with firing rounds after her. But the soldiers on bikes were still firing, and they were still close enough to pose a threat. She weaved in and out of the heat blasts, rising as high as she dared so the bike would provide some protection, and flattening herself against her seat. A shot slammed into the back of her bike, sending it haywire, and for a moment she fought for control. The choking sputter of the machine told her it wasn't going to take much more fancy flying. But she was inside of the barricades now, far below her. 10 seconds out, she whispered through her comm. Another shot hit the bike. It sputtered and died. She swore as she plummeted towards the cement, yanking frantically on the handlebars. She was not going to damn well die because some crap police bike couldn't hold up to a damn heat blast. She glanced down at the rapidly approaching ground. On the other hand, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and pulled out her heat pistol. This had damn better work. She aimed as carefully as she could with the wind tearing at her, and fired a blast into the ignition, hit the power with her other hand at the same time, and kicked up with her knees, jerking the handlebars back. For a moment, nothing happened. She closed her eyes, and then the bike sputtered, coughed, and choked to life at the shock of heat to the power core, just in time to keep her from turning into a damn smear on the concrete only meters below. The engine was choking again, on the verge of dying, but she just needed to get over the top of the barricade, through the gap the students had made in the wires. And then she was in, and she yanked back on the handlebars as the bike choked and died for the final time. She hit the restraints and rolled off as it crashed into the pavement, skidding across the square with a painful squeal of tortured metal, and sending students and street kids diving out of the way, before it finally came to a crumpled halt. She lay on her back for a few moments, breathing heavily, and trying to decide if she'd actually survived that. She was pretty damn sure her arm wouldn't hurt this much if she was dead, so maybe she'd made it after all. And then there were running footsteps, and someone dropped to the ground beside her.
Jez,
Lev choked out, and she opened her eyes and grinned up at him. His entire body went slack with relief, and he pulled her into an embrace, kissing her hard enough that for a moment she completely forgot about her broken arm.
Jez, are you all right?
He asked when he finally pulled back. His voice was shaking. I'm fine, genius, she said breathlessly. Honestly, she wasn't sure how much of her breathlessness was from the near-death experience and how much was from the kiss. Probably be sore tomorrow, though.
Thank the damn lady you're alive,
he said, pulling her back into an embrace. Finally, he stood and helped her to her feet, his face tight with concern.
I saw what happened. Are you sure you'll be able to?
She gave him a look. Am I dead? If the answer's no, then I can damn well fly a ship. Come on. From behind her, she could already hear the fizz and whine of heat guns as the bikers who'd been pursuing her met the defenders on top of the barricade. She took in the ship as they sprinted towards it. Old beater Pelican model, probably 50 years old, and not very well kept up. Hadn't been run in a while, from the look of it. But it was a ship, and hell, flying for Lena, she'd learned how to fly all sorts of crap. Tay shoved open the door from the inside as they approached, and she dived through. Lev close on her heels. Strap in, she called over her shoulder, hitting the controls.
Believe me, pilot girl, we are,
came Yesbel's dry voice. The ship coughed to life, and she closed her eyes just for a moment, resting her fingers on the controls, letting her whole body soak in the beautiful, beautiful feeling of a ship, ready to take her wherever the hell she wanted to go. Then she hauled back on the ancient controls, grinning in ecstasy, and the ship rose reluctantly into the air, grumbling and groaning. The moment they rose above the level of the university buildings, the air around them lit up with heat gun fire. She hit the throttle, and the geriatric ship swung to one side and lumbered off down the shipping lanes. She nudged the controls, sending the ship swerving back and forth for a moment. Always had to learn a new ship, figure out how to talk to her. Except for the Ungovernable. Jez figured she must have basically been created just to fly that lovely, exquisite, perfect angel ship. Still, she could basically fly just about anything. And once a ship started talking to you, well, that was the whole damn point of flying. Something slammed into them from behind, and the ship lurched and rolled like a drunk. Jez swore softly through her teeth. Easy there, sweetheart. Stay with me.
Jez?
Lev's voice was a studied calm.
I don't mean to rush you, but we're going to have company.
Don't worry, genius, she murmured. This little sweetheart still has a trick or two up her sleeve. She shoved the throttle again, and the ship lurched forward. Sorry, beautiful. Don't mean to be rough, she whispered. Just trying to get you out of the way of those bastards with heat guns.
When you're finished explaining the situation to the ship, it would be nice if you got us somewhere we weren't being shot at, said Tay through his teeth.
She winked at him over her shoulder. The ship swung drunkenly from side to side, Jez's fingers flickering over the controls, the only thing keeping them pointed in relatively the correct direction as they staggered along. She pulled up the ship's comm with her free hand, studying it quickly. A handful of bikes, fast, but not a lot of firepower, and... She expanded the screen quickly. Yep, 3 in-atmosphere ships. 2 police and 1 military, looked like. She grinned. To think she'd been worried this might turn out to be a boring job. Give me specs, genius, she said. Lev's face had taken on a distinctly greenish shade, but he nodded grimly and pulled up his own holoscreen. The ships were approaching rapidly, and apparently they'd either guessed who was flying this thing or had learned a lesson or two from her stunt on the bike, because the sky bikes were following below her, clearly intending to cut her off from the streets below the shipping lanes.
2 are MX-20 models, and the third is a Yastreb,
said Lev, sounding a little like he was going to be sick.
They'll have ion.
Jez caught the flash on her screen from the corner of her eye and yanked the control stick backwards, pointing their nose at the sky. The ship groaned, and she patted the panel reassuringly. "You've got this, beautiful," she whispered. The ship rocked with the aftershock as the shot passed beneath them. They'd clearly been expecting her to dive, but even so, the shot skimmed her ship so close she could smell the burning wiring. "All right," she said into the internal comm. "Guess that's enough of me and this little sweetheart getting acquainted. You ready for some flying?" She didn't wait for Tay's swearing, Yezbel's grumbled curses, or Lev's resigned sigh. Just pulled the ship into a tight backflip a scant few dozen meters from the force field, sending the blood rushing to her head. Then she pointed their nose at the ground and dived. The police bikes realized what she was doing moments later, and there was a mad scramble as the officers and soldiers tried to yank their bikes out of the way of the descending behemoth. She whooped gleefully as the walls of buildings flashed past. Beside her, Lev made a sound like he was trying not to vomit, and from the back seat, Tay was cursing in a strained monotone. She yanked back on the control stick about 3 seconds before they pancaked into the street below. The ship continued her dive.
"Jez?"
asked Lev through gritted teeth. 2, 1. The ship straightened out abruptly, skidding along the pavement so close that if she put her feet out, they would have dragged along the ground.
"What in the actual hell?"
began Tay in a strangled voice. "Just got to learn the lag time is all," she said cheerfully. She glanced at the screen. The bikes had scattered at her descent, but were regrouping now to come after her. The bigger ships, though, were holding back in the shipping lanes, clearly leery of following an absolute lunatic through the narrow alleys of this part of Prosvishoni. Which, fair enough, really. She yanked on the controls, leaning the ship onto its side and skimming around a corner so close she left a streak of paint across the white prefab. "Tanya, you have your gun?" she murmured. "I have my gun, you complete lunatic." Tanya's voice was strained. "I don't know if I'll live long enough to use it, though." Jez grinned. "Ah, leave that to me. You worry about shooting." Tanya muttered something that was probably uncomplimentary, but Jez didn't have time to listen. Already, heat blasts sparked off the walls around her. She yanked the ship into a staggering weave, hopefully enough to at least make them a more challenging target for the bastards, and eased the throttle gently forward. Her little sweetheart strained and pulled to do as she asked, ancient body shaking with the effort. "Just a little farther," Jez whispered. She hauled up on the controls, manhandling them around another corner. "Ready, Tanya?" "Yes, you idiot," Tanya snapped through her teeth. Jez glanced over her shoulder. "Hey, no need to—"
"For the lady and the consort and all the bloody saints' damn sake, Jez, focus on flying!"
Tay ground out, voice strained. She rolled her eyes and turned forward. "Don't know if you noticed, Techhead, but I'm actually doing a damn good job of flying." The alley ahead of them ended in a dead end, and she pulled back on the throttle. The ship grumbled in protest, but did as she asked, jerking up into the shipping lane for a brief moment before diving down again into another alley. The street bikes followed. Jez had been increasing their speed so gradually, the bastards probably hadn't even noticed how quickly the buildings were whipping past them. Jez patted the side of the control panel appreciatively with her free hand. Little sweetheart could get up a pretty good head of steam, given time and some sweet talking. A dozen or so more bikes had joined the chase, and the ships were following her low over the top of the alley, determined not to let her jump into the shipping lane again. They'd probably start using their harpoons and nets in a minute or two. And no matter how much heart this little darling had, she didn't have the power to pull into a roll and force them to cut the cables. Now or never. Might want to hang on to something, she called over her shoulder. The pack of skybikes was maybe half a block behind her, coming up fast, and ahead of her. She yanked the throttle towards the blank wall of the warehouse next to them, and Lev gave an involuntary yelp. But hell, she was a damn pro at flying ships with a steering lag. The ship veered sharply, just as an alley wall cut the side of the warehouse, and she'd already yanked back on the throttle and hit both stabilizers into reverse. The ship came to a smoking, steaming halt in the mouth of the alley. Tanya flung open the door and leaned out, her sniper rifle tucked against her shoulder. The skybikes shot past a split second later. Tanya's finger on the trigger hardly seemed to move, but blistering lines of laser shot streaked after the skybikes like a swarm of stinging insects. It was only moments before the last of the bikes collided with a building in a bone-jarring crunch of metal and tumbled to land with the others on the street below. Jez grinned. I ever tell you how hot you are, Tanya? Because you're pretty damn hot. Piss off, Jez, said Tanya through her teeth, resuming her seat beside her wife. There are still ships after us, said Yezbel grimly from the back. Please don't forget that. I haven't, said Jez, still grinning hugely. You ready, genius? I'm not entirely certain I am. Lev's face was several shades paler than usual. However, I'm not certain that I have an option at this point. He cracked the door open, leaned halfway out, then glanced back over his shoulder at Jez. You're sure that... She rolled her eyes. Genius, trust me. He sighed heavily, dropped the heavy percussion explosive out the door so it landed directly under their ship, and slammed the door again, bracing himself. And, said Jez, closing her eyes, feeling the faint vibration of the ship humming through her bones. Now. Lev hit the controller for the explosive. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. And then there was a noise that was loud enough that she could feel it in the marrow of her bones. And a shockwave flung the ship skyward at a pace that the little beauty had probably never dreamed of, even brand new. Jez whooped and screamed, laughing in pure delight, as the ball of flame from the explosive surrounded them in a cradle of fire, the ship's outer walls beginning to glow a dull orange. They blasted past the 3 ships who'd been pursuing them. The pilots, clearly panicked, were yanking back on their throttles, trying to get out of the path of the ever-expanding explosion. But they were far too late. Their ships rocked and bucked as the shockwave hit them, and they hadn't been damn well planning for it like she had. The last glimpse she caught of them over her shoulder was the pilots fighting for control, their ship's electronics fried by the heat of the blast, their controls haywire. When their little ship was close enough to the city force field, she could just about spit on it. She yanked on the stick and engaged the stabilizer, shoving them sideways and out of the path of the explosion. Behind them, orange flames flattened against the force field, expanding like a swamp lily in full bloom. The ship pulled and jerked under her for a few moments, but by the time she was back into the streets, it was purring under her as gentle as a kitten. And that, said Jez, grinning at Lev, is the advantage of having a ship so damn old, half the controls are manual. She paused. The important ones, anyway. Don't figure our comm will come back online anytime soon. Lev let out a long, shaky breath, rubbing his hands across his face.
Jez, he said at last, that was simultaneously the most incredible feat of flying I've ever seen in my life and the most terrifying thing I have done, or dreamed of doing, or hopefully will ever do again.
Come on, genius. I was just warming up. She gave a snort of laughter at the look of sudden terror that flashed across his face. Nah, I was joking. I think we lost the bastards.
I certainly hope so, grumbled Yesbel from the back seat, her voice shakier than usual, because I think I'd rather be shot down than do that again.
Jez pulled the ship into a sedate speed. She figured the poor little darling could use a break at this point, and turned to Masha. So, she said. It was hard to tell whether the sick look on the woman's face was from pain or from Jez's flying, but hell, they'd asked her to do the job. You talked to your army friend then, you bastard? She still wasn't entirely sure how she felt about Masha, and she sure as hell didn't have time to stop and figure it out right now. So she figured the best compromise was not to think about it, and to call Masha bastard at every opportunity. Yes, said Masha. Her voice was calm, but there was a weakness in it that made Jez's stomach lurch just a little. I spoke with Raphael. He assured me that his soldiers will clear our path through to the government buildings. He will also do everything in his power to slow down the other units, to hopefully give our friends at the barricade an easier time of it. Speaking of our friends at the barricade, Jez began. From behind them, a massive boom rattled the windows on the surrounding apartment buildings and made her little ship jerk and tremble under her hands, like a frightened moon deer. Easy there, sweetheart, Jez murmured, running a comforting hand along the dash. Just some friends of ours having fun.
Hopefully, that will make the soldiers think twice about coming over the barricades again. At least until we get finished, said Lev. Let's hope, grunted Yesbel.
Well, said Jez cheerfully, guess now we pay Masha's friend a visit. Chapter 28. Yesbel, Day 13. Yesbel leaned shakily back in her seat. Not a lot frightened her, but after that flight, she wasn't sure she'd ever voluntarily get into an in-atmosphere ship with Jez as pilot again. Tanya, beside her, looked sick to her stomach. Remind me again why we all agreed to let Jez fly the ship, she whispered. Yesbel chuckled, pulling her wife in for a kiss. What the hell? She looked up abruptly at the tone in Jez's voice, something tightening in her stomach. Ahead of them, the entire street was blockaded off. Military ships patrolled above street level, and grim-faced officers on skybikes blocked the space between the buildings. Jez's posture had gone tense, her hand tightening on the controls. For a terrifying moment, Yesbel thought she might try to make a break for it. But she didn't, just brought the ancient ship to a gentle halt. Yesbel let out a breath of relief. Even Jez wouldn't have been able to fly them out of something like this. Not in this ship.
Masha.
Lev's voice was hard and cold.
What is this?
Yesbel cast a quick glance at Masha, slow anger welling in her own chest. But Masha, pale-faced and exhausted, looked as surprised as any of them. I'm not entirely certain, she said at last, although I expect we'll find out shortly. Yesbel glanced out the window. A grim-faced officer was walking towards them, and behind him came a handful of soldiers, weapons drawn. He paused a few meters in front of the ship, pulling up a voice amp that was loud enough they could hear it inside the ship. "Drop your weapons and come out, please." Jez tapped the ship's comm, then shook her head in disgust, likely because she'd just remembered they'd blown the majority of the ship's electronic components. Honestly, Yesbel wasn't completely sure how they'd survived the explosion in the first place. Still, it was probably just as well. Judging from the look on Jez's face, whatever she'd been about to say would probably have gotten them all shot. "Bastards," Jez muttered. "If I may, Lev," said Masha quietly. Her voice was weak, and somehow, Yesbel didn't feel nearly the satisfaction in hearing the weakness there she'd once thought she would. Lev was watching her. "If this is a trap," he began. Jez turned to him wearily. "Genius, if it's a trap, she's already caught us. May as well let her say what she's going to say." Lev nodded tightly. "All right, Masha. Talk to your friend." Masha tapped her personal comm. "Raphael," she said, "I was under the impression that we had an agreement."
"I'm sorry, Masha."
The soldier's voice was tense and slightly unhappy.
"But I was approached by someone who has more pull than you do. She made it very clear to me where my duty lay."
His words were stiff.
"Yevka,"
said Masha, her voice still somehow calm. The man nodded.
"Yes, and I was instructed that you were all to be killed on sight."
For a long moment, no one spoke. Jez's eyes darted to Lev, and there was a look on her face that told Yesbel that losing Lev now would do to Jez what losing Tanya would do to her. Lev's expression was cold and furious.
"Masha,"
he said, his voice hard.
"You planned this, didn't you? This whole thing. How long have you been working with Yevka?"
"I don't know that it will do any good to answer, as I doubt there's anything I could say to make you believe me."
Masha's voice was weary.
"Perhaps if you hadn't spent the last few months lying to us,"
Lev began.
"Liv,"
said Yesbel. He turned to glare at her, and she sighed.
"Liv, I don't think this is Masha's doing."
She wasn't sure, even now, why she'd said it. Why she felt the need to defend Masha of all the people in the system. The woman who'd been trying to kill them over and over and over for the past 13 days. But there was something about the exhaustion in the woman's posture, the blank despair in her face, and the pain in her eyes. And for some reason, Yesbel was certain that this wasn't something she'd planned.
"I'm sorry, Masha,"
said the officer.
"I need you and everyone with you out of the ship, now. Weapons down. Otherwise, I'll be forced to instruct my soldiers to shoot you where you stand."
Masha took a deep breath.
"Raphael,"
she said quietly,
"I am as aware as you are that Yevka has a tremendous amount of power at the moment. But..."
Yesbel noticed how Masha's body tensed slightly, almost unconsciously.
"But I'm sure she would be very grateful to you if you were to take me back for further questioning. And I believe that may be enough that she would disregard your failure to capture the remainder of my crew."
Yesbel watched her, frowning. This she hadn't expected. She'd seen Masha's injuries, what they'd done to her in the torture rooms, and the memory still made her stomach twist uneasily.
To volunteer to go back to that? I'm sorry, said the captain brusquely. I'm unable to do what you ask. Again, I must ask you to come out unarmed.
Masha's posture slumped slightly, as if whatever willpower she was using to keep herself upright was fading. Captain, she began, I'm sure I could make it worth your while. I have connections.
I have my orders, the man snapped.
Masha slumped in her seat, a sick hopelessness in the drawn lines of her face. And for just a moment, Jesbel remembered Olya's words to her, back behind the barricades. Do you hate her, Mama? She hadn't been able to answer at the time. But looking at Masha, broken and exhausted, the despair in her face and the tired droop of her posture, she could answer now. She was angry with Masha, furious that the woman they'd trusted had put them through so much, hurt at her betrayal, disgusted at her lack of loyalty. But she didn't hate her. She couldn't, somehow. Jez was right. Masha was part of their crew, whether they liked it or not, and she couldn't find it in herself to hate her, even after everything. Hey, you bastard, said Jez, glancing at Masha. You tried yours. Guess it's my turn now. You want to send that scum-sucker's line through to my comm? Masha paused a moment, seemingly too weary to protest. At last, she tapped something into her comm, her fingers slow and hesitant. Hey there, you dirty plaguers, Jez began jauntily, tapping her own comm on. Here's the thing. I don't plan on being shot down the moment I step out of this ship, and I figure that's exactly what you're going to do. So, you want to shoot us? You'll have to get through 25 damn centimeters of ship steel first, you plaguing mud-eaters. The captain gave a curt gesture, and Jesbel ducked instinctively as the soldiers raised their weapons, heat blasts and laser fire rocking the tiny ancient ship. It went on for what seemed like hours, but was probably less than 5 standard minutes. At the end of it, only Jez was grinning, which wasn't exactly a reassuring sign. See, she said cheerfully over her shoulder. That's the other thing about these old in-atmosphere junkers. They made their damn hulls thick enough to hold off a herd of stampeding swamp oxen. The captain gestured again, and a soldier ran forwards, tossing something under the ship and then jumping back out of the way. The ship jolted, and Jez cursed.
What is it?
Asked Lev tensely. Maglock, said Jez through her teeth. Bastard wants to make sure we don't get away, I guess. Lev glanced around quickly, one eyebrow raised.
Where exactly does he expect us to go? Stay in your ship, then,
the captain's voice growled through the voice amp.
You think your mods or your shields or whatever else you installed will keep you safe, I assume. And I have no doubt they would, if I were to use my equipment.
Guess he'd be pretty disappointed if he knew we hadn't given you a single damn mod, sweetheart, said Jez in a stage whisper to the control panel. That was all you.
But I doubt you have mods to protect against Jesbel's tech, which is what I'm going to use next. So, I'll ask you one more time. Will you come out?
You wish, you bastard, said Jez through the comm, her grin dangerous. I know I'm hot and all, but if you think an ugly mudsucker like you could get some... The captain glared at her. Jez snickered. He held up his hand, and Jesbel frowned, squinting to make it out. It was a familiar-looking silver sphere, but it took her a moment to recognize it without the EMP casing she and Tay had placed on it.
These were planted around the city transport infrastructure building, the captain continued. One of our teams found them a few days ago, disarmed them and brought them back. I've rearmed this one. I expect it will be enough to take out even your ship, whatever you've done with it."
He handed the explosive to one of the soldiers, who ran forward again, placing the explosive gently down beside the maglock, then jogged back to rejoin her companions. The captain shouted a command to his soldiers, and they pulled back, until the captain apparently deemed they were out of range. Then they dropped to one knee, weapons trained on the ship. Yesbel glanced around the small cabin.
"The explosive is on a timer,"
she said quietly. "Tanya?"
"I suppose there is no way we could make it out of the ship?"
"If one of us stayed behind to provide cover, we could get to maybe the end of the street," said Tanya. "But they've blocked off the exits. Whoever got out would die the moment they tried to make it through."
Yesbel closed her eyes and pulled her wife close, kissing her gently on the lips.
"I suppose you're right, my love,"
she said quietly.
"You usually are."
Chapter 29. Tay, Day 13. Tay didn't have to glance at Ivan to know the look on his face. Resignation and worry and fear, and probably the faintest hint of self-deprecating humor. And under that, the sick, hollow despair he'd seen there far too often, when the demons in Ivan's head were too loud for him to drown out.
"Ivan," he said quietly, "it's not your fault. None of this is your fault. If we die, it's because we were trying to do something worthwhile. And maybe we die. But it doesn't mean—"
He took a deep breath. "It doesn't mean that meeting you, that being with you, isn't the best thing that's ever happened to me." Ivan turned to him and tried to smile.
"Tay,
"It's not your fault," said Tay, voice harsher than he'd meant it to be. "You're a good person, Ivan. You were doing something you believed in, and your boyfriend who died was doing the same thing. He knew the risks, and he did it anyways, and that wasn't your fault. And this isn't either, okay? If—" he swallowed hard. "Just remember that, all right?" Ivan didn't speak, just leaned over and kissed Tay, and Tay kissed him back. His stomach ached dully from tension and from far, far too little sleep, but somehow, dying didn't really frighten him anymore. Not after everything they'd been through in the last few weeks. The soldiers outside were standing tense and alert, weapons trained on the doors and windows of the ship, in case any of them should think to try to escape.
"Tay,"
he looked up at Lev.
"can you tell how many minutes we have left?"
He nodded and pulled up his scanner.
"It looks like we have just over 7 minutes,"
he said at last.
"And I suppose there's nothing—"
Tay shook his head. He was so tired at this point that all he could feel was a sort of weary emptiness.
"If I'd had time to prepare, maybe. But there's nothing I can do in 7 minutes."
"I'm sorry."
Tay glanced over in surprise. Masha was leaning back against the seat, clearly at the end of her physical endurance. But her eyes were open, and she was watching them.
"I know it's not enough. It will never be enough. And I don't expect you to forgive me or to understand why I did it. But I am sorry. And I suppose I should say thank you as well."
Her voice was quiet.
"I understand you had no reason to come help me. I certainly did not expect you to. And in the end, I wasn't able to help you in return, as I had hoped. But—"
her voice choked, and then she dropped her face into her hands, and her shoulders shook gently. Tay took a deep breath, then pulled himself gently free from Ivan's grasp and stood, crossing over to Masha. He hesitated a moment. Then gingerly, he laid a hand on Masha's shoulder and crouched beside her. She looked up in surprise, and when she saw him there was a look on her face that, for just a moment, was more full of pain than it had been when they'd found her in the torture chambers. Then she closed her eyes and dropped her head back against the seat. He left his hand on her shoulder. It was an odd feeling, comforting her. Masha, the person who'd always been, from the moment he'd met her, enigmatic, calm, competent, completely in control.
How many more minutes, you think, Tackhead?
Asked Jez quietly. He glanced down at his comm.
6 minutes now.
His voice was tight.
Yes, Belle?
Asked Lev quietly.
How will it affect the explosives to have the EMP casings removed?
Yesbel shrugged slightly.
The blessed won't be nearly as contained.
She glanced out the window.
Effect which our brave captain seems not to have grasped. Every building on this block will be turned to rubble when this goes off.
Lev nodded with a small wry smile.
I suppose I could have guessed as much.
Tay looked up, frowning.
Why would they have taken the EMP casings off in the first place, do you think?
He asked. She shrugged.
I don't know. Likely they didn't realize what they were. I've never seen someone build EMP shields like that.
He frowned.
Lev, Listen, originally we'd planned to use the EMP casings to detonate along with the explosives, to knock out the guards' weapons and communication, right?
Lev was nodding slowly.
We were going to take the families hostage and then use them as leverage to force the ministers to negotiate.
Tay continued, his mind racing.
We failed because Yevka was one step ahead of us. But the point of it all was to disable the government, throw it into enough chaos to keep the ministers from giving orders to take out the barricades, and keep them from giving Yevka the assistance she needs. That was the point of what we were trying to do now as well, assassinating the Secretary General.
Lev was still nodding, his expression puzzled. He turned to Masha.
If they found the explosives, where would they have taken them?
She opened her eyes and tried to raise her head.
To a unit in the government buildings, to be dismantled and examined, I assume.
And they would have taken the EMP casings as well, right? Even if they didn't know what they were, they would have brought them along to study.
He could feel the excitement tingling through his body now.
Yes, I assume so,
said Masha. He turned back to Lev.
We were going to use them in conjunction with the explosives to take out communications around the one building. But what if instead?
Lev was staring at him, and Tay saw the realization dawn on his face.
If we set off the EMP devices in the government complex,
Lev continued slowly,
if the communication were shut off, they'd have no way of contacting the soldiers or the police to give orders besides going out into the streets themselves, unless we could physically stop them from getting out of the government compound as well. And it should shut off the comm systems that the police and the military use internally, all their private channels. They'd have no way to communicate at all, except over the general lines, so no private communication to coordinate their assault.
Lev shook his head, smile fading.
It's a good idea, a brilliant one, really. But we're not close enough to the government buildings for you to grab the signals and rig a controller, are we? And besides, we have, he glanced at his comm, about 5 minutes left, before we're all blown to fragments.
Tay blew out a breath, his excitement fading. Lev was right.
Hey, but what if someone got into the government buildings for you and sent the signal back? Asked Jez suddenly, turning to look at him. Tay scowled at her.
That would be great, Jez, except if you remember, Tanya just told us anyone who tried that would be shot down before we could get to the end of the street.
Yeah? Well, I might just have had an idea, she drawled. You think you could ride a hot wire into my comm for one of the military skybikes, hypothetically speaking? Look, we're running a bit short on time. Yes or no? He scowled harder.
I could, but...
Because here's the thing. If you can, and if you can do it in a damn hurry, pretty sure I can fix all our problems at the same time.
Lev's face was suddenly tense. Jez, he began. Whatever you're thinking.
He closed his eyes for a brief moment, and Tay could see the strain in his expression.
Just be careful, all right?
Jez turned and winked at him. Here's the thing, genius, she said. It's been about 1,000,000 damn years since I've been able to get you into a room alone, and I'm damn well not about to let either of us get blown up before that happens. She turned back to Tay. All right, send a hot wire through to my comm, because I figure we have about... She glanced at her comm. About 4.5 minutes before my plan won't be much good anymore. Chapter 30, Jez, Day 13. Are you ready, Jez? I'll cover you as well as I can. That should get you to the end of the street. Jez grinned at Tanya. You know me, Tanya. I was damn well born ready. Anyways, only need to get to the skybikes. Tanya gave her a look of sorely tested patience.
I'm going to open the door,
said Lev in a low voice.
As soon as you're out.
Know what I'm doing, genius? She whispered. He didn't look reassured. She kissed him, which didn't actually lead to him looking any more reassured, but made her feel a hell of a lot better. He sighed, putting his hand on the door handle.
You have exactly 3 minutes and 21 seconds, said Tay, his voice tense.
Got it, said Jez. She turned to Lev. All right, genius. He took a deep breath and pulled the door open. Jez jumped down as heat and laser blasts scorched the air around her, snatched the explosive from under the ship, and sprinted at full speed towards the nearest line of soldiers, the explosive in full view in her hand. There was a moment's shocked pause, and then the captain was shouting,
Get back! Don't shoot! You'll set the damn thing off!
And the soldiers scattered. Tanya's precision fire from inside the ship was already wreaking havoc, and the soldiers, even the ones with military-grade heat shields, were forced to dive out of the way, still scrambling to get out of range of Jez's explosive. Jez stooped as she ran and grabbed a gun the soldiers had dropped, tucking it under one arm. A courageous, or exceptionally stupid, soldier stepped into her path, and she swung the explosive like she was using a damn knuckle duster. It connected with the side of his helmet, sending him staggering to one side. She assisted him with a sharp kick to the side of the knee, and he fell heavily, grabbing for her as he went down. She dodged out of his clumsy grasp, grabbed the handles of the nearest bike, and swung on, grinning like a damn maniac. The bike jumped to life as she tapped her comm to its controls, and she spun it in a tight circle and shot off. There were 24 bikes on her tail in moments, but oddly enough, they were keeping a polite distance, possibly owing to the fact she was holding an explosive with enough power to take out about 3 city blocks.
2.5 minutes.
Tay's voice was tight. I know, techhead, she said, with a long-suffering sigh. She weaved in and out of buildings, diving through alleys so narrow her bike's handles scraped the walls on either side,
popping above the rooftops for a brief jump into the shipping lanes, then diving down again into a different alley. But they were on her tight. They clearly didn't want to fire at her and risk hitting the explosive, but they also clearly saw taking out her bike as their best option. And it took every damn bit of her concentration to avoid the heat blast fire. A blast charred the edge of her boot, and she swore and yanked the bike to one side, narrowly avoiding another shot. Damn it to hell. It was going to get pretty hot around here pretty quick. 1 minute. She yanked up the bike's holoscreen and pointed the nose towards the blinking red light, indicating the coordinates Lev had set. At this speed, maybe 30 seconds out? She dropped flat against her bike as a heat blast slammed into the side of it, almost knocking her into the alley wall. The bike wasn't responding like it had been anymore. Bloody idiots needed to learn how to make a damn sky bike that could take some heat. The manufacturers had clearly never had to fly the things, while a bunch of plaguers behind them were trying to turn them into plaguing barbecue. It was still fast enough to keep ahead of the bastards, though, and that was all that mattered at the moment. Besides, the soldiers behind her were dropping farther back. They were probably performing the same countdown in their heads as she was.
Jez, how close are you?
Lev's voice was almost sick with worry.
You have 10 seconds.
She whipped around a corner and saw her destination at the end of the street. The building they'd been trapped in only hours before. Better hope that damn Yevka hadn't had time to worry about it with everything else she had going on. She shot towards the building, dropped into the now deserted courtyard, and yanked the bike to a halt. "I'm in," she whispered through her calm. There was no response. She glanced down and realized it was completely dead. The wave of relief that washed through her was enough to make her dizzy. The EMP pulse Yevka had set up was still active, the one she'd fine-tuned to affect only devices created or worked on by one of the crew. Like, for example, the explosive she was currently holding. The soldiers stopped when they saw she was off her bike, spreading out away from her, at a sharp order from their commanding officer. They jumped off their bikes, taking cover behind them. Rifles raised, in case she did something unexpected. She tossed the explosive casually into the air and caught it. Another barked command, and the soldiers backed still farther away. Although, she grinned to herself, if Yesbel was right, those bastards would be stains on the cement if this thing went off at this range. 3 seconds. She dropped the explosive. It landed on the concrete with a ting that sounded abnormally loud in the silence. 2. She swung onto her bike, still grinning. 1. The soldiers dropped to the ground, bringing their riot shields up to protect their heads, and she hit the accelerator, shooting forward and up over the heads of the officers and out into the alley. She weaved in and out between buildings, sighing blissfully. This was the kind of thing that damn well made life worth living. After a few moments, she tapped the bike's comm. "Hey, Yesbel, how long do you think they're going to shelter in place before they figure out the damn thing isn't going off?"
Jez, you're all right.
Lev's voice was sharp with mingled worry and relief. "Figure you'd all have heard about it by now if I wasn't." She paused a moment. "Tell Masha I need the damn coordinates for that storage room crap. And tell Yesbel if she doesn't tell me where she wants her damn explosives planted, I'm just going to damn well start sticking them wherever I feel like." She paused. "Like, maybe up the damn Secretary General's."
Jez,
yelped Tay. She grinned. The bike's comm flashed a moment later. She pulled up the screen, studying the coordinates with half her attention while she flew.
"The officers are after you again,"
said Tay, voice worried.
"I didn't have time to put a mod into the hot wire to disable the tracking, so—"
"Relax, techhead. I know what I'm doing. Be there in a couple minutes." She paused. "Listen, Lev said he wanted the government compound to be basically inaccessible. I'm going to do my best to get Yazbel's damn explosives from where they stored them and put them where they need to be before I start getting shot at. But I won't have a lot of time. Figure I'll have to park my bike close enough that it'll be in range of the EMP blast when it goes off. Yevka's already killed my comm, and Tay's EMP pulse will kill the bike, so I'll probably be walking back. And I probably won't have any communication. So when you hit the EMP, just go. I'll be fine. Meet you back at the barricades.
There was a moment's pause. All right, said Lev finally through the comm. Just...
Hey, I'm always careful.
She paused a moment.
You too, genius. Look, don't want to have to.
Her voice choked a little. I love you too, Jez, he said quietly. She could hear the whine of bikes behind her as she rounded another corner. It didn't matter, though, because, yep, she was here. She yanked her bike to a stop in the wide square across from the government compound. Funny how familiar the place looked now, after weeks of going into the offices. She jerked the comm free from the bike and shoved it into her pocket. It would tell those bastards behind her exactly where she was. But she didn't really have much of an option at this point if she planned on getting the signatures from the EMP devices back to Tay. She took a deep breath and started off at a casual stroll towards the entrance of the nearest building. 2 guards stood outside, and they stiffened as she approached. "What are you doing?" One of them snapped. "Who are you?"
She raised an eyebrow skeptically. That how you always talk to a damn minister?
"Who are you?"
Layla? That bastard Bronca called me up, wanted me in the damn office, stat. And what I always say is, 5 minutes early is still late.
There was a snort from Lev through the comm, hastily disguised as a cough. The guards looked at each other in mild confusion. "Layla?" one of them asked. "I don't recall." She rolled her eyes.
"Look it up, then."
Hopefully they hadn't gotten around to changing her profile to scrawny, mouthy, disrespectful smuggler pilot who happens to be trying to blow up the damn government. Yet.
Anyways, not me who's gonna have to explain to Bronca why they wouldn't let me in.
The officers conferred for a moment. Comm screens pulled up. At last they straightened. "Your profile's here, but there's some mark on it."
"Yeah, because Bronca damn well asked for me to come in, and I'm not in there," she said.
Her heart was beating a little too fast, and she could feel the tingle of adrenaline through her veins. And whether or not this worked, it would damn well be worth it just for this. "All right, give me the code then," said one of the officers.
"Svetlana,"
Masha whispered through her earpiece. She repeated the code, and grudgingly, the guard stepped aside. She gave them a cheerful grin and stepped past them into the building, just as the first of the military bikes burst out into the courtyard. This particular building had an identical layout to the one she'd worked in, but was clearly set up for the higher-ranking officials. The corridors were mostly deserted, but lights shone from under the doors of pretty much every office she passed. Couldn't blame the bastards. With what was happening in the streets, pretty much the only reason someone wouldn't be in the office shoveling through all the crap was that they were bloody dead. She started briskly towards the end of the building Masha had indicated. Possibly those damn guards at the entrance would hold the soldiers up a few minutes. They looked like the type who might, but once they were in, it'd be a little harder to be inconspicuous with heat blasts singing off the walls around her. There were a few frightened-looking aides and grim-looking guards wandering the halls, but she made it without incident and slipped down the stairs. The explosives were exactly where Masha had said they'd be, and beside them, she grinned. 6 of something that looked like fabric lunch sacks lay in a pile beside the explosives.
"Tech head, got something for you," she whispered into the comm.
touching it to one of the metal wires woven into the fabric.
Got it, said Tay after a moment. Get me the explosives too, so I can set them into Yesbel's controller. Then let me know when you have them planted. Yesbel will blow the explosives first, and then I'll hit the EMP.
She did as Tay asked, then tucked the shiny metal spheres carefully into her jacket pockets, grinning. Something about having enough damn firepower to take out an entire compound did a lot for your confidence, honestly, and your mood. She could hear soldiers in the corridors by the time she got back up to the main level. She grimaced and broke into a light jog, heading towards the back doors of the building. She checked the comm again quickly and rolled her eyes. Yesbel, did you really need to tell me how many centimeters away from the base of the doors?
Jez,
said Yesbel.
Put the explosives exactly where I told you. Exactly.
Jez grinned. Figure if I just sort of scatter them around.
Yesbel's voice was flat. If you just sort of scatter them around, then the moment I hit this controller, you will be just sort of scattered around the entire government compound. Do you understand me? Which wouldn't do much to shut off the entrances and the exits.
Jez heaved a deep sigh. Fine, be that way. But honestly, don't know what kind of explosives these are, if they only work if you...
Believe me, pilot girl, said Yesbel. It's not a question of whether or not they work.
She was just setting the last of them when someone grabbed her by the back of the jacket and yanked her around. She spun to see a heat gun pointed at her face, held by a grim-faced soldier.
All right, you, the soldier growled. You'll tell me exactly what you were doing here.
Jez grinned, letting her body relax. The soldier was watching her, narrow-eyed, but as Jez relaxed, the woman let the barrel of her gun waver, just for a moment. Jez stepped back, yanking out a heat gun of her own, and now she and the soldier stood facing each other, both of them with fingers on the trigger of their guns. The soldier didn't even look alarmed.
You went into that EMP pulse that was keyed to the weapon signatures you insurgents carry, she said, her voice heavy with scorn. Shut down the bomb, yes, very clever. But I know damn well it shut down your gun, too. So, I could shoot you. But I have a feeling someone is going to want to ask some questions about what you were doing in the government compound. Come easy, and you might not get a heat blast in the face.
Jez's grin widened. Yeah, she drawled. But here's the thing. This gun is one of yours. There was a split second where the soldier's eyes widened as she tried to take in the implications of Jez's words. That was all the time Jez needed. And, said Jez to the soldier, who was writhing on the ground, calm melted off her wrist, and a heat blast through her leg. I'm a hell of a lot faster than you. She paused. Lucky you ran into me instead of Yesbel, but if I were you, I'd get the hell away from here as fast as I could. Tell your buddies, too, and the damn guards, because it's going to get pretty exciting right around the entrance and exits in a minute here. She hit her comm as the soldier rolled to her feet and hobbled frantically away. Got it, she whispered.
All right, said Yesbel. Stand back. She paused a moment. Farther back than you think you should be standing. She paused again. Farther back than that.
Jez rolled her eyes, but did as she was told.
Are you ready, Jez?
Kay's voice was still strained. Born ready, she said in her jauntiest tone. She paused a moment. Genius?
What is it, Jez?
His voice was worried, that familiar concern that always made her choke up, just a little bit. I love you, okay?
Jez.
His voice choked. She took a deep breath. Across the courtyard, soldiers were approaching at a run, weapons at the ready.
All right, techhead.
On my count, then, said Tay. 3, 2, 1. A massive wall of flame exploded from a dozen spots that marked entrances into the government compound. Rubble and broken pieces of prefab falling like fiery rain from the sky. Chapter 31. Lev, Day 13. Even from inside the dirty apartment building where they were sheltering, Lev could hear the chaos in the streets. Probably everyone in the city of Prasvishony had heard the explosion that preceded it. Getting out of the ship and away from the soldiers had proved remarkably simple with Jez's distraction. He exchanged glances with Tay. The kid was smiling softly, leaning against Ivan with an affection that made Lev suddenly very aware of Jez's absence. He sighed and shook his head. She'd be walking back, which took a while at the best of times, and she wouldn't be able to call in, because the EMP wave would have taken out the bike and her comm both. And they'd both known that, and there was no reason for him to worry, and there'd be time to think about how empty his arms felt without Jez in them later. In the meantime, he tapped his comm through to the general broadcast line. Hello, this is Lev, one of the insurgents. I have a message for the head of police and the head of military, he said. As you'll have noticed, you have no communication between your forces. You'll also notice that you have no communication with your superiors in the government. They've been cut off completely, and will be so for the foreseeable future. We, however, have fully functioning communication, which gives us the ability to mobilize quickly. We have private lines, which you no longer do. And so, while you could certainly attempt to coordinate an attack as we listened in, I'd advise against it. He paused a moment. I could order my people to attack you. I'm under no illusions that you wouldn't do the same given a reversal of our positions. But unlike your superiors, we don't want bloodshed if we can avoid it. So I'm giving you 30 standard minutes to lay down your weapons and surrender. He paused again. We don't want bloodshed, but we are certainly capable of it. I'll leave the decision to you. He tapped his comb off. Yesbel smiled. You can be surprisingly intimidating for a scholar boy, she said. He grinned wearily back at her, then tapped his comm through to their closed loop. Vera, he said. Lev. Her voice was sharp with relief. I think we did it, he said softly. I suspect they'll surrender, but if we don't hear from them in half a standard hour... We'll damn well be ready for them, finished Vera. She paused a moment. Are you on your way back? Lev glanced over at Masha. She was leaning against the wall, as if she no longer had the strength to stand, and the tension in her posture told him clearer than words how much pain she must be in. We'll be there as soon as we can, he said quietly. The streets outside were chaos, and Masha, at this point, was no more than half conscious. But somehow, they managed to make their way through the back streets until they reached the barricade. He'd expected it to be more difficult than it was, but with frightened soldiers and police officers arguing with their superiors, captains angrily shouting through the comms that no longer worked, and panic at the thought of being taken out by armed insurgents spreading through the ranks, no one seemed to have the time or attention to spare for their small, ragged band stumbling through the streets. When they reached the barricades, Masha was fully unconscious, and something inside Lev hurt to see her like this. His mother came out and took charge of her, her face lined with concern, and between them, they got her settled into a cot. Her head lolled back on the pillows, her face wan and drawn with pain, but she was alive, at least. It was almost more than he'd expected, honestly. He lingered in the medic tent for a moment, and then, reluctantly, stepped outside. He'd barely had time to get through the door of an abandoned dorm room, where he could at least hear himself think, before the first message came through on his comm. 147th Company surrenders, it read. It was followed by another, and another. He sank back against the wall, closing his eyes for a moment in relief. Then, he tapped his comm through to the internal line. "They've surrendered," he said quietly. "We won." Coordinating a surrender, it turned out, was more complicated than it might appear. They had to come to an agreement on what a surrender entailed, and then an agreement on where the surrender should take place, and then an agreement on how the surrendering soldiers would be kept safe, which was not an idle concern. News of the government's paralyzation had spread through Prasvishoni like a spring breeze, and citizens who'd been trapped inside their apartment for weeks were now flooding the streets. Some of them joyful, some of them angry, all of them completely unwilling to obey orders from their former oppressors. The next few hours was dealing with details. Who would go where? What would happen when? He still had no idea what things would look like once this was over. Presumably, the people trapped in the government compound would extricate themselves sooner or later and regain communication. But it would likely be at least a day or two. By that time, if the insurgents had disarmed the army and the police, it was very likely that even the most intransigent government official would agree to negotiate. And hopefully, whatever settlement they negotiated would include dealing with Yevka. But for now, the important thing was to get through the rest of the day. He'd been so busy that an hour later he was still leaning against the wall of the small, empty student dorm, without even time to find a chair to drag in. But in the back of his mind, he was watching unconsciously for any sign of Jez. He told himself that she was fine, that from the government buildings, it was a good hour's walk to this part of the city, even in the best of conditions. And since the EMP had almost certainly blown up her comm, she'd have no way to contact them until she got back to the barricades. But her absence sat like a weight on his chest, not quite letting him pull in a full breath. Hours later, when the sun through the narrow dorm window was low on the horizon, there was a tap on the door. He looked up, but the door was shoved open before he had time to answer, and Jez stepped through. She sported an impressive number of bruises, and her face was coated with grime and prefab dust from the explosion, but she was grinning. And when he saw her, his heart jumped, and a frantic relief washed over him, and he tapped off his comm halfway through a sentence, crossed the room in 3 strides, and grabbed her into an embrace. The relief of her body against his, the feel of her, and the smell of her, and the simple presence of her, felt like coming home after a long, long day. "Jez," he said, face muffled against her hair. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" She shifted slightly in his arms, pulling back so she could look at him. "I'm good, genius," she said at last. But her voice was much less snarky than usual. At least I am now." She leaned into him, and he held her, and finally he could breathe again. At last, reluctantly, he pulled back a little, still keeping his arm tightly around her waist, and tapped his comm back on. The military captain he'd been speaking with was sputtering with indignation, but after a few minutes, Lev managed to talk him down and work out one more absurd, ridiculous detail. Jez leaned into him, letting her head drop onto his shoulder. When he finally finished with the call and tapped his comm, she said,
The others? Everyone else all right?
Yes, he said. I sent Tay and Ivan off to go sleep an hour ago because they looked about dead on their feet. And Masha's in the medic tent. I don't know where Yezbel and Tanya are, but I suspect they're with the kids.
She raised a skeptical eyebrow at him. So, hang on a minute. So you're doing all this crap by yourself, basically? He gave her a slightly rueful smile.
Vera's helping, and Kaz, since he knows the streets. I think I'm mostly there for moral support, but considering I can't make weapons, or hack tech, or fly the way you can, there has to be something I can do to pull my weight.
He paused a moment.
Besides,
he said a little more softly,
I wasn't exactly going to be falling asleep when I didn't know where you were.
She looked up at him, her eyes soft, and leaned in towards him.
His calm buzzed again, and he sighed and shook his head ruefully.
It was another logistics issue. There were weapons that had to be surrendered, but the captain of the division wanted to know how they were proposing to work out timing so that her people could drop their weapons without fear of being shot by the insurgents who were to be coordinating the drop. It was difficult to keep his mind on the task with Jez beside him, though, when all he wanted to do was to sink down on the small student cot in the corner, pull her into another embrace, and never let her go. She leaned over and kissed him gently on the temple, and he gave her a quick smile, before trying to pull his attention back to the calm. "Will be acceptable, I suppose," said the police captain, her voice sullen.
"Vera,"
he said,
"would you and Kaz please coordinate a location with the captain?"
Jez stepped in closer and kissed the corner of his jaw, then bit down lightly on the lobe of his ear, and for a moment, he lost track of the conversation completely. "As long as they don't mind," Vera was saying. Jez grinned wickedly. She kissed the side of his neck, her lips lingering on his skin, and he swallowed hard, every nerve in his body at full attention. Kaz said something, but Lev hardly heard him. Jez's lips had moved around to the back of his neck, and she bit him, harder than he expected, and he sucked in a quick breath and tried to swallow through his suddenly dry throat. Her hand slipped under his shirt, sliding across his stomach, and she trailed her other hand lightly up his spine. Her lips had moved to his shoulder now, and he was suddenly having a very difficult time breathing. On the comm, somebody was saying something about Rieka Street, but Vera and Kaz were perfectly capable of dealing with it, and besides, at the moment, he didn't have a single brain cell with any interest whatsoever in the locations of a weapons drop. Jez was kissing the hollow of his throat and down his chest, and his entire damn body was sparking like he'd just been hit with an electric jolt, and the charge had nowhere to go. The comm clicked as the police captain signed off. "Lev, are you still there?" asked Vera, her voice sounding concerned. He managed to mumble something in response, which hopefully made some sort of sense. He honestly had no idea. Jez had kissed farther down his chest now, and damn it to hell, she was undoing the top button of his damn shirt with her teeth. He hadn't even known you could do that. She ran her fingers down his back, sending goose pimples across his entire body, then grabbed his free hand and planted it firmly on the curve of her butt. He tightened his fingers instinctively, and she gave a blissful sigh. There might have been words coming through his comm, but at this point, there wasn't enough of his brain left to decipher any of them. Every speck of his concentration was completely absorbed in processing, at length and in detail, every damn place Jez was touching him, and every other damn place he wished she was touching him. Jez pulled her hand reluctantly from his stomach, and he bit back a groan just in time. She took his calm hand in hers and pulled it towards her.
"Hold on. Lev'll be right back," she said. "Something came up."
She tapped the calm off, gave him a grin that shut off every remaining brain cell he had, and pulled his lips to hers. The kiss was slow and lingering, and her fingers traced lines along his skin, and he pulled her to him, hard enough that there shouldn't have been room for air between them. And it still wasn't nearly close enough. When the kiss ended, and Jez pulled back slightly, he was gasping for breath, his legs so weak he wasn't sure they'd continue to hold him up. The raw desire in Jez's expression was enough to take his breath away again. She slid her hand down his arm, bringing his calm up in front of them, and he twined his fingers with hers as she tapped the calm. He slid his other hand up into her hair and tipped her head back and to the side, revealing the long, smooth line of her throat, and he ran his teeth along it gently. Her eyes went hazy, and her body went soft under his fingers.
"Lev?"
came Vera's voice through the calm.
"Hey, Vera. It's me,"
Jez said, her voice breathless. Lev tipped her head back farther, kissing along the hollow under her jaw. She moaned. "Jez? Are you all right?" Vera sounded slightly worried.
"Yeah,"
Jez managed, then moaned again, a little louder, as Lev nibbled down the side of her neck.
"Listen," she managed. "You and Dimitri know the area around here pretty well, yeah?"
"Yes," said Vera cautiously.
"Good,"
gasped Jez.
"Can you put Lev's mom and dad on?"
A moment later, Lev's mother answered cautiously.
"Yes. What do you need?"
Lev slid his hand down Jez's neck and along her shoulders, pulling back her tunic to give him more area to kiss. Her eyes were closed blissfully, her head still tipped back, and for a moment, the part of his mind that was still functioning wondered vaguely if she would answer at all. The rest of him didn't actually give a damn, as long as he could keep kissing her. He pushed her backwards, pressing her up against the wall, and stepped in closer.
"Jez?"
"Hey!" Jez's voice was completely breathless, with a tone to it that would have driven him completely off his head if he hadn't passed that stage a long while back.
"So, Genius has been working his damn tail off for the last, I don't even know how many hours, and I figure if you were—"
She broke off with a sharp gasp as he tightened his hand on her butt.
"Were smart enough to raise him, you can probably take over whatever the hell he's supposed to be doing right now. Between you and Vera and Dimitri?"
She managed at last, her voice distinctly unsteady.
"I suppose we could,"
said Lev's mother after a moment.
"I've been listening to the negotiations, and I think I understand enough that we can work out details."
She paused a moment.
"I'm sorry. I should have realized Lev needed some rest."
Jez's grin grew wicked.
"Don't figure he's going to be doing a lot of resting, per se. Mostly what I expect to have happen starts out with him and me locking the damn door, and ends up with neither of us being able to remember our damn names."
There was a long moment of silence on the other end of the calm, then his mother's voice, in which, even in his completely hazy state, he could hear a small tinge of humor.
"I suppose that's understandable," she said. "Tell Lev his father and I will take care of things for the next few hours." "Knew there was a reason Lev liked you too,"
Jez said, tapping off the calm. She turned to Lev with a dangerous expression and gave him a wink that almost sent him into full cardiac arrest. Then she leaned up until her mouth was against his ear and whispered, "All right, genius. You made a hell of a lot of promises over the last few weeks. I expect you to pay up." He ran his lips along the outside of her ear and his hands down her sides, maneuvering her towards the cot, and she gave a small shiver of pleasure.
"Believe me," he whispered back. "I fully intend to."
Chapter 32. Masha, Day 13. Late. It was night. The sun had gone down hours ago, and the dim glow of the street lamps through the walls of the medic tent was the only illumination from outside. Masha looked around at her crew, gathered on the floor around her. They all looked tired, to one degree or another, but a soft blanket of happiness seemed to have settled over them. Yesbel held Tanya close. The children yawned in their laps, but the two women were sneaking kisses when the children were distracted. Tay and Ivan stood together, and she wasn't entirely sure which one of them was being held, which one of them was doing the holding. But there was a look of sleepy contentment on Tay's face and soft adoration on Ivan's. She wasn't sure if they'd actually slept or not, but if they had, she was certain it had been in each other's arms. Jez was seated in Lev's lap, seeming completely unembarrassed by the fact that it was abundantly obvious that neither she nor Lev had gotten anything that could be remotely considered rest, or about the fact that both of them had a number of suspiciously shaped bruises along their necks that made it very clear, for anyone still left with questions, the tenor of their activities over the last few hours. She sighed, smiling to herself despite everything. And despite everything, something welled up in her chest at the sight of them here. She'd failed. She'd betrayed herself and everything she'd always thought she believed in. But seeing her crew here, safe, happy, she was heart-stoppingly, sickeningly glad. Unutterably relieved that she hadn't gone through with it after all. That Olya and Misko still had their mothers, that they'd grow up with parents who loved them, that they wouldn't have to be another Mari, and that somehow, despite her failure, her long list of failures, it had worked out. There were complications, of course, but both the military and the police force had surrendered, although Lev's parents were still in negotiations. They were surprisingly effective, and she supposed that shouldn't be a shock. This was, after all, the family that had produced both Lev and Vitaly Dobrev. On reflection, it would have been more shocking had they not been absurdly good at whatever they put their minds to.
"All right," said Yesbel at last. "I've been waiting for Lev to say something about how we have to discuss what our next steps should be. But I'm not completely sure he remembers how to talk."
Masha suppressed a smile. Lev did look slightly less focused than was his wont, or rather, entirely focused, but purely on the lanky pilot in his lap. He looked up, blinking slightly.
"I'm sorry, Yesbel. What was that?"
Masha was secretly impressed that he'd gotten out an entire sentence. Yesbel sighed deeply.
"I said, I suppose it's time for us to figure out what we do next, to keep everything from falling apart."
Lev took a deep breath and shook his head as if to clear it. Then he glanced reluctantly at Masha. There was still that tension in his posture whenever he looked at her. She couldn't blame him.
"Masha,"
he said, his voice wary,
"I don't know what's been happening inside the government. I assume you do?"
I believe I have some insights, she said quietly.
The pain washed through her body like waves, advancing and receding, and the effort of speaking was enough to set the tent swaying around her. She reached out unconsciously to catch herself on the bed, and the movement sent another jolt of pain through her, strong enough that for a moment, the entire world went black. When she regained consciousness, Ivan and Jez were both bending over her, their faces creased in concern.
Masha?
Jez's voice was tight and worried. Ivan was holding a metascanner, and he scanned her quickly. He crossed over to Tanya and held out the readout, and for a moment, the two of them studied it. Tanya gave a short shake of her head. "We have better supplies back on the Ungovernable," Ivan said quietly. "It's not much, but—"
I think you're right, said Tanya at last. If we want to keep her alive, that's our best bet. At least until we can find a medic who is not hiding in their apartment, trying to avoid being shot.
Lev glanced around the small tent. "I suppose there's no reason why we couldn't continue this conversation on the ship," he said. And Masha noticed the way he glanced at Jez, and the way he smiled at the look on her face at the mention of the Ungovernable. It wasn't a far walk, but to Masha's unutterable relief, they took one of the ancient university transports, and to her even more unutterable relief, Jez kept to a staid pace the entire way. By the time they'd half supported, half carried her into the ship and laid her on the cot in the med bay, she was gasping at the pain, dark spots constricting her vision.
Here, take this, said Tanya.
Masha didn't have the energy to resist, so she swallowed whatever Tanya had given her. For a while, the pain broke over her in overwhelming waves, turning the room into a wash of blurred lights and unintelligible sound. But slowly, as the painkiller took effect, the room steadied until she was able to follow her crew's conversation.
Lev,
she said when she was certain she'd be able to form the words.
You asked me what's happening in government. Tell me your specific questions. I'll do my best to answer them.
Lev glanced over at her. His arms were around Jez protectively, but he'd regained his typical calm, intelligent look, although there was a dreamy cast to it. He studied her for some time. "I assume, Masha," he said at last, "that you have a plan for what you want to happen next." She watched him for a moment. It had been a long time since she hadn't had a plan. It had been a long, long time since she hadn't known exactly how she wanted the future to look, and each individual step that would lead there. With the government essentially paralyzed, Lev was right. There were 100 plans that she could put forward, 100 things that would bring her closer to what she'd been working for since she was 7 years old, hiding under the table, watching as her parents were murdered. He was still looking at her, as if trying to figure her out.
Lev,
she said quietly,
forgive me, but I have a question of my own.
She paused.
Why did you rescue me?
There was a long moment of silence. No one seemed inclined to speak. Lev still hadn't taken his eyes off her. Finally, though, he gave a small, wry shrug. "I suppose Jez was right, after all," he said simply. "We're crew. We couldn't leave you to be tortured any more than we'd leave any of the others." His gaze, still fixed on her, was piercing. "That doesn't mean I've forgiven you for what you did. It certainly doesn't mean I trust you. Trust is something that's earned, and you'll have your work cut out for you if you want to earn our trust back again. But," he paused and shrugged again, "but whatever you did, whatever you were going to do, We're crew, and we don't leave people. I learned that from a pilot I know.
He pulled Jez closer, and she snuggled against him, a soft expression on her face. The room had blurred again, and it took Masha a moment to realize it was tears, not pain, causing it. She blinked hard for a moment, and when her vision cleared, they were all watching her. She could see in their eyes the truth of Lev's words. How in the hell had she become part of a crew? She, Masha, who was supposed to have been above it all, who was supposed to have been able to use them without a second thought. But she couldn't in the end. Instead, she'd become one of them, in a way that, apparently, even everything she'd done wasn't enough to break. She'd cried far, far too many times in the past few hours, but she found her breath catching in her throat, and the tears she'd tried to blink back dripped down her cheeks. Lev gave her time to recover herself, for which she was grateful. At last, though, he said quietly,
Masha.
She took a deep breath. You're correct in assuming that I have plans. Or at least, I had plans that would cover this situation, but... She paused. But I think, she continued at last quietly, that we've spent enough time carrying out my plans. So, whatever you choose to do, I'll do what I can to help. I'll use my connections and my information, but not my plans any longer. She swallowed and blinked again. I suppose, if what you say is correct, and I am part of this crew, I suppose it's time I start acting like it. There was another long moment of silence. Masha closed her eyes against the dizziness, leaning back against the pillows someone had propped up against her back.
In that case, then, said Lev quietly, I would appreciate hearing your thoughts.
She blinked open her eyes as he pulled up his holoscreen, paging quickly through to a chart she recognized, mapping out the government organization. Or, at least, what the government organization had been a few weeks prior, when Jez had, somehow, convinced everyone that she was a minister. The memory still made her smile. Perhaps after all the things they'd done, pulling that off was the one that still took Masha the most by surprise.
I assume that there have been several personnel changes since this was current,
said Lev.
You mean assassinations?
Said Ivan dryly.
Lev cracked a small smile. I suppose you could use either term. At any rate, Masha, if you know who has stepped in to fill vacancies, or which positions are currently vacant, that would be tremendously helpful.
And what is your ultimate goal? Asked Masha.
He
ran a hand over his face, and Masha could see the weariness there.
At this point, anything that will keep the insurgents alive and give us a chance to stop Yevka would be more than acceptable. However, I believe that will best be accomplished if we can enter into negotiations with the current leaders of government and bargain for a new power structure, one that doesn't leave the street kids and the people in the projects at the mercy of the police. I'm not certain how that would look yet, but between all of us...
He glanced around the small med bay, a small smile on his face.
I think we should be able to come up with something.
I'm very certain you will, said Masha softly. For a while, they sat in comfortable silence. No one seemed to want to move, and they were obviously far, far too exhausted to start a planning meeting then and there. Just as well. With what they'd done, blocking off the government offices, negotiating the surrender of the army and police force, it would take at least a few days
before anyone in government would regain control enough to negotiate. Misko yawned hugely and leaned back in Jesper's lap, snuggling into her, and she removed one of her arms from Tanya and pulled him close. Then Jez looked up, glancing around the cabin.
"Hey," she said. "Getting kind of foggy in here, don't you think? Didn't think it was going to be that warm tonight."
Masha glanced around as well. The dank, slightly malodorous fog from the streets of Prosvishoni had wound its way into the smuggler bay and through the Ungovernable, filling the small cabin.
"Wait,"
said Tanya, her voice suddenly tense. Lev was frowning as well, and Tay had a distracted look, as if he was trying to place something. The pain still clung to Masha's thoughts, making her mind more sluggish than usual. But Tanya was right. There was something about the scent of the mist. Something familiar and threatening. She realized it just as Lev spoke the words.
"Yevka,"
he said quietly, his voice tense.
"This is her protocol."
"How did she?" Tay began, his voice tight with horror. Lev's calm buzzed. He glanced down at it and gave a small, humorless smile.
"I suspect we're about to find out."
He tapped the comm.
"Hello, Yevka,"
he said quietly. He'd answered on the general line, so they could all hear Yevka's response.
"Lev," she said. Her voice was businesslike, but tinged with affection. "I'm impressed by what you've done."
"I have no interest in small talk with you, Yevka,"
said Lev, voice still quiet.
"Say what you're going to say."
"You always were one to go straight to the point,"
said Yevka, and again, there was that note of fondness in her voice. She paused a moment.
"I won't waste either of our time, then. I repaired the damage you did to my protocol, as was always inevitable. The gas with my metal substrate, as you've surmised, has been rebroadcast throughout Prosvishoni. Personally, I think it unnecessary, as I believe the dose last time was sufficient, but I'd hate to be brought down by a miscalculation that easy to guard against. So, you've failed, ultimately. Within a few hours, the machine will have finished calibrating and will be fully functional. There's nowhere left for you to go, you or your friends. You put up an impressive fight, but in the end, it was unsuccessful. However, you are still undoubtedly the most brilliant student I've worked with. You could contribute a great deal to the development of this protocol. It's a new system, and it will take tweaking to perfect. And there is no one in the system I would prefer to work with."
"And you expect me to agree?"
asked Lev, his voice still soft.
"You expect me to forget that you tried to have me murdered, tried to have Jez murdered, and are currently threatening to kill me and everyone I care for?"
Yevka laughed softly.
"No, Lev. Give me more credit than that, please." She paused a moment. "I've been watching you since you reappeared a few months back. You seem to have made friends since I knew you. Fallen in love, even."
"Yevka."
Lev's voice was controlled, but there was a warning in it. Yevka laughed again.
"Lev, I've missed you, you know." She paused. "You and I are both intelligent enough that I don't need to threaten. But I will tell you this. You've known for quite some time now that the moment the protocol was active, you and all your friends would die. It's active now, and you only have remaining to you the few hours it will take the machine to finish calibrating. I simply wish to present an alternative. If you come work for me,
your teammates will be safe, whether or not they agree to come along. As long as you are working with me, I'll ensure they're protected. That girl who was sleeping over at your apartment in the university, I saw how terrified you were when you thought I'd kill her. I saw how motivated you were to keep that from happening. You've always had a strong streak of self-interest, and that's not a bad thing. In fact, it's one of the things I've always enjoyed most about you. Self-interest is what makes the system run, after all. But Masha could hear the smile in the woman's voice. You seem to have lost that pure self-interest, at least when it comes to that girl of yours. So, what will it be? No one in the room spoke. Masha could see the struggle on Lev's face. Once, he'd been willing to do anything at all, no matter how many people he'd hurt, to keep Jez safe, to keep the others safe. But now, she wasn't sure anymore. It had been too long since he'd trusted her enough that she knew him. Tay didn't speak, but Masha could tell from his face what he'd say if he did. And he clearly knew, Lev already knew his position. Ivan, someone like Ivan, it wouldn't even be a question. There was a reason he and Tay had been drawn to each other. Odd, really, how two people who were that genuinely good had ended up part of a motley crew like this one. But the crew had changed since she brought them together so many months ago. She glanced over at the small family unit huddled together on the floor. Even Jesbel and Tanya, she doubted even they would have agreed to this. For a long moment, no one spoke. Lev took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he was looking at Jez. Jez turned her head and gave him a small, weary smile, something intimate and unspoken passing between them.
Yevka,
Lev said finally into the calm.
I'm not who I was when I was your student. There are lines I won't cross. Working with you, helping you enslave the entire system, is one of them.
Not even to save Jez? Asked Yevka softly. Masha could see the pain on Lev's face, but his voice was steady.
Not even for that.
He paused.
A friend of mine once said, if saving the system requires you to betray your friends, betray everything you believe in, perhaps it's not a system worth saving. You're right. I love Jez. I love her more than you will ever understand. I love her far too much to betray everything she stands for, just to save her life.
There was a long pause from the other end of the calm. Finally, Yevka said, her voice once more brisk and businesslike. Very well. I won't insult you by trying to talk you into something you've decided against. I'm very sorry to have to kill you. Believe me, I'll take no pleasure in it. But I think you've worked with me long enough to know that I'll do it, regardless. The calm tapped off, and the room fell silent. It wasn't despair Masha felt. She'd felt that too often, perhaps. It was something else, something beyond despair. A hollow emptiness that seemed to open inside her and swallow whole every emotion, every thought, every feeling. Jez sat up, leaning back against Lev. He slipped his arms around her waist, holding her close. She put her hands over his. Her head leaned back against his shoulder. Lev's eyes were closed, and Masha could see the strain in every muscle of his body. But he leaned his head against Jez's, his lips pressed into her hair. Ivan had pulled Tay against him,
and Tay leaned into him, as if they were drawing strength from each other. And Yezbel and Tanya had gathered the children close, holding them. Masha could tell from Olya's face that she understood what was happening. At least part of it. But Misko looked sleepy and confused and bad-tempered. "I'm sorry I couldn't stop this," said Masha softly. It didn't matter. The words didn't matter, and they wouldn't change anything, but somehow she wanted to say them anyways. "I'm sorry I didn't prevent this. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. After everything I've done." Jez opened her eyes and gave Masha the approximation of a snarky grin. "Hey, Yevka took all of us by surprise. Happens to the best of us." Lev managed a small smile as well.
"I'm glad you're here, Masha," he said softly. "I'm sorry we're going to die, but I suppose I'm glad, after all, that if we're going to die, we'll at least die together, as a crew."
They were quiet again for a moment. And then Jez sat up, and Masha could see the tension in her muscles, the grin spreading across her face that always seemed to appear when things were going sideways. "Hold on just a damn minute," she drawled. They all turned to look at her.
"Jez?"
asked Lev after a moment. Jez turned to him, still grinning. "Screw that crap," she said. "I mean, you said it, didn't you, genius? We're here as a damn crew. That Yevka bastard thinks she can kill us all? Well, figure she's tried that a few times before. Never quite succeeded yet."
"Jez," said Lev gently, "the program is already working. We've breathed in the gas twice now. And this time, we have no way of hacking into the system. We don't even know where the servers are, or where Yevka is. She's clearly not in the government buildings. 4 or 5 hours for the machine to calibrate, and Yevka can kill us with the flick of her finger."
Jez gave an easy shrug. "We've dealt with worse crap before." Tay looked up, glaring at her.
"When?"
She paused a moment, considering. "Okay," she said finally. "Maybe we haven't. But hell, nor has that bastard Yevka. We have what? 4 hours before that plaguing scum-eater can do anything? Which is basically like 4 years, honestly."
"It's not anything even approaching 4 years,"
Tay grumbled. But Masha could see the hopelessness beginning to lift from his expression. "Sure as hell feels like 4 years hanging around with you bastards," said Jez with another shrug. "Anyways, figure we have at least an even chance. Hell, you believe in the lady, right, Techhead? I don't. But if I'm wrong, you don't figure she'd let a bastard like Yevka kill someone as hot as me, do you?" The corner of Lev's mouth was twitching, even under his grim expression, and Tay was fighting back a reluctant smile. "I agree with Auntie Jez," said Olya importantly, sitting up. "My mama and my mamochka are very, very smart. Probably smarter than Yevka." She paused a minute, glancing at Lev. "You're smart too, I guess, Uncle Lev," she added. "And anyways, Auntie Jez does whatever she wants, and she's very good at gambling. So if she thinks we can beat that damn Yevka—" "Olya," Tanya began warningly. "Then we probably can," Olya continued, ignoring her mother. "And I know Auntie thinks we can, because if she didn't, I know what she and Uncle Lev would be doing for the last few hours before we all got killed." Lev looked distinctly uncomfortable. "What would they be doing?" asked Misko plaintively. Olya rolled her eyes to the ceiling and whispered loudly, "Kissing?" Masha bit back a smile.
"I don't know what I could possibly do, not without having access to Yevka's servers," Tay grumbled. "But I guess Jez isn't going to leave us in peace for the last 4 damn hours of our lives, unless I at least pretend to try something.
He gave a long-suffering sigh, but there was the hint of a smile on his face.
Jez was still grinning hugely. She rolled to her feet and held out a hand to help Lev up.
Hell, can't even keep track of how many damn bastards tried to kill us so far, and no one's managed it yet. Lev stood, and Jez winked at Olya, then grabbed him and kissed him thoroughly.
Olya gave them a disgusted look. "When you're quite finished, Jez," said Yesbel dryly. "I thought we were on a time limit here."
Reluctantly, Jez broke off the kiss. She sighed deeply, then grinned. "Figure that bastard Yevka isn't going to know what hit her," she said. It was hopeless. It was completely hopeless, and they were all going to die, and no amount of bravado could change that. But somehow, looking around the small cabin at the crew she'd assembled so long ago, against all facts and reason and logic, Masha couldn't quench the small, absurd flicker of hope sparking in her chest. To be continued. This has been Threat Agent, the Ungovernable Series, Book 8. Written by R.M. Olson. Narrated by Zura Johnson. Thank you for listening. You can find the rest of the Ungovernable series on Amazon and coming soon to audio. To share the story and show your support, please leave a review. Copyright 2021 by R.M. Olson. Production copyright by R.M. Olson.